Chapter 351, Aren't you ashamed of your 4th rank cultivation? 2. How about you take care of the great demon then, great general? I don't have the ability. Meng Bai said angrily. He finally regained some of his Great Xia's god of war's composure and said seriously, there's a great demon in the demon realm and more than 10 first-rank martial artists. Wrong. Zhou Shu shook his head. More than 100 first-rank demonic beasts have come from the demon realm this time. I've killed a few, but I don't know if anyone else has killed any. I estimate that there are no less than 100 first-rank experts in the demon realm. 100 first-rank martial artists. Meng Bai frowned and looked at the others. Including Meng Bai, there were only 7 first-rank martial artists in the Great Xia army. The number of first-rank experts in Great Xia should be considered high among the 10 nations' armies. Great Qin might have more, but not by much. Even if there was an average of 7 first-rank martial artists in each nation, it was only a total of 70 first-rank martial artists. This was a difference of 30 first-rank martial artists compared to the demon realm. Just these 30 first-rank martial artists were enough to make the 10 nations' armies suffer. Moreover, the overall strength of the demon realm army was even above the 10 nations' armies. For a moment, everyone fell silent. If we can hold out for 3 years and then leave this world, the demon realm won't be able to do anything when this space closes, Luo Ling said softly. They all rolled their eyes at him. If it was that simple, why bother with the 10 nations martial arts tournament? Wasn't the purpose of the 10 nations martial arts tournament to weaken the strength of the demon realm and relieve the pressure on the protective barrier outside the 10 nations continent? Not to mention whether they could last until 3 years later, even if they really retreated then, what could they do? If they couldn't weaken the strength of the demon realm might break through the barrier and invade the 10 nations. Even Meng Bai fell silent. When armies fought, the weak never really defeated the strong. Any victory was just luck and coincidence. The so-called war depended on each other's strength. The 10 nations' armies were far inferior to the demon realm's army in every aspect. How could they fight this war? 3 years is a long time. It's still too early to think about what will happen in 3 years, Zhou Shu said. Everyone, I came here mainly to discuss with you how to break out of this encirclement. Right now, we're fighting a protracted war, so we still have to conserve as much strength as possible. General Mi Ziwen will lead 1,000 elite soldiers to coordinate outside. As for what you need to do, you're the experts. As for the dozen or so first-rank demonic beasts, I'll stop them. Zhou Shu pondered for a moment and said, before the great demon arrives, we have to break out successfully. Otherwise, I might not have the strength to stop the other first-rank martial artists of the demon realm. Zhou Shu's presence should be the only good news Meng Bai and the others had heard. The current situation diluted their excitement about obtaining the cosmic bangles. Meng Bai came to the table and faced the simple map. He summoned everyone and began to discuss the breakout. Zhou Shu was not interested in marching to war, so he simply walked out and arrived at Wang Xian's camp. Although they were allies, Wang Xian hadn't merged with Meng Bai and the others. He was stationed on a hill opposite the Great Xia army camp with his 1,000 men. They were on opposite sides. Greetings, side-by-side king. As soon as Zhou Shu walked into the simple military camp, he heard the soldiers greet him. Zhou Shu nodded slightly, indicating that there was no need to be so polite. You wanted to see me, your highness. With the overlord spear on his back, Wang Xian looked extremely powerful. He was even more burly than Mei Wushang and naturally domineering. He was a perfect match for this overlord spear. Wang Xian, let me ask you. Who is the commander of the Great Qin army this time? Zhou Shu went straight to the point. It's my grandfather. Wang Xian didn't understand why he asked, but he still answered honestly. Wang Mu? How many first-rank martial artists are there in the Great Qin army? Zhou Shu continued asking. First-rank martial artists? Wang Xian thought for a moment. I think there are 11 of them. 11 first-rank martial artists. Great Qin was indeed the strongest of the 10 nations. What about second-rank martial artists? Zhou Shu asked. Second-rank martial artists? I'm not too sure. Wang Xian said. Who paid attention to these things? Who would pay special attention to second-rank martial artists? If Zhou Shu knew what he was thinking, he would definitely roll his eyes at him. What right did a fourth-rank martial artist have to criticize second-rank martial artists? Wang Xin, don't you think you're an embarrassment? Zhou Shu suddenly changed the topic. Wang Xin's eyes widened. How am I an embarrassment? Why did he attack me personally? Even if you're the side-by-side king, you can't spout nonsense. You're also the leader of the younger generation. My big brother, Mi Ziwen, is already a second-rank martial artist, and you're still a fourth-rank martial artist, Zhou Shu said with disdain. If I were you, I would be too ashamed to go out and meet anyone. Wang Xin. God damn it, how can you compare us like this? Mi Ziwen is a few years older than me, okay? Wait, didn't he just break through to the third rank? How did he become a second-rank martial artist? Could it be that he broke through again after the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament began? In that case, I really can't compare to him. I'm already at the bottleneck of the third rank. It won't be long before I can break through to the third rank. In 5 years at most, I can also break through to the second rank. In 20 years, I can become a first-rank martial artist. Mi Ziwen might not be able to become a first-rank martial artist. Wang Xin said confidently. Is that all you've got? Zhou Shu rolled his eyes. What a waste of my overlord spear. Wang Xin. The veins on his forehead bulged. If not for the fact that Zhou Shu was the side-by-side king of Great Qin, he didn't dare attack either. Zhou Shu was an existence that could fight the Qin emperor to a draw. No matter how arrogant Wang Xin was, he didn't think that he could fight Zhou Shu now. If he did, wouldn't he be asking for a beating? It'll be too late if it takes you 20 years to become a first-rank martial artist, Zhou Shu said. I thought you could make me worry less. I didn't expect that I would still have to worry about you. Zhou Shu sighed repeatedly, making Wang Xin feel awkward. Did you come here just to be sarcastic? It's fine if you don't reward me with a cosmic bangle, but do you have to provoke me? I have an essence cleansing pill here. It's an ancient divine medicine that has the effect of cleansing your essence and meridians. After consuming it, it can improve your physique and increase your cultivation speed. You got a good deal. He tossed it casually. Wang Xin subconsciously caught it, and the resentment in his heart immediately dissipated. Essence cleansing pill? Improve my physique and increase my cultivation speed? Is there such a magical pill in the world? For me? Wang Xin was full of gratitude. It turned out the reason His Highness didn't reward me with a cosmic bangle wasn't that he's biased but because he's prepared the essence cleansing pill for me. Compared to the essence cleansing pill, the cosmic bangle is nothing. Your Highness, how can I accept this? Wang Xin said nervously. This essence cleansing pill was really too precious. He felt a little ashamed to accept it. Although he called Zhou Shu a king, Wang Xin knew that this side-by-side king had never benefited much from the Great Qin. I'm glad you know. Zhou Shu said angrily, if not for the grim situation on the battlefield and the fact that you're a promising talent, do you think I would have given you the essence cleansing pill? Hurry up and swallow it, then work hard at cultivating. Aren't you ashamed of your fourth-rank cultivation? Hurry up and become a grandmaster. Then break the formation and kill the enemy. I gave you the Overlord Spear because I wanted to see you become a true formation-breaking Overlord. Work hard. After killing 10,000 demon beasts, I will reward you with a cosmic bangle. If you can break through to the second rank in the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament, I'll give you other benefits. Chapter 352, Swearing to Kill a Million Demonic Beasts, Useless Escape Plan, 1. Just as Zhou Shu was about to walk out of the military camp with his hands behind his back, Wang Xin suddenly fell to one knee with a thud. He said loudly, Your Highness, I, Wang Xin, swear to the heavens that I will never let you down. In this life, I will definitely kill a million demonic beasts to repay your kindness. The way Wang Xin addressed him was sincere. He was no longer as perfunctory as before. I'm not your father. I don't expect anything from you. Without looking back, Zhou Shu stepped into the air and disappeared in the direction of the Great Xia army camp. He was secretly pleased. Wang Xin was the most eligible worker. He hadn't even said anything, but Wang Xin had already sworn to kill a million demonic beasts. If he could really kill a million demonic beasts, his God of War catalog should reach perfection. He had forgotten to give him some encouragement. When the God of War catalog reached perfection, he would help him upgrade the Overlord spear. The weapon had to be up to par with such a good worker. Swoosh! Something flew over. Wang Xin subconsciously reached out and grabbed it. It was a small porcelain bottle. There are 5 essence cleansing pills inside. They should be enough for you. Before the battle begins, I want to see you become a Grandmaster, Wang Xin. Zhou Shu's voice came from afar. But this time, only Wang Xin could hear him. Wang Xin's eyes suddenly turned red. He clenched his jaw, refusing to allow the tears to fall from his eyes. I'll definitely do it. Without hesitation, Wang Xin popped all the essence cleansing pills in the porcelain bottle into his mouth. He didn't doubt Zhou Shu's words because with Zhou Shu's cultivation and status, there was no need to tease him. As for killing him, there was even less need. There was no conflict between Great Xia and Great Qin. Moreover, this was the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament battlefield. What reason did he have to kill one of his own? Furthermore, with Zhou Shu's cultivation, one finger was enough to kill him. When the essence cleansing pills entered his mouth, Wang Xin felt a special feeling surge into his heart. Then he followed in Deputy Pavilion Master Shi's footsteps. Although the essence cleansing pills were good, it wasn't appropriate to eat too many at once. Unfortunately, no one told Wang Xin about the side effects. Zhou Shu had already returned to the Great Xia military camp. Great General, have you come up with any strategy? Zhou Shu asked. Time waits for no one. If that great demon from the demon realm comes, things will be troublesome. I understand. Meng Bai nodded. Do you smell something? Did someone from the demon realm poison the wind? Luo Ling and the others wrinkled their noses in agreement. Stop imagining things. Zhou Shu, who had dug a hole for himself and had no choice but to shut his 5 senses, said angrily, that's Wang Xin having diarrhea. Everyone looked at each other, their stomachs churning. This was too disgusting. As expected of someone from Great Qin. He's indeed extraordinary, Luo Ling looked impressed. Zhou Shu rolled his eyes. What the hell? You've never seen Deputy Pavilion Master Shi. Back to the topic at hand, Great General. After all this discussion, have you decided what to do? If we're short of any supplies, I will think of something, Zhou Shu added. I don't have any ranked weapons, but I have enough standard weapons. There were also many forgers following the army this time. It was unknown how many of them were still alive in Meng Bai's army. When they returned to the Huaxia Pavilion's 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament branch, he would ask them to help refine the forging materials. Deputy Pavilion Master Shi could also relax a little. King of the South, I need to confirm something. Meng Bai said solemnly, are you sure you can stop the dozen or so first-rank demonic beasts outside? The first-rank martial artists on our side must be used to suppress the second and third-rank martial artists in the Demon Realm army. Otherwise, even if we succeed in breaking out of the encirclement, the number of casualties is not something we're willing to accept. If it's like this, we have no way to support you, Your Highness. Your Highness, if you can't stop those dozen or so first-rank demonic beasts, then once they attack, it will be a disaster for the army. They had been under siege for so long, so it was impossible that they hadn't thought of this. But it was precisely because there were too many first-rank demonic beasts on the other side that they couldn't resist. Therefore, they had never dared to forcefully break through. Fortunately, the Demon Realm army only surrounded them and didn't attack, giving them a chance to catch their breath. What Meng Bai had been trying to do was to contact the Great Xia army that wasn't trapped within the encirclement and seek a chance to break out. But before he could succeed, Zhou Shu came over. Zhou Shu had easily walked through the encirclement that so many first-rank martial artists had failed to break through and even killed a first-rank humanoid demonic beast. Meng Bai sometimes felt that his reputation as the Great Xia's god of war was really undeserved. Of course there's no problem, Zhou Shu said. There were only a dozen or so first-rank martial artists. If he activated his invincible state, it would be a piece of cake to deal with them. Of course, in the chaos, he couldn't activate his invincible state indiscriminately. What if he was killed by a soldier when he was in a weakened state? Wouldn't he cry to death? But Zhou Shu felt that it was still possible to restrain more than 10 first-rank humanoid demonic beasts. Wasn't it easy to scare people? By the way, as I said before, General Mi Ziwan will lead 1,100 wars armored army soldiers to meet us outside. Chapter 353, Swearing to Kill a Million Demonic Beasts, Useless Escape Plan, 2. Zhou Shu added, 1,100 wars armored army soldiers are wearing dark cloud armor sets produced by the Great Xia Pavilion. It can defend against all attacks from martial artists below the 4th rank. Zhou Shu thought for a moment. With a flip of his wrist, a dark cloud armor set appeared in his hand. This is it. Everyone had already come into contact with the cosmic bangle, so they weren't surprised by Zhou Shu's action of taking something out of thin air. Everyone's eyes fell on the dark cloud armor in his hand. Meng Bai reached out and took the dark cloud armor. He sent out a stream of spiritual essence into it. Clank! There was a clanging sound. Meng Bai no longer knew how to react. This dark cloud armor could really defend against an attack from martial artists below the 4th rank. King of the South, you said that 1,000 soldiers are equipped with this dark cloud armor. Meng Bai asked solemnly. I exaggerated a little. Zhou Shu smiled. Less than 1,000. But in a few days, it should be enough. Meng Bai. It seems he didn't have to be too surprised by anything when it came to the King of the South, Zhou Shu. Still, it was surprising. Forging armors was harder than weapons. How long had it been? He said that the Great Xia Pavilion had forged 1,000 sets of dark cloud armor. Even the Great Xia's forging division would take a few years to forge 1,000 such dark cloud armor sets. The premise was that they could forge the armor. 1,000 elite soldiers in dark cloud armor coming to receive us, Meng Bai pondered. In that case, there are even fewer problems. King of the South, so and so. Meng Bai told Zhou Shu their plans and arrangements. Zhou Shu nodded. All right, we'll take action in 3 days. When the time comes, all you have to do is release these cloud-piercing arrows. General Mi and I will act as planned. Zhou Shu took out 2 cloud-piercing arrows and handed them to Meng Bai. A cloud-piercing arrow, thousands of troops come to meet. See you later, everyone. Zhou Shu laughed and shot into the sky, turning into a beam of light that instantly disappeared. It was as if the encirclement of the Demon Realm army didn't exist. Looking at the disappearing after-image in the air, the dozen or so first-rank humanoid demonic beasts had gloomy expressions. I can't stand it, a humanoid demonic beast roared. I must kill all these humans. Have you forgotten Lord Yao Lian's orders? A cold voice sounded. It was another humanoid demonic beast. Everyone fell silent. Surround and not kill. What exactly is Lord Yao Lian trying to do? A demonic beast muttered. Silence, a humanoid demonic beast growled. We just have to listen to Lord Yao Lian's decision. So what do you think we should do now? Which one of you was a match for that human? No matter how strong he is, can he defeat us together? Humph, he might not be able to defeat us together, but someone has to die under his sword. Will it be you or me? The one who spoke was the humanoid demonic beast who had been injured by Zhou Shu's 100 steps flying sword. The demonic beasts glared at each other and almost fought among themselves. In the end, a humanoid demonic beast said, if they want to break out, we'll just let them go. Lord Yao Lian's orders were only to surround but not kill. He didn't say where to surround the Great Xia army. The eyes of the demonic beasts lit up. That's right. They could surround them anywhere. If they wanted to break through, they could just let them go. At worst, they could surround them again. Shall we retreat first? A demonic beast asked. Retreat. A humanoid demonic beast nodded. Yao Buki was captured alive by the humans and embarrassed the demon realm. Also, Yao Qing and Yao Ji, these 2 pieces of trash, failed to save him and even got themselves killed. Lord Yao Lian asked us to keep the main force of the Great Xia army. Then let's save Yao Buki first and destroy that Great Xia camp at the same time. Humph, mere humans want to fight with our demon realm? They're courting death. The humanoid demonic beasts nodded. There was a tough opponent here. Lord Yao Lian had ordered them not to kill Great Xia's main force, so it was better to save Yao Buki first. Not only could they kill some humans to vent their anger, but they could also gain a favor. In Meng Bai's military camp, he was drafting a plan to break out with a group of generals. Suddenly, a soldier rushed in. Oh no, Great General! What's wrong? Has the Demon Realm army attacked? Meng Bai said with a sunken voice. No, the soldier stammered. The demon realm army is retreating. Retreating. Meng Bai and the others rushed out of the tent. In the surrounding mountains and forests, countless demonic beasts were indeed retreating in batches. Everyone looked at each other. What happened? You retreated as soon as we drew up our plan? Wasn't that a waste of our time then? Do you think they were frightened by His Highness? Luo Ling said softly. A wry smile spread across their faces. Impossible. Meng Bai shook his head. Although His Highness is strong, the demon realm army won't be scared off so easily. Something must have happened that we don't know. So, what do we do now? One of the generals asked. Should we proceed as planned? They all looked at him as if he was an idiot. As planned? The demon realm army besieging them had already retreated. There was no encirclement to break out of. His Highness didn't say anything just now about the location of the camp he built, Luo Ling said. Let's wait. Meng Bai pondered. His Highness went back to inform General Mi. He'll be back in 3 days. At that time, we'll just return to the camp with His Highness. The retreat of the demon realm army is strange. Pass down the order. Everyone, be vigilant. Don't let down your guard. On the other side, Zhou Shu used his divine ability Unstoppable for 1,000 miles to return to the Huaxia Pavilion's 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament branch from Meng Bai's camp. He was so fast that the dozen or so first-rank demonic beasts in the demon realm army couldn't even see which direction he was flying in. Even Yao Qing and Yao Ji were defeated, but they thought that they would definitely be able to save Yao Buqi. In their minds, perhaps they felt that they were much stronger than Yao Qing and Yao Ji. Second brother, Mi Ziwen blushed slightly when he saw Zhou Shu. He had originally wanted to move with Zhou Shu so that he could help him if anything happened. In the end, after taking the essence cleansing pill, he had diarrhea for a long time. He had just settled down when Zhou Shu returned. Zhou Shu didn't discover anything and said directly, I've discussed it with Great General Meng. In 3 days, the army will break out. We'll be in charge of receiving them. Big brother, will there be any problems with your 100 Wars armored army? No problem. Mi Ziwen said seriously. Although the process was not too wonderful, he had now discovered the effect of the essence cleansing pill. His entire body now felt light and agile. As he breathed, he felt that the spiritual qi of heaven and earth he absorbed was much more than before. The essence cleansing pill had indeed improved his physique. Not only him, but the soldiers who had taken the essence cleansing pills had also undergone earth-shattering changes. A few of them even directly broke through their cultivation levels. Although the essence cleansing pill itself wouldn't increase a martial artist's cultivation, it improved their physique. Some martial artists who were already on the verge of breaking through naturally broke through directly. Now, Mi Ziwen's confidence was unprecedentedly strong. He even felt that he could directly break through the encirclement of the demon realm army with the 1,100 Wars armored army soldiers. Alright, I'll tell you about the great general's plan, Zhou Shu continued. He told Mi Ziwen about the breakout plan developed by Meng Bai and the others. Mi Ziwen thought for a moment and asked a few more questions. Then he went to arrange for the 100 Wars armored army to get ready. They would take action 3 days later, and they were 900 kilometers away from the battlefield. The 100 Wars armored army wasn't weak, but their speed was far from Zhou Shu's. They could only barely make it in 3 days. Therefore, they had to act immediately. Mi Ziwen went to prepare, and Zhou Shu was about to go to the storeroom to get some standard weapons when he suddenly heard Yin Wu's voice. Zhou Shu. Is there something wrong? Zhou Shu turned around and saw Yin Wu's slender figure walking over. Zhou Shu, can you save little senior sister Lu? Chapter 354, Women Don't Talk About Martial Ethics, 1. Lu Wen's Huang? What happened to her? Zhou Shu looked at Yin Wu in confusion. Little senior sister Lu hasn't woken up yet, Yin Wu said. Prince Cao has almost recovered. Why don't you use the same method to save little senior sister Lu? Yin Wu pressed her palms together and placed them in front of her chest with a pleading expression. Lu Wen's Huang and Cao Chenyang had come to the camp together. Back then, Cao Chenyang's injuries looked even more serious than Lu Wenshuang's. He had almost died. Later, Zhou Shu saved Cao Chenyang. Not only did Cao Chenyang wake up, but his injuries were also quickly recovering. Now, Yin Wu often saw Cao Chenyang in the camp. Cao Chenyang had more or less made a full recovery. As for Lu Wen's Huang, she was still unconscious, and her injuries hadn't improved. Yin Wei was worried, so she came to find Zhou Shu. Have her injuries worsened? Zhou Shu asked. He hadn't used a normal method to save Cao Chenyang. Cao Chenyang was able to recover mostly by himself. If this happened again, Zhou Shu couldn't guarantee that it would be useful. Her condition is very bad, Yin Wei said. Over the past few days, little senior sister Lu's spiritual essence has been dissipating. If this continues, I'm afraid that she will die the day her spiritual essence dissipates completely. Her spiritual essence is dissipating. Zhou Shu frowned. Don't worry. Let's go take a look. She followed Yin Wei to a stone house. Lu Wen's Huang lay on her back on a stone bed, her breathing faint. Her face was deathly pale. She was as quiet and beautiful as a water lily. As soon as he entered the room, Zhou Shu felt faint spiritual essence fluctuations emanating from Lu Wen's Huang's body. Lu Wen's Huang was originally a slender woman. Now that she was lying there, and the spiritual essence in her body was still dissipating, it made her look even weaker. Zhou Shu came to her side and held her wrist, taking her pulse. Zhou Shu didn't know anything about medicine, so he naturally knew nothing about taking pulses. But he was not taking advantage of the situation. A stream of spiritual essence surged out from his fingertip and entered Lu Wenshuang's body through her wrist. Seeing Zhou Shu's actions, Yin Wei held her breath, afraid that she would disturb him. A moment later, Zhou Shu retracted his finger, and his expression turned grave. Why did this happen? Zhou Shu said in a low voice. The meridians in her body seemed to have turned into sieves. Her spiritual essence can't be retained at all. This shouldn't happen. Zhou Shu frowned and pondered. My breakthrough pill can defy all conditions and directly increase a person's cultivation by 1 level. Lu Wen's Huang should have been a second-rank martial artist before. After taking the breakthrough pill, she should have already broken through to the first rank. From the second rank to the first rank, she would be reborn. No matter how serious her injuries are, theoretically, they can be healed. Great General Meng could even recover from his decades-old injuries, so she shouldn't be an exception. Zhou Shu knew nothing about medicine, so he couldn't say anything about Lu Wenshuang's situation. Yin Wei hesitated for a moment and whispered, perhaps it's because little senior sister Lu used a forbidden technique. Forbidden technique? Zhou Shu looked at Yin Wei in confusion. He suddenly remembered that Yin Wei had always called Lu Wenshuang senior sister. The two of them seemed to be from the same sect. But he had never found out who their master was. The two most talented women in Great Xia had actually become disciples of the same person. Their master must not be an ordinary person. Not only were Yin Wei and Lu Wenshuang talented, but their identities were also extraordinary. One was the princess of Great Xia, and the other was the legitimate daughter of the Lu family. They didn't lack martial Dao inheritances. However, Emperor Yuanfeng and the Lu family actually let them acknowledge an outsider as their master. From this, it could be seen that the person they acknowledged as their master was definitely not an ordinary expert. Zhou Shu, you know that little senior sister Lu and I are from the same sect. Our sect has a forbidden technique called All Sorts as One. All Sorts as One? Zhou Shu was puzzled. This move didn't sound like much. Yet, Yin Wei nodded solemnly. This move can transform all the sword qi in your body into one. When attacking, the sword qi will injure yourself before injuring others. This sword qi is too sharp. Ordinary people's meridians can't withstand it at all. While releasing this sword qi, you will also pay a huge price. That's why it's a forbidden move. Zhou Shu was deep in thought. He roughly understood what Yin Wei meant. If he condensed all the sword qi he had cultivated into one, his meridians wouldn't be able to withstand it because it was too powerful. You're saying that Lu Wenshuang's meridians were injured by her own sword qi, and even the physical changes brought about by her cultivation advancement can't heal such injuries? Zhou Shu said. Their master's sword technique was really powerful. Yin Wei nodded. Can you use the method of saving Cao Chenyang to save little senior sister Lu? When I was young, little senior sister Lu took good care of me. Yin Wei begged, if you can save little senior sister Lu, I'll do anything. Zhou Shu turned around and sized up Yin Wei. Her curvaceous figure made his heart heat up. Oh, Grand Minister, don't you know that a woman can't just say such things to anyone? Chapter 355, Women Don't Talk About Martial Ethics, 2. Clearly, Yin Huiyu wasn't thinking in that direction. She was just worried about Lu Wenzhuang. Grand Minister, you've already begged me. If I can save her, I will. Zhou Shu pondered. But I have something to say first. I can't guarantee that it will be useful. I understand. Yin Huiyu nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Whether it works or not, I'll remember your kindness. Zhou Shu's mood fluctuated again. Women really affect the speed at which I draw my sword. There's no hurry. I need to make some preparations. Let me know when Yang Hong returns. Yang Hong? He's in the camp now. Yin Huiyu didn't understand. He's in the camp? No problem then. Then Zhou Shu walked to Lu Wenzhuang's side and pointed a finger between her eyebrows. Lu Wenzhuang groaned as blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Little senior sister Lu! Yin Huiyu exclaimed. That's none of my business, Zhou Shu said innocently. Inside the camp, Yang Hong was beaming with joy. There was also a group of soldiers surrounding him. In the blink of an eye, when I did a slide tackle, he gesticulated wildly while speaking. That 6th-rank demonic beast was cut open by me with just one slash. Speaking excitedly, Yang Hong even showed off his strength. He stepped on the ground, and the ground shook slightly. He rose into the air and used the Mo sword to make a posture of splitting a mountain. In the air, Yang Hong suddenly felt the power of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique in his body disappear. He stumbled, lost his balance, and fell to the ground with a thud. The crowd looked at each other and burst into laughter. Little senior sister Lu, you're awake. In the stone house, Yin Huiyu was surprised to see Lu Wenzhuang open her eyes. She reached out, grabbed Zhou Shu's arm, and jumped up and down. Zhou Shu, you did it. You really did it. Yin Huiyu almost hugged Zhou Shu's arm. When Zhou Shu felt the warmth and fragrance, his face turned slightly red. He looked at Lu Wenzhuang calmly and said, Miss Lu, you're seriously injured. Don't speak first, and listen to me. Lu Wenzhuang blinked and wanted to move, but she let out a muffled groan, and blood dripped out the corners of her mouth again. Countless scenes seemed to flash across her pupils, and then her face revealed a very calm expression. I used a secret technique to share one of my cultivation techniques with you. In a few days, you will forget the cultivation technique. Now, all you have to do is try to heal yourself. With that, Zhou Shu left space for the two of them and left the stone house. As soon as he left, Lu Wenzhuang looked at Yin Huiyu and said in a low voice, bring me a brush and paper. I'll speak, and you'll write it down. Little senior sister Lu, what are you trying to do? You have to hurry up and heal yourself, Yin Huiyu said in confusion. Zhou Shu said that his secret technique can only last for a period of time. After that, you will forget it. At that time, how will you heal? I know. Lu Wenzhuang almost used all her strength to speak. That's exactly why I'm going to write it down. You, Yin Huiyu's mouth widened in shock. You want to secretly learn Zhou Shu's cultivation technique? No, you can't do that. Yin Huiyu said firmly. Little senior sister Lu, Zhou Shu shared his cultivation technique with you to save you. He asked you to use it to heal your injuries. You can't do this. Yin Huiyu stared at Lu Wenzhuang and said seriously, I definitely won't agree. You, Lu Wenzhuang coughed violently and spat out a mouthful of blood. She tried to get up but fell back. I'm not secretly learning his technique. Lu Wenzhuang said through gritted teeth. I'll acknowledge him as my master. I'll even agree to any request he has. But I must learn this God of War catalog. Even if I become a servant from now on, I won't let go of this opportunity. Lu Wenzhuang bit her lip. If you don't help me, I'll do it myself. She struggled to raise her head. Using her finger as a brush and her blood as ink, she began to record the God of War catalog in her mind. Yin Huiyu's expression was extremely conflicted. She wanted to interrupt Lu Wenzhuang a few times, but she was afraid of hurting her. Little senior sister Lu, how can you do this? How can I face Zhou Shu like this? I was the one who begged him to save you. Yin Huiyu stomped her feet anxiously. I'll pay what I owe him. You don't need to do anything, Lu Wenzhuang said without looking up. Zhou Shu, who had left the stone house, didn't expect Lu Wenzhuang to be so unethical. Come to think of it, he hadn't really thought about it. His divine ability, unparalleled benevolence, could share half of a cultivation technique with others. After the effect wore off, the other person would forget everything about the cultivation technique. But they could record the cultivation technique within the time limit. This was the biggest problem with this divine ability. Of course, Zhou Shu had always been very cautious when using this divine ability. The targets of this divine ability were basically all trustworthy. No one had ever tried to record a cultivation technique within the duration of the divine ability. Therefore, even Zhou Shu had never thought about this. He had never worried that his cultivation techniques would be leaked. Actually, even if Zhou Shu thought of this, he wouldn't care too much. Apart from sword techniques and saber techniques, he had mastered the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique, the Golden Bell Shield Technique, the God of War Catalogue, and the Iron Smelting Hands Technique. None of them were easy to cultivate. If he didn't cheat, even an extremely talented person might not be able to master one of them in their entire life. Therefore, he wasn't afraid that others would learn his cultivation techniques. Could others learn them? Even if they could they cultivate to Zhou Shu's level? Didn't he sell the Iron Smelting Hands Technique to the Great Xia? Even with the Great Xia's strength, they couldn't find anyone who could master it. If it was someone he could trust, Zhou Shu didn't mind teaching them some cultivation techniques. The premise was that Zhou Shu had given it himself. If he didn't give it to them, no one could snatch it from him, not even someone as strong as the Great Xia. Lu Wen's Huang was the same. Lu Wen's Huang didn't know that she had already crossed Zhou Shu's bottom line. She was still shocked by the God of War Catalogue. Her plan was to truly learn the God of War Catalogue no matter the cost. This was the supreme cultivation technique she had dreamed of. For this, she was willing to pay any price, even if she had to give her body to Zhou Shu. Ready, big brother. On the drill ground of the camp, Zhou Shu saw Mi Ziwen, who was ready to go. Ready. We can go any time, Mi Ziwen said solemnly. Good. Then let's get moving. We'll pick up the great general and the others and bring them back. Zhou Shu waved his arm. The army leaped out. Before Zhou Shu followed, he shouted, Deputy Pavilion Master. Shi Songtao appeared at lightning speed. Judging by his speed, although the process of swallowing the essence cleansing pills was not pleasant, he had obtained a lot of benefits. Pavilion Master, what are your orders? Shi Songtao said with a fawning smile. He knew very well how heaven-defying the pills Zhou Shu had given him were. He had hated Zhou Shu and even cursed him in his heart. Now, he regretted it. His Highness treats me like a national scholar, and I will repay him. General Mi and I will fetch Great General Meng's army back, Zhou Shu said. They have more than 10,000 people. Our camp might be a little small. Take those demonic beast miners and expand the camp. Let's expand it 10 times first. In any case, this space didn't belong to anyone. Anyone could rule it. Count on me. Shi Songtao patted his chest. Your Highness, when you return, you will definitely see a brand new camp. If I can't complete the mission, I'll send you my head. Chapter 356, Meeting on a Narrow Road, Zhou Shu's Weakness, 1. Zhou Shu and Mi Ziwen walked side by side. Behind them were fully armored soldiers. Although their speed couldn't compare to Zhou Shu's when he was traveling alone, they weren't slow. Their speed was faster than a galloping horse. Back then, the surviving soldiers under Mi Ziwen were already elites among elites. The soldiers for the 100 Wars Armored Army had been carefully selected from these elites. With the enhancement of the essence cleansing pills, the current 100 Wars Armored Army was definitely the strongest elite troops of Great Xia. Not to mention anything else, just in terms of cultivation, the lowest cultivation level among the nearly 1,000 100 Wars Armored Army soldiers was the 8th rank of the Martial Dao, and there were even many at the 6th rank. To put it bluntly, someone like Yang Hong was not even qualified to be selected. Of course, Divine Constable Yang's current strength was rapidly improving. His overall strength was still stronger than that of a 100 Wars Armored Army soldier. The group passed through the forest and quickly approached Meng Bai's army. Suddenly, Zhou Shu stopped. When he stopped, Mi Ziwen followed suit. Mi Ziwen raised his arm, and the 100 Wars Armored Army behind him stopped. Only then did Mi Ziwen look ahead with a frown. Enemy! On your guard! Mi Ziwen shouted. Rustle! The 100 Wars Armored Army drew their weapons in unison. Ever since they entered the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament battlefield, almost all the standard weapons that Zhou Shu had personally forged had been destroyed in battle. In order to receive rewards from the legendary armament cannon, Zhou Shu was constantly replenishing the standard weapons. Now, the weapons of the 100 Wars armored army were all personally forged by Zhou Shu. The Heben saber, 100 refinements ring pommel saber, horse slaying saber, spring embroidered saber, automanatity plume saber, 8-sided Han sword, and even the Great Xia dragon sparrow saber. Just as the 100 Wars armored army soldiers drew their weapons, the ground trembled slightly. In the distance, smoke and dust rose into the sky, accompanied by the faint whistling of demonic beasts. Everyone was shocked. There were demonic beasts. And there were many of them. Second brother, Mi Ziwen said softly, his eyes questioning. Was it a fight or a detour? If it was a battle, the 100 Wars armored army was not afraid. But it would probably take time. If they were too late to cooperate with Meng Bai's army, there might be serious problems. But if they took a detour, there might not be enough time. Zhou Shu shook his head. It can't be avoided. His perception range was far wider than Mi Ziwen's. The demonic beasts coming at them were everywhere. There was no way to avoid them. Prepare for battle, everyone. Zhou Shu calculated that if he ended the battle quickly, he wouldn't delay the agreed time with Great General Meng. Zhou Shu pulled out the black-grade Great Destroyer sword from his back. As long as he didn't activate total annihilation, Zhou Shu would still use the black-grade Great Destroyer sword. After all, his divine ability had yet to reach the highest level. Zhou Shu took a step and soared into the sky. Flying into the air, Zhou Shu saw a dozen figures flying toward him. The dozen or so figures suddenly stopped when they saw Zhou Shu appear. Their eyes were wide as they stared at him. Their faces looked like they had stepped on dog feces. Damn it! In order to avoid you, we've already given up on besieging the main army of Great Xia. How could we still run into you? Why are you everywhere? Everyone felt like they had seen a ghost. They retreated several feet in unison and adopted a stance of full defense. Zhou Shu also looked like he had seen a ghost. Why are these guys here? This place is hundreds of kilometers away from where they besieged Great General Meng. Are these guys here to snipe at the reinforcements? Bloody hell! There were only 1,000 soldiers in the 100 Wars armored army, and they were definitely no match for these tens of thousands of demonic beasts. Are you in a hurry to die? Zhou Shu's aura erupted, and the Great Destroyer sword was already emitting a faint light. The rainbow sword and marquee of Zinting saber at his waist also let out a faint clang, ready to strike. The expressions of the dozen or so humanoid demonic beasts turned very ugly. In the demon realm, they were all existences with great status. When had they ever been looked down on like this? Everyone, since we can't avoid it, let's fight. Although he's strong, he might not be a match for so many of us. A demonic beast growled, and his body was instantly covered in green-black fur. The demonic beast, which originally looked no different from a human, now looked more like a werewolf. At the same time, the other dozen or so humanoid demonic beasts also let out low roars. Some of them had scales growing on their bodies, some of their fingernails extending by several feet, some of them directly grew thicker, and some even had a horn on their heads. All the humanoid demonic beasts used their full strength without holding back. They knew that Zhou Shu was very strong and had killed one of their companions before. Now that he ambushed them here, he definitely had other trump cards. If they still held back at this time, they would be courting death. Zhou Shu narrowed his eyes slightly. The demonic beasts thought that he ambushed them here, and so did he. Both sides believed that they had fallen into the other's trap. Big brother, don't fight. Charge out and don't look back. Keep charging forward and meet up with the great general's army. Then return to reinforce the camp. Zhou Shu sent a voice transmission to Mi Ziwen, and then his gaze landed on the dozen humanoid demonic beasts. Now, they indeed only had humanoid shapes. It was obvious that they were demonic beasts. Chapter 357, Meeting on a Narrow Road, Zhou Shu's Weakness, 2. With a clang, the Abyss Rainbow Sword was in his hand. He had to activate his divine ability again today. Since you've come to die, I'll do as you wish. Before Zhou Shu finished speaking, a sword beam appeared. The shocking sword beam made the more than dozen demonic beasts retreat dozens of feet. But they were shocked to discover that the shocking sword light was not directed at them. Instead, it fell onto the demon realm army. Under the sword light that filled the sky, countless demonic beasts were minced into pieces. In front of Mi Ziwen and the others, an empty space appeared. Kill! Mi Ziwen's eyes were red as he rushed out first. The 100 Wars armored army also let out a shocking roar and charged forward with fighting spirit. Kill them all, a humanoid demonic beast roared. The demonic beasts all over the mountains roared and pounced at the 100 Wars armored army. In an instant, the 100 Wars armored army soldiers were drowned by the demonic beasts. There were only 1,000 soldiers in the 100 Wars armored army, and there were more than 50,000 demonic beasts. Although the dark cloud armor could resist attacks, it was not omnipotent. Although demonic beasts couldn't tear through the dark cloud armor, the force of the attack would more or less be transmitted to the armored person. Moreover, the spiritual essence and strength of the 100 Wars armored army would be exhausted. In the face of demonic beasts who had dozens of times their strength, the 100 Wars armored army quickly fell to the ground and was trampled on by countless demonic beasts. It was unknown if they were dead or alive. The Haben saber you forged effectively completed a kill. Your spiritual essence cultivation has increased by 30%. The 100 refinements ring pommel saber you forged effectively completed a kill. The heavenly saber art has improved. The horse slaying saber you forged effectively completed a kill. Your spiritual essence cultivation has increased by 20%. The spring embroidered saber you forged effectively completed a kill. The visualization of the 5 mountains true form has improved by 10%. The autumn anatity plume saber you forged effectively completed a kill. You receive a breakthrough pill. The 8-sided Han sword you forged effectively completed a kill. The riding on cloud and wind technique has improved by 50%. For a while, countless messages flashed before Zhou Shu's eyes. The 100 Wars armored army was continuously falling, but at the same time, they were constantly killing enemies. Zhou Shu couldn't worry about them now. There were still more than 10 humanoid demonic beasts in front of him. He was confident that he could win against more than 10 humanoid demonic beasts one-on-one, or even one against 2 or 3. But he really couldn't defeat 10 of them unless he used his divine ability Total Annihilation. But there was a huge problem with Total Annihilation. Once the effect wore off, he would fall into a weakened state for a day. In the current situation, while Total Annihilation was in effect, it was impossible for him to kill all the enemies in front of him. Then once he fell into a weakened state, he would be in danger. The dozen or so demonic beasts were bewildered. They were shocked to discover that the aura of the man in front of them was actually still increasing. We can't let him accumulate any more power. Do it, the werewolf demonic beast growled. His black furred palms slapped forward, and 2 tornadoes whistled toward Zhou Shu with the power to tear everything apart. As soon as he attacked, the other dozen or so demonic beasts attacked without hesitation. But their choices were the same as the werewolves. They both used their innate divine abilities and launched long-range attacks. Zhou Shu's face darkened. These demonic beasts had actually chosen the right method to attack. Zhou Shu was mostly skilled in close combat. Be it the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique or the Golden Bell Shield Technique, they could only unleash their greatest power in close combat. Even if he could attack from dozens of feet away, the power would be greatly reduced. It had to be said that compared to humans, demonic beasts were really favored by heaven. Not only were they born with thick skin and powerful bodies, but they also had innate divine abilities. As for humans, they were born with nothing. Only those who had cultivated the realm above Grandmaster could have some divine abilities. Their power couldn't be compared to demonic beasts. If not for the fact that humans could use weapons, the difference between them and demonic beasts would have been even greater. In a sense, knowing how to use weapons was the greatest difference between humans and demonic beasts. Great Traversal Sword Art, 100 Steps Flying Sword. Zhou Shu used his riding on cloud and wind technique and charged toward the demonic beasts. At the same time, the Abyss Rainbow Sword in his hand used the 100 Steps Flying Sword technique and flew toward the werewolf demonic beast. The sword beam broke through the tornado and the light blades and directly appeared in front of the werewolf demonic beast. The werewolf demonic beast's eyes flashed with fear. He roared, and the light on his body surged. Swish! His huge palm slapped the body of the Abyss Rainbow Sword. He used 200% of his strength in this strike. After the strike, he even felt weak. Clank! While all the demonic beasts were surprised, the Abyss Rainbow Sword was sent flying. It was sent flying. The sword that had injured their companion was blocked. The werewolf demonic beast had blocked the sword unharmed. Even the werewolf demonic beast was stunned. He had been prepared to be injured, but this was it. The sword was not as strong as he had imagined. Zhou Shu sighed in his heart. The level of the great traversal sword art rewarded by Abyss Rainbow Sword was still not high enough. Boom! At this moment, the divine ability attacks of more than 10 demonic beasts had already landed on him. Zhou Shu's body glowed with golden light as he continued to approach the dozen or so demonic beasts. Brothers, he's not as strong as we think. He's not in the great demon realm. Kill him, the werewolf demonic beast roared excitedly. The dozen humanoid demonic beasts also discovered the problem. Zhou Shu didn't seem to be as strong as they had imagined. Previously, he had been able to kill their companions purely by catching them off guard. His true strength might be stronger than theirs alone, but he was not invincible. Don't let him get close. Everyone, attack from a distance, a smarter demonic beast shouted. Boom! Zhou Shu's figure appeared in the air again. His clothes were already tattered. Although his body was unharmed, he looked extremely disheveled. His face looked pale. The demonic beasts were as intelligent as humans. The lack of long-range attacks was indeed his weakness. But if these demonic beasts thought that they could restrain him, they had underestimated him. Humph! Zhou Shu snorted coldly. His skin turned golden. His muscles squirmed as the power of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique erupted. The space around him seemed to tremble slightly. First, I'm going to kill you. Zhou Shu raised his hand and pointed the black-grade Great Destroyer sword at the werewolf demonic beast. Before he finished speaking, his body seemed to suddenly disappear. Of course, he didn't disappear. It was just that he was moving so fast it was almost impossible to follow with the naked eye. The 100 Wars armored army was killing the enemies, and Zhou Shu's riding on cloud and wind technique was also constantly improving. Now that he had reached an extremely high realm, his speed was extremely fast. Boom! The werewolf demonic beast retreated rapidly. A sword beam had already struck the place where he had just stood. The space seemed to have been opened by a sword, revealing a dark spatial crack. It took a long time to heal. The werewolf demonic beast broke out in cold sweat. He desperately sent out a tornado that swept toward Zhou Shu. Everyone, attack! He's really not that strong, the werewolf demonic beast roared. Divine abilities almost filled the entire space. Boom! Zhou Shu's figure was revealed. He was still unharmed, but his clothes had completely turned into wisps that barely covered his vital points. Zhou Shu's expression changed. This was the first time he had been in such a sorry state since his debut. These demonic beasts deserve to die. I said I would kill you. All of you must die. No one will be able to save you. Zhou Shu said coldly. The black-grade Great Destroyer sword stood upright in front of him, and his glabella seemed to glow. In the eyes of the werewolf demonic beast, Zhou Shu seemed to have instantly become a towering mountain. The overwhelming aura made it difficult for him to breathe. Boom! The mountain fell toward him, and the pupils of the werewolf demonic beast suddenly constricted. At this moment, he seemed to see a godlike person riding a monster that looked like a dragon but was not a dragon. He crossed endless space and descended. Swish! The werewolf demonic beast's eyes were unfocused. Blood-red cracks appeared on his majestic body, and Zhou Shu appeared several feet behind him, panting slightly. Chapter 358, Saber and Sword Shatter, Great Demon Yao Lian, 1. That's impossible, the werewolf demonic beast muttered to himself. With a bang, his body split into countless pieces and fell from the sky. It was like a rain of flesh and blood, making everyone's hearts skip a beat. Zhou Shu's back was to the mangled flesh. He seemed a little tired and panted slightly. Who's next? Zhou Shu said coldly. The remaining dozen or so humanoid demonic beasts were all shocked. They retreated dozens of feet, widening the distance between them and Zhou Shu. Don't be afraid, everyone. He's already exhausted, a humanoid demon beast roared. It's impossible for him to use this move continuously. Zhou Shu's eyes narrowed slightly. It was indeed very difficult for him to use the first move of the God of War catalog now. The move just now had exhausted most of the spiritual essence in his body. Even his divine sense had been consumed by more than half. The God of War catalog had already exceeded the scope of ordinary martial arts. It was infinitely powerful, but at the same time, the threshold was also very high. If Zhou Shu's current cultivation was at the first rank of the martial Dao, it might not have been so difficult to use the God of War catalog. But his current spiritual essence cultivation was only at the third rank, and the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique cultivated the physical body. Although the Golden Bell Shield technique circulated true Qi, it was more about the physical body. Therefore, using this God of War catalog consumed a lot of energy. The spiritual essence was fine. Although he had consumed most of it, the 100 Wars armored army was still fighting. If they killed enemies, the legendary Armament Canon would reward Zhou Shu. The rewards for Huben sabers and horse-slaying sabers were now spiritual essence. In other words, the spiritual essence that Zhou Shu had consumed was constantly recovering and increasing. But his divine sense was very slow to recover. Although the killing of the spring-embroidered saber allowed his visualization of the 5 mountains' true form to increase continuously, compared to spiritual essence, its improvement was much slower. Zhou Shu could only use this God of War catalog once in a short period of time. You can try. Zhou Shu's gaze swept across the dozen humanoid demonic beasts. Whoever his gaze landed on would involuntarily take 2 steps back. Zhou Shu laughed loudly. I'm indeed at the end of my rope. Come on, kill me. Zhou Shu calculated the distance between him and the dozen or so humanoid demonic beasts. If he used his divine ability Total Annihilation, could he kill all of them here? The duration of Total Annihilation was very short. Once the effect wore off, Zhou Shu would fall into a weakened state. And on this battlefield, once he fell into a weakened state, no one could protect him. So in order to use Total Annihilation, Zhou Shu had to leave the battlefield and return to a safe place before he went into a weakened state. This meant he didn't have much time to strike. Zhou Shu didn't care about the cultivation of these dozen humanoid demonic beasts, but they were too scattered. As soon as Zhou Shu moved, they fled. In that case, even if he used Total Annihilation to sweep through them, he might only kill 2 people, and the rest would flee without a trace. And he wouldn't have time to chase after them either. In that case, it would be meaningless for him to use Total Annihilation. The sounds of fighting continued to enter his ears, and his heart grew colder and colder. He couldn't delay any longer. If he did, the 100 Wars armored army would probably be wiped out. Battle Spirit Tiger Soul. Zhou Shu let out a long cry. Light erupted from his body as illusory white tiger shadows flew out and accurately drilled into the bodies of every armored soldier. Big brother, cloud-piercing arrow! Zhou Shu shouted. As the battle spirit tiger soul entered his body, Mi Ziwen's combat strength soared. He killed several demonic beasts around him with a single strike and took out a cloud-piercing arrow from his cosmic bangle. Swoosh! Without even taking out his bow, Mi Ziwen shot the cloud-piercing arrow into the air with his bare hands. Swish! The cloud-piercing arrow exploded 1,000 feet in the air, turning into a cloud of sparks. With a roar, Mi Ziwen charged forward, sword in both hands. The 100 Wars armored army, whose strength had increased, also roared repeatedly. They were unstoppable as they rushed forward thousands of feet in one go and were drowned by the Demon Realm army again. There were too many Demon Realm troops. They were dozens of times stronger than the 100 Wars armored army. Even with the enhancement of the battle spirit Tiger Soul, they couldn't break out of the encirclement for a moment. Clang! The great destroyer sword returned to its sheath, and the Marquis of Zinting saber was unsheathed. Since you don't dare to attack, I'll show you. Zhou Shu landed in the Demon Realm army. The saber flashed, and large patches of demonic beasts turned into crushed flesh and blood. The humanoid demonic beast's eyes almost popped out. As the Marquis sword of Zinting slaughtered, the shadows of white tigers continued to fly out of Zhou Shu's body and burrow into the 100 Wars armored army. Soon, the 100 Wars armored army was all protected by the battle spirit Tiger Soul. At this moment, the 100 Wars armored army already had battle losses of 20%. Boom! The dozen or so humanoid demonic beasts finally couldn't stand it anymore. Their divine abilities descended from the sky and completely enveloped Zhou Shu. Zhou Shu completely ignored them and allowed the divine abilities to land on him. Golden light flickered on the surface of his body, blocking all the attacks. The Abyss Rainbow Sword and the Marquis of Zinting saber were like the scythe of the Death God, constantly reaping the lives of demonic beasts. Chapter 359, Saber and Sword Shatter, Great Demon Yao Lian, too. With every breath, at least 10 demonic beasts died under his sword. Due to the eruption of his combat strength, cracks had already begun to appear on the Abyss Rainbow Sword and the Marquis of Xinting Saber. But Zhou Shu didn't seem to notice and continued to kill wantonly. The eyes of the dozen or so humanoid demonic beasts turned red. If this continued, the demonic beast army would probably be killed by him alone. Not only did the spiritual essence fluctuations on this person not decrease, but they were also constantly increasing. This was simply unbelievable. He killed our men, so we'll kill his, a humanoid demonic beast growled. With a flash of light, he descended from the sky and landed right in the midst of the 100 Wars armored army. Boom! With a loud bang, the impact sent at least 5 soldiers flying. Don't be arrogant! Mi Ziwen shouted and became one with his sword as he charged at the humanoid demonic beast. Boom! Mi Ziwen was sent flying, and the sword in his hand broke. A second-rank cultivation and an earth-grade sword were still not enough in front of a first-rank demonic beast. Just as a smug look flashed across the demonic beast's eyes, he felt his vision turn black. Then he felt an immense force. He had just brought his hands up to shield his chest when the cracking sound of bones breaking reached him. He flew out like a rag doll, his arms bent at an eerie angle. Pooh! The humanoid demonic beast opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he could land on the ground, Zhou Shu had already arrived in front of him again. He sent him flying into the air and stomped on his chest, pressing him on the ground. Boom! The ground shook, and the humanoid demonic beast created a human-shaped pit in the ground. Zhou Shu stepped on the demonic beast with one foot and waved his arm. He slashed with the Marquis of Xinting Saber, and a huge head flew high into the air. The Marquis of Xinting Saber you forged effectively completed a kill. You are rewarded with Battle Spirit Tiger Soul plus 10. A message flashed past his eyes. The yellow-grade Marquis of Xinting Saber was finally overwhelmed. With a crack, it shattered into a dozen pieces and walked through its short life. With Zhou Shu's current cultivation, ordinary yellow-grade weapons couldn't withstand his full strength. Even if he didn't have the divine ability Total Annihilation, it was the same. Even though the conditions for upgrading the Marquis of Xinting Saber had been unlocked, it had already been destroyed on the battlefield before Zhou Shu could upgrade it. Not only that, but the Abyss Rainbow Sword and the black-grade Great Destroyer Sword were also covered in cracks. It was equally difficult for them to withstand such an intense battle. Kill! Another first-rank humanoid demonic beast was killed, and he was beheaded in extreme humiliation. This completely aroused the courage of the remaining first-rank demonic beasts. After all, they were first-rank martial artists and had experienced countless killings in their lives. It was not an exaggeration to say that they had progressed stepping on blood. It was unrealistic to say that they were afraid of death. At this moment, their bloodlust was stimulated by the tragic death of their companions. More than 10 first-rank humanoid demonic beasts roared and released divine abilities. They descended from the sky and formed a circle around Zhou Shu. Have all of you finally decided to come out of your shells? Zhou Shu smiled coldly. Boom! Suddenly, a blood-colored pillar of light appeared in the distance. Lord Yao Lian, the dozen or so first-rank humanoid demonic beasts shouted in surprise. Zhou Shu narrowed his eyes. He was about to use total annihilation? Is Yao Lian here? Yao Lian was the great demon who had descended from the demon realm. His realm was above the first rank of the martial Dao. Without using his divine ability Total Annihilation, he was no match for Yao Lian. Brothers, Lord Yao Lian is here. We just have to delay him. When he comes, he'll be dead, a humanoid demonic beast roared. Stall him. Wind blades, fire, waves. All kinds of innate divine abilities filled the entire space. The humanoid demonic beasts didn't want to kill Zhou Shu. They only wanted to stall him. Zhou Shu's expression was gloomy. Without using his divine ability, he couldn't kill the more than 10 first-rank demonic beasts. He could only activate his Golden Bell Shield technique to block these attacks. Although the attack of a first-rank demonic beast couldn't completely break through Zhou Shu's Golden Bell Shield technique, if he didn't do anything, it would still cause some damage. Now that the great demon Yao Lian was about to arrive, Zhou Shu couldn't let himself be injured. Boom! Zhou Shu withstood the attack and stepped forward. As soon as he moved, the encirclement formed by more than 10 humanoid demonic beasts moved together. As soon as they moved, the Demon Realm army dispersed. In a battle between first-rank martial artists, just the aftershocks of the battle would severely injure them. They naturally had to hide far away. As a result, the battlefield became a little chaotic. Be it the Demon Realm army or the Hundred Wars armored army, they were all dodging. Mi Ziwen coughed up blood. He gritted his teeth and took the opportunity to lead the charge outside. He knew that even if he stayed here, he wouldn't be of much help to Zhou Shu. The only way was to quickly meet up with Meng Bai's army and come back to rescue him. Boom! The blood-colored beam of light in the distance was approaching the battlefield at an incredible speed. There was a rumble like thunder in its wake. Just as Mi Ziwen led the remaining soldiers out of the encirclement and into the forest. The blood-colored beam of light had descended from the sky. A figure landed on the ground. He glanced in the direction the Hundred Wars armored army had disappeared, and his blood-red eyes seemed to turn into vortexes. A whoa! With a roar that sounded like a mix between a wolf and a dog, the dozens of soldiers behind the Hundred Wars armored army were sucked out by the huge suction force. The dozens of soldiers spiraled into the mouth of the man who had just descended from the sky. Crack! He chewed a few times, and blood flowed out. Dozens of soldiers were actually swallowed alive by him. Let's go! Mi Ziwen roared with bloodshot eyes. He didn't allow the armored soldiers to stay and continued to escape into the forest. The great demon Yao Lian had swallowed dozens of soldiers in one bite. He didn't continue to attack Mi Ziwen and the others fleeing in the forest. Instead, he turned around and looked at Zhou Shu, who was surrounded by more than 10 humanoid demonic beasts. Are you the human who captured Yao Buki alive? Yao Lian looked at Zhou Shu coldly and snorted. That's all you're capable of. Zhou Shu's expression was cold. This was the first time he had seen a demonic beast devour humans. Yao Lian's actions were beyond his expectations. By the time he reacted, he had already swallowed dozens of Hundred Wars armored army soldiers. You deserve to die. Zhou Shu's eyes were brimming with killing intent. He reached behind him and drew out the black-grade Great Destroyer sword. Haha, are you going to kill me? Yao Lian laughed loudly. Before he could finish speaking, he saw Zhou Shu's aura soar. A shocking sword light shot over. Great Traversal Sword Art, 100 Steps Flying Sword. The sword beam instantly appeared in front of Yao Lian. Yao Lian snorted and caught the sword beam with his hand. The Abyss Rainbow Sword shattered. Almost at the same time, another sword beam exploded. Boom! With a loud bang, more than 10 humanoid demonic beasts roared and fell. In the air, the upper and lower halves of the 5 demonic beasts were separated. Blood and internal organs flowed down. The remaining humanoid demonic beasts were also injured. Their bodies were covered in terrifying sword wounds, and they almost ended up like the 5 humanoid demonic beasts. Zhou Shu walked out step by step with the Great Destroyer sword in hand. Yao Lian's pupils contracted slightly. He had yet to figure out what was going on. This person's aura was so ordinary just now. But in the blink of an eye, his aura increased by more than 10 times. He could actually kill 5 first-rank demonic beasts with a single slash. This wasn't easy even for him. Yao Lian opened his mouth and had just uttered a word when he felt a strong wind blowing toward him. The words about to come out of his mouth were all stuffed back. Boom! The power surged like a tsunami, and Yao Lian's feet plowed the ground as he fell back. Chapter 360, The Demon Realm Retreats, The Art of Dual Cultivation, 1. Rumble. Yao Lian flew back, his feet plowing 2 deep grooves in the ground. Wherever he passed, be it trees or rocks, they were all shattered by the force. The entire Demon Realm army was dumbfounded. The eyeballs of the few surviving first-rank humanoid demonic beasts almost fell to the ground. Lord Yao Lian was repelled? Roar! Yao Lian let out a shocking roar. He bent his legs slightly and stopped himself from moving back further. He looked up and was about to speak when a shocking sword beam landed on his head. Boom! Yao Lian roared angrily. His fists instantly turned pitch black as he attacked the sword beam. Crack! The black light lingering on Yao Lian's fists shattered like porcelain, revealing his fists. Swish! The sword beam flashed so quickly that Yao Lian was unable to dodge it. His spiritual essence erupted, and the tip of the sword that had penetrated an inch into his body was blocked by his powerful body. Boom! A powerful aura erupted, and a visible force spread out. All the rocks and trees within a 5-kilometer radius were razed to the ground. Countless demonic beasts were affected by the force and died on the spot. Even the few surviving first-rank humanoid demonic beasts flew into the sky. They quickly retreated despite their injuries. In the center of the spreading force, the ground caved in. Two figures faced each other. One was straight-backed, while the other was slightly bent at the knees. Above his right shoulder was a section of sword tip. So much for that. Zhou Shu snorted coldly and threw down the Great Destroyer sword. The black-grade Great Destroyer sword that he wanted to protect couldn't escape death. After this battle, the yellow-grade Marquis of Zinting saber, the Abyss Rainbow sword, and the black-grade Great Destroyer sword were all destroyed. The dignified master of the Huaxia Pavilion, the famous forger Zhou Shu, had actually fallen to the point where he had no weapons to use in battle. It was ironic. Yao Lian's eyes were red, and his killing intent seemed to have materialized. Blood-red light soared into the sky. A powerful aura spread out, causing the earth and mountains to tremble slightly. "I will definitely eat you." Yao Lian's voice was brimming with killing intent. Even the air seemed to freeze. Boom! A fist answered him. Zhou Shu couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on him. His fists struck Yao Lian like lightning. With all his weapons destroyed, Zhou Shu used the Overlord Fist. There were no moves, no tricks. Only fists filled with power. The black-grade Great Destroyer sword had killed countless people, and Zhou Shu's divine ability Total Annihilation was already 25 times stronger. How powerful was the perfected Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique amplified by 25 times? Even Zhou Shu felt a little scared himself. His speed and strength left Yao Lian with no room to think. He could only passively take a beating. That's right. A great demon was actually pressed to the ground and beaten by Zhou Shu. Punch after punch, even with Yao Lian's thick skin, he was still dizzy from Zhou Shu's random punches. Roar! Yao Lian roared. He opened his mouth, and a crimson light shot out. Zhou Shu crossed his arms and blocked. The surging power made Zhou Shu involuntarily take half a step back. At this moment, Yao Lian finally seized the opportunity to regroup. Rumble! In the distance, the demonic beasts could only see dust rising in all directions. As for the specific scene of the battle, they couldn't see it clearly at all. But just from the commotion, it was evident how intense the fight was. Who said that man's cultivation hasn't reached the Great Demon Realm? A surviving humanoid demonic beast said weakly. The name of the werewolf humanoid demonic beast flashed across everyone's minds. He was already dead. He was not the only one who had died. Almost half of their group had died. And the man was fighting Lord Yao Lian to a standstill. With such strength, who dared to say that his realm was inferior to a great demon's? The human race had actually produced such an expert. Boom! In the distance, the two figures separated as soon as they touched. Yao Lian's figure suddenly landed in front of the group of humanoid demonic beasts. When he landed, he stumbled and almost fell. The humanoid demonic beasts looked at each other. Was Lord Yao Lian defeated? On the opposite mountain peak, Zhou Shu's figure also appeared. He stood there with an imposing aura. To everyone, he seemed to have transformed into 5 towering mountains. As for why it was 5 mountains, they didn't know. Let's go. Yao Lian's chest heaved as he forcefully swallowed a mouthful of blood and let out a low growl. The demonic beasts looked at each other hesitantly. I said, retreat. Yao Lian said coldly, his body emitting a cold aura. The humanoid demonic beasts shuddered and came back to their senses. They ordered the remaining demonic beasts to retreat. Human, I came from afar. I'm a little tired today. I'll fight you another day. Yao Lian shouted and walked away from Zhou Shu. With every step he took, the mountains and rivers shook. After a few steps, he had already disappeared from Zhou Shu's vision. Zhou Shu stood motionless until the last demonic beast was out of sight. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. His body swayed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 361, The Demon Realm Retreats, The Art of Dual Cultivation, 2. The next moment, he sat down slowly, his back against a rock, and closed his eyes. After a full 4 hours, several figures descended from the sky. It was Meng Bai, Luo Ling, and the other first-rank martial arts experts of Great Xia who rushed over to help first. Seeing the mess within a 10-kilometer radius, everyone was a little shocked. Your Highness! Luo Ling gasped. Everyone saw Zhou Shu leaning against a rock, seemingly unconscious. Meng Bai's figure flashed, and he was already beside Zhou Shu. When he saw that his chest was still moving up and down weakly, Meng Bai heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, a few more figures approached and landed from the sky. This time, it was Cao Chenyang and Yin Weiu. After seeing the cloud-piercing arrow, they knew that something had happened. Worried, Cao Chenyang and Yin Weiu decided to come and check the situation. Zhou Shu. Yin Weiu immediately rushed over when she saw Zhou Shu. Meng Bai reacted quickly and grabbed her. Don't act rashly, lest you aggravate his injuries. How did this happen? Tears rolled down Yin Weiu's face. Meng Bai's expression was solemn. Your Highness must have encountered that great demon from the demon realm. Mi Ziwen said that before they escaped, a demon realm expert arrived and swallowed dozens of soldiers in one gulp. Meng Bai's eyes grew heavy. The great demon of the demon realm seemed to be stronger than he had imagined. Even Zhou Shu was no match for him, so who could stop him? How is it, Lord Luo? Meng Bai asked solemnly. Luo Ling, who was checking on Zhou Shu, stood up and shook his head. I can't tell. He only knew a little about medicine. After checking, he didn't see why Zhou Shu was unconscious. On the surface, the external injuries Zhou Shu had suffered were not serious. As for internal injuries, there was an extremely powerful force in his body. Every time Luo Ling wanted to check the situation in his body, the spiritual essence he injected would be scattered by this force. He didn't dare to use too much strength, afraid that it would worsen Zhou Shu's injuries. Under such circumstances, he was helpless. Seeing that Zhou Shu's breathing was weak, Yin Weiu said anxiously, what are we going to do? The demon realm army retreated when we arrived, Meng Bai said in a low voice. His Highness is seriously injured. The great demon of the demon realm is probably injured as well. Let's take His Highness back to camp in case the demon realm army returns. We'll think of something later. Meng Bai and the others worked together to make a simple stretcher and lift Zhou Shu. They were all first-rank martial artists, so it was naturally not difficult for them to carry a person. Yin Weiu and Cao Chenyang led the way as everyone carefully flew toward the Huaxia Pavilion's 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament branch. In order to prevent the news of Zhou Shu's serious injuries from leaking, they specially used some methods to bring him to his room in the camp. The moment they saw the camp, Meng Bai and the others were shocked. The stone walls were dozens of meters tall. It was completely like a small city. The king of the south, Zhou Shu, was indeed capable of what no one could do. Unfortunately, the king of the south was seriously injured and unconscious. No one knew when he would wake up. How could they fight this war without him? Meng Bai and the others felt extremely heavy-hearted. In the stone room, Yin Weiu held Zhou Shu's hand, her eyes slightly red and swollen. Zhou Shu didn't wake up even during the journey from the battlefield. He lay quietly, but his breathing was getting weaker and weaker. Yin Weiu felt as if her heart was being gripped tightly by something, and it was so painful that she couldn't control herself. Click. Footsteps sounded. Yin Weiu raised her head with tears in her eyes and saw Lu Wenzhuang walking in. She had not fully recovered from her injuries either. Her footsteps were a little unsteady as she walked. Little senior sister Lu, Yin Weiu greeted her weakly. How is he now? Lu Wenzhuang frowned slightly as her gaze landed on Zhou Shu. Ever since she met Zhou Shu, she had never seen him like this. The man who seemed to be omnipotent was actually injured? Who could have hurt him so badly? I don't know, Yin Weiu said with a sobbing tone. He saved us when we were injured. Now that he's injured, who can save him? Doesn't he have a senior brother? Lu Wenzhuang asked. Yin Weiu looked at Lu Wenzhuang, wanting to confirm if she was joking. She had only ever heard Zhou Shu talk about his senior brother. Who knew if it was true? Not to mention whether the senior brother existed or not, where could they find him? Lu Wenzhuang didn't seem to notice Yin Weiu's gaze. Ever since she entered, she had been looking at Zhou Shu. The stone room fell silent. After a long while, Lu Wenzhuang suddenly said, Weiu, you like Zhou Shu, right? Hi. Yin Weiu was at a loss. She looked up at Lu Wenzhuang, not knowing why she asked this. Little senior sister Lu, what do you mean? I understand now. Lu Wenzhuang nodded. What do you understand? Yin Weiu was even more confused. You like him, Lu Wenzhuang said coldly. Yin Wu's face flushed red. I have a way to save him, Lu Wenzhuang continued before Yin Wu could speak. This method requires you to devote yourself to him. Since you like him, there shouldn't be any problem. Little senior sister Lu, what are you talking about? Yin Wu frowned in confusion. Stop joking at a time like this. I'm not joking, Lu Wenzhuang said calmly. Previously, I recorded his God of War catalog. Little senior sister Lu, how am I supposed to explain this to Zhou Shu? Yin Wu said angrily. I don't need you to explain, Lu Wenzhuang said. I'll take responsibility for what I did. In the God of War catalog, there's a diagram of dual cultivation between a man and a woman. By following it, yin and yang can coexist. Not only can it heal injuries, but it can also increase cultivation. Little senior sister Lu, you. Yin Wu's face flushed red with embarrassment and anger. If you like him and want to save him, what's wrong with dual cultivation with him? Lu Wenzhuang said calmly without changing her expression. Lu Wenzhuang added, if you can't do it yourself, I can do it with you. You and I both have primordial yin bodies. Dual cultivation with him will be of great benefit to him. It will then be easy for him to recover from his injuries. Yin Wu's mouth widened in disbelief. After knowing little senior sister Lu for so long, why didn't she realize that she was so bold? Was this the sort of thing a girl should say? Why are you looking at me? Lu Wenzhuang said. Don't you want to save him? Of course. Yin Wu said. You don't like him then? Not really. It's just. Yin Wu was just an inexperienced little girl. Wasn't it too embarrassing to say such things? She wasn't like Lu Wenzhuang, who only cared about martial arts. Then it's settled, Lu Wenzhuang said coldly. His breathing is getting weaker and weaker. If we delay any longer, even dual cultivation might not be able to save him. If you don't want to, I'll do it myself. As Lu Wenzhuang spoke, she had already reached out to undo her belt. Yin Wu was stunned, and her expression instantly changed. She had met Zhou Shu first. How could she let another woman beat her to it? Not even if that woman was little senior sister Lu. Who says I don't want to? I can do it. Yin Wu stood up. Give me the God of War catalog. I'll go first. She also reached out to undo the belt at her waist, and her dress fluttered down. Lu Wenzhuang's expression didn't change as she casually took off her dress. Two flawless bodies were revealed to the air. You! What are they doing? A voice suddenly sounded, and Zhou Shu, who had been lying on the bed, suddenly sat up and looked at the two naked bodies in front of him in shock. They were snow white and perfect. Zhou Shu felt two warm streams flowing out of his nose. Chapter 362, I'm not injured, Great Xia's army was completely wiped out? 1. Ah! A scream echoed through the camp. Meng Bai and the others rushed to the door of Zhou Shu's room with nervous expressions. Then they saw the door open with a bang. Then a figure flashed past them at incredible speed and disappeared. Was that Her Highness? Meng Bai said in confusion. He looked back into the room and saw Lu Wenzhuang walking out slowly. Her face was calm. As she walked, she gathered the loose hair on her forehead. On her way out the door, she tripped and stumbled. Everyone froze at the sight. What happened? Meng Bai couldn't help asking. Nothing. Lu Wenzhuang could no longer maintain her composure and quickly left. Everyone looked at each other. Is it Great General Meng? Zhou Shu's voice came from the room. His Highness is awake. Meng Bai and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Unknowingly, Zhou Shu had become the backbone of Great Xia. When he was seriously injured and unconscious, even Meng Bai felt a little lost. Now that he was awake, Meng Bai felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. It's me. Come in, Zhou Shu greeted. Meng Bai and the others walked into the room and saw Zhou Shu sitting on the bed. A shirt was draped over his knees, and there were spots of blood on it. Meng Bai's heart sank. Zhou Shu was indeed injured. Meng Bai walked into Zhou Shu and couldn't help asking, are your injuries all right, King of the South? Injuries? Zhou Shu was slightly stunned. Seeing the blood on his clothes, he calmly removed the clothes and said, I'm okay. This blood was from a nosebleed. His injuries had healed long ago. Are you really okay? Meng Bai asked in concern. King of the South, why don't you tell us the truth so that we can be mentally prepared? Zhou Shu was now the backbone of the camp. His injuries were related to the camp's strategic plan. Such a thing could be hidden from ordinary soldiers, but Meng Bai, the general, had to know in order to plan ahead. I'm really fine, Zhou Shu said with a smile. But you were clearly unconscious before, Meng Bai said in confusion. Zhou Shu laughed. He didn't know how to explain it to Meng Bai. He had indeed been slightly injured in the battle with Yao Lian. But his injuries were not serious. Moreover, he was not unconscious because of his injuries. After his divine ability Total Annihilation wore off, he had fallen into a weakened state. In addition, during the battle, his divine sense had been exhausted, so he felt a little tired. As a result, he fell asleep. It was because he had consumed too much of his divine sense that he fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, he found himself back inside the camp. Then he saw the glorious scene. Thinking about it now, Zhou Shu felt his face heat up. He wondered now if he had woken up at the right time. If he had woken up earlier, he wouldn't have been able to see the beautiful scene. If he had woken up a little later, would something good have happened? I should have pretended to be unconscious? Zhou Shu sighed. Your Highness, is that great demon Yao Lian too difficult to deal with? Meng Bai asked nervously. He had never seen the great demon Yao Lian before, but from the traces on the battlefield that day, he could tell some things. Everything within a 5-kilometer radius had been razed to the ground. Even a first-rank martial artist couldn't do this. Apart from Zhou Shu, no one else in Great Xia could withstand a few moves from Yao Lian. If Yao Lian led the army to make a comeback, the camp would be in danger. Yao Lian? Difficult to deal with. Zhou Shu returned to his senses and stored the beautiful scene he saw earlier in his mind. He's just so-so. Zhou Shu smiled. He escaped this time. Next time, it won't be so easy for him to escape. Meng Bai and the others looked at each other in disbelief. Although Zhou Shu said that he was fine, everyone had seen with their own eyes that they had carried Zhou Shu back when he was seriously injured and unconscious on the battlefield. Everyone thought that Zhou Shu was saying this because he didn't want to lose face. If Yao Lian's cultivation was really just so-so, why would Zhou Shu, who had never tasted defeat since his debut, be seriously injured and unconscious? The thought weighed heavily on their hearts. Great General, are all your men here? Zhou Shu smiled. What do you think of my camp? This camp is really unexpected. Meng Bai composed himself and said, with this camp, I don't think it will be a problem for us to be in a stalemate with the Demon Realm army for months. Why will we be in a stalemate? Zhou Shu was puzzled. We should contact the armies of the various nations and launch a large-scale counterattack to kill the Demon Realm army. Didn't we always do this in the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament? It used to be. Meng Bai smiled bitterly. The armies that came from the Demon Realm during the previous 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournaments were not so powerful. According to his previous experience, it wasn't too difficult for the armies of the 10 nations participating in the tournament to kill off the Demon Realm army that came. But this time, the strength of the Demon Realm's army far exceeded that of the 10 nations' armies. Now, it was not a matter of whether the 10 nations' armies wanted to kill the Demon Realm army but how to not be killed by the Demon Realm army. Your Highness, you might not know this yet, but we've just received news that apart from Great Liang, Great Chen and Great Wei have also been wiped out. Chapter 363, I'm not injured, Great Wei's army was completely wiped out? 2. What? Zhou Shu frowned. Great Wei's army was completely wiped out? Didn't Prince Cao tell you? He did. Meng Bai looked at Zhou Shu with a complicated expression. Not only had Cao Chenyang said that, but he had also announced that Zhou Shu was already the country protector king of Great Liang. The king of the south of Great Xia, the side-by-side king of Great Qin, the country protector king of Great Liang. Zhou Shu was now the king of 3 nations. Such a thing was unheard of. In the past, Meng Bai didn't even dare to think about it. Although Prince Cao said that Great Wei has already sided with the Demon Realm, there's no evidence after all. We can't be sure if this is true or not, Meng Bai continued. It's true, Zhou Shu said with certainty. If there's nothing wrong with Great Wei, I'll take my head off and let you kick it like a ball. Although he had no evidence, he was sure that Great Wei was up to no good. Meng Bai. Let's not worry about whether or not Great Wei has surrendered to the Demon Realm. Meng Bai said solemnly, it's true that the Great Wei army participating in the martial arts tournament this time was completely wiped out. Someone saw it with their own eyes. Who saw it? Can we trust them? Maybe this is Great Wei's trick, Zhou Shu said. Sun Gongping, Meng Bai said. Zhou Shu. If someone else said that they had seen the entire Great Wei army being wiped out, Zhou Shu might still have some doubts. But if it was Sun Gongping, he could be trusted. As far as we know, Great Liang, Great Chen, and Great Wei have already been wiped out in this battlefield space, Meng Bai said in a low voice. The best situation for the other nations is that they can still retain 30% of their strength for the time being, just like our Great Xia. There were tens of thousands of people in Great Xia, but there were only about 10,000 left. Even if there were more outside the camp, there probably wouldn't be many. They had already lost 2/3 of the army. The other nations might not be any better off than Great Xia. In that case, there were less than 100,000 humans left in this battlefield space. A 100,000 strong army was facing a demon realm army that might have as many as 1,000,000 demonic beasts. Among them was a peerless expert who was a great demon. How could they fight this war? Without supplies and reinforcements, even Meng Bai had no chance of winning against the million-strong demon army in an enclosed space. King of the South, we must now assume the worst, Meng Bai said seriously. We'll defend for 3 years and then return to the 10 nations. Together, we will resist the invasion of the demon realm. To be honest, Meng Bai didn't have much confidence in holding on for even 3 years. The most likely outcome was that Zhou Shu would live alone for 3 years. When the 10 nations martial arts tournament space reopened, Zhou Shu would be able to bring the news out. It's right to assume the worst. Zhou Shu nodded. It was good to plan ahead. Hearing Zhou Shu's words, Meng Bai became even more certain that Zhou Shu had indeed been seriously injured by Yao Lian. Otherwise, given his previous personality, he wouldn't have said this. Still, I think we should get in touch with the other nations' armies first, Zhou Shu continued. Since we are going to fight the demons, the more people we have, the better. No matter how many people there are left, it's better for everyone to gather together than to split up. I will arrange for scouts to spread out to find traces of the armies of the nations. Meng Bai nodded. However, although the area of the 10 nations martial arts tournament battlefield is not as large as the outside world, it is not small for individuals. If the armies of the various nations are still here, they will definitely be hiding. In that case, it won't be easy to find them. But they were not the only ones who wanted to find the armies of the various nations. The Demon Realm army was also looking for them. They wanted to kill all the 10 nations' armies. It could be imagined that if there were any surviving troops, they would definitely try their best to hide their tracks. After all, if they were discovered by the Demon Realm army, it would be a disaster for them. It won't be easy to find them. In that case, let them come to us. Zhou Shu pondered. Great General, what do you think we should do to let everyone in the 10 nations martial arts tournament know of our existence? Meng Bai said, well. He was confused by Zhou Shu's train of thought. If we want everyone to know, the news will have to spread. The 10 nations martial arts tournament space was not in the outside world. It was too difficult to transmit information. I wonder how those guys from the Heavenly Mountain Villa did it. The real-time changes in the armament manuals means that they can know the changes in the world's weapons in real time. If we can master their methods, it won't be difficult to find the 10 nations armies, Zhou Shu said. Meng Bai was speechless. The methods of the Heavenly Mountain Villa were unpredictable. For so many years, many people had wanted to obtain information about the Heavenly Mountain Villa, but they had never been able to. All this talk now was nonsense. It's important to contact the armies of the various nations, but there's still a problem in front of us, Meng Bai said seriously. The Demon Realm army is still stationed more than 100 kilometers outside the camp, and that great demon Yao Lian might still be around. According to the information we've discovered, the Demon Realm army is rushing from all over. Even if we don't look for the armies of the various nations, they will notice the commotion here sooner or later. Meng Bai even suspected that Yao Lian might be preparing to gather the entire Demon Realm army on the battlefield and flatten their camp in one fell swoop. Although he didn't know why Yao Lian wanted to do that, logically speaking, he didn't need so many Demon Realm troops. A 100,000 strong army was enough to kill all of them. Ignore him. Zhou Shu waved his hand. He won't dare to do anything for a month. Yao Lian had been seriously injured in the previous battle. He wouldn't recover without a month. Zhou Shu estimated that Yao Lian wouldn't dare to look for him again before he recovered. As for a month later, Zhou Shu sneered. When the time came, he could press Yao Lian to the ground with one hand. Strictly speaking, the two of them should have been evenly matched in the previous battle. Zhou Shu had a slight advantage, but it wasn't obvious. If Yao Lian hadn't been frightened by him and continued fighting, Zhou Shu would have been the one at a disadvantage once the effect of his divine ability wore off. Although he hadn't really won against Yao Lian, he had gained a lot. At least, he had figured out Yao Lian's strength. When he used his divine ability Total Annihilation and his combat strength increased by 25 times, he was basically on par with Yao Lian. If Total Annihilation increased a little, even if it was only 50 times the explosive power, Zhou Shu would still be able to defeat Yao Lian. There was no need to perfect it, which would enable him to unleash 100 times his combat strength. Yao Lian's cultivation definitely wouldn't increase much in a month, but for Zhou Shu, it wasn't difficult to raise his Total Annihilation to 50 times his combat strength in a month. The premise was that he had to forge a new black-grade Great Destroyer sword. Now, he didn't even have a ranked weapon. If he had known earlier, he would have brought the few heaven-grade weapons hidden in the storeroom with him when he came. Although these weapons were not forged by him, it was harmless to use them occasionally. If he had a heaven-grade weapon previously, Yao Lian would probably be even more severely injured. Great General, you can make arrangements for contacting the armies of the various nations and the defense of the camp. You and my big brother can do whatever you need. If you need anything, just look for Deputy Pavilion Master Shi. Those demonic beast miners in the back mountain can be mobilized at any time. Great General, you still have some forgers under you, right? Lend them to me. At the thought that he didn't even have a ranked weapon on him, Zhou Shu couldn't sit still. Not to mention anything else, he had to quickly forge the black-grade Great Destroyer sword again. He still had to rely on it to increase his divine ability Total Annihilation. Okay. What else could Meng Bai say? In this world, only the King of the South could use demonic beasts as miners. By the way, outside the camp, there's a first-rank martial artist from the demon realm lingering. I didn't dare to act rashly. Meng Bai called out to Zhou Shu, who was heading for the forging room. Chapter 364, Yao Buki, I have something important to report. 1. A first-rank demonic beast. Zhou Shu's heart skipped a beat. I'll go take a look. Outside the Huaxia Pavilion's 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament branch, Zhou Shu saw the lingering first-rank demonic beast. As expected, it was Yao Qing. He was wondering which first-rank demonic beast dared to stroll outside his camp after he had just made Yao Lian retreat. I brought what you wanted. Yao Qing looked at Zhou Shu with an extremely complicated expression. Although he hadn't returned to meet the Demon Realm army, he had also received the news. Lord Yao Lian had fought this man and temporarily retreated. Yao Qing had previously wondered if this man was no weaker than a great demon. Now, it seemed that he was indeed no weaker than a great demon. He didn't lose unjustly. The saber technique you promised me, Yao Qing said in a low voice. Don't worry. I'll keep my word. As long as you send me the ore, I'll definitely teach you saber techniques. Zhou Shu didn't expect Yao Qing to really come back to find him. It seemed Yao Qing was really obsessed with becoming stronger. Lord Yao Lian's people have been watching this place. I can't get people to deliver the ore, Yao Qing said solemnly. I'll put the excavated ore in one place. Have someone move it. Before he could finish, he saw a dark shape flying toward him. Shocked, Yao Qing erupted with a violent aura. He raised his fist and smashed forward. Swish! Yao Qing's punch missed. The feeling almost made him vomit blood. Zhou Shu was holding something in his hand and looking at Yao Qing speechlessly. You think I ambushed you with a concealed weapon? Zhou Shu said angrily. This is for you. Bring back the ore you dug out. He threw the bangle again. If he hadn't reacted quickly, Yao Qing would have destroyed the cosmic bangle with a punch. This time, Yao Qing didn't attack again. He awkwardly reached out to catch the bangle Zhou Shu threw at him. What is this? Yao Qing looked puzzled. Unlike other demonic beasts, Yao Qing wasn't averse to using weapons. He had used a saber before when fighting Zhou Shu. The grey bangle in front of him looked more like an ornament of the human race. There were also some demonesses in the demon realm who liked to wear this. Yao Qing didn't understand what Zhou Shu meant by giving him this. Activate it with your spiritual essence, Zhou Shu said. Yao Qing did as he was told and injected a stream of spiritual essence. Buzz! A translucent space appeared in front of Yao Qing, and his eyes widened. Avoid beast! Yao Qing cried out involuntarily. He came from the demon realm, so he had naturally heard of void beasts. But with his status, he couldn't have a void beast. Even in the demon realm, void beasts were extremely rare existences. Ordinary people would not usually have them. As expected of Ji Lushan's son, you saw through the principle at a glance, Zhou Shu said with a smile. That's right. This is the cosmic bangle I forged after the void beast. Use it to send over the ore you dug up, and I'll teach you a supreme saber technique. Yao Qing's expression darkened. That bastard Yao Buqi really told him everything. There's too little room for the ore I dug up. Yao Qing said coldly. Then make 2 more trips, Zhou Shu said. Yao Qing, don't think about playing any tricks with me. Otherwise, it won't matter even if your father is Ji Lushan. Yao Qing snorted and buckled the cosmic bangle on his wrist. He turned around and disappeared into the forest. Deputy Pavilion Master, Yao Qing will send some ore later. You're in charge of receiving it. Remember to take a good look. Don't be fooled by him, Zhou Shu instructed Shi Songtao after returning to the camp and then entered the forging room without looking back. Who is Yao Qing? Great Xia's first-rank martial artist, Luo Ling, looked at Shi Songtao in confusion. Could it be that the first-rank demonic beast outside is the king of the South's man? No, demon. Meng Bai said with a shocked expression. Shi Songtao rolled his eyes. This is Great Xia's god of war? A first-rank expert? What's the big deal? Yao Qing lost to our pavilion master. He admires our pavilion master's cultivation, so he's willing to be a miner and mine for our pavilion master, Shi Songtao said proudly. He was different from these country bumpkins who had never seen the world. He was the deputy pavilion master of the Huaxia pavilion and had seen the world. Aren't they just demonic beast miners? Our Huaxia pavilion has plenty of them. By the way, this Yao Qing is a human-demon hybrid. His father or mother is human, Shi Songtao added. Meng Bai, Luo Ling, and the others were all shocked. The king of the south was really unpredictable. He could even subdue such an existence. In the forging room, Zhou Shu didn't take Yao Qing seriously at all. He immediately threw himself into forging. In the previous battle, his Black Grade Great Destroyer Sword, Abyss Rainbow Sword, and Marquis of Zinting Saber were all destroyed. All things considered, he'd lost a lot in this battle. He had to make up for it with Yao Lian later. I haven't mastered the divine ability Total Annihilation. And I must forge the Black Grade Great Destroyer Sword again. Zhou Shu pondered as he smelted the forging materials. I haven't reached perfection in the Great Traversal Sword art yet either, so I need another Abyss Rainbow Sword as well. With his current cultivation, if he wanted to unleash his full strength, it was best to use a Heaven Grade weapon. At the very least, he should use an Earth Grade weapon. Chapter 365, Yao Buqi, I have something important to report, too. But Zhou Shu didn't like using weapons forged by others. Alright, he was just greedy for the reward of the legendary armament cannon. Since he was going to use the weapons to kill enemies anyway, why not earn some rewards in the process? If he relied on his own hard work to cultivate, he might not be able to master the divine ability Total Annihilation in his lifetime, let alone a sword technique that required extremely high aptitude. If there's enough time, I need to forge the Marquis of Zinting Saber again as well. The conditions for upgrading the Marquis of Zinting Saber had been unlocked. In the previous battle, before the Marquis of Zinting Saber was destroyed, he had already killed countless demonic beasts. This time, he could directly forge a Black Grade Marquis of Zinting Saber. But in that case, he wouldn't be able to obtain any more rewards from the Yellow Grade Marquis of Zinting Saber. This was also what made Zhou Shu a little depressed. In the legendary armament cannon, only one ranked weapon could bring about a reward. The Yellow Grade Marquis of Zinting Saber and the Black Grade Marquis of Zinting Saber were both Marquis of Zinting Sabers. It was impossible to reason with the legendary armament cannon, so Zhou Shu could only follow its rules. But the reward for the Yellow Grade Marquis of Zinting Saber was the Battle Spirit Tiger Soul. Although the effect was not bad, Zhou Shu didn't care too much. If it was gone, so be it. Perhaps the reward for the black-grade Marquis of Xinting saber would be better. After thinking this through, Zhou Shu activated his iron smelting hands technique and got busy. In the camp of the Huaxia Pavilion's 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament branch, a stone house's door was not locked. Yao Buki was sitting inside. A rat-like demonic beast disappeared into the air with a whoosh. Yao Buki's eyes widened. Lord Yao Lian lost? So, what do I do now? Who else can save me? Am I going to be a hostage for the rest of my life? 10,000 questions flashed through Yao Buki's mind. Actually, he was doing quite well as a hostage here. He didn't have to worry about food and drink, and no one usually came to abuse him. Recently, no one even came to watch over him. If he wanted to, no one would care if he walked around the camp. But Yao Buki had never dared to escape. First, it was because seeing Zhou Shu kill Yao Ji with his own eyes had been too shocking. Second, because his spiritual essence was sealed, even if he escaped, he probably wouldn't be able to run far. When he was captured, his outcome would probably be even worse. He had thought that when Lord Yao Lian arrived and took over this camp, he would be free. But he didn't expect that the news brought back by the Void Beast was that Lord Yao Lian had withdrawn his troops. Although the news said that the battle between Lord Yao Lian and the King of the South of Great Xia was a draw and that the Demon Realm army had retreated strategically to wait for everyone to arrive. Yao Buki knew Yao Lian very well. If he hadn't lost, with his personality, he wouldn't have temporarily retreated. Yao Buki's heart turned cold. Even Lord Yao Lian wasn't his match. If this continued, could he still be saved? No. I can't just sit here and do nothing. I'm going to become a great demon in the future. How can I die here? I must find a way to save myself. Yes, save myself. A look of determination flashed across Yao Buki's face. He rose and walked out. Yao Buki stood in the doorway and called out, "Someone, I want to see the King of the South. I have something important to report." Shi Songtao looked at Yao Buki and asked suspiciously, "What do you have to report?" Speaking of which, these demonic beast miners were so obedient that Shi Songtao almost forgot about the existence of Yao Buki. "I want to see the King of the South. I'll only speak to him." Yao Buki raised his head proudly. Who was Yao Buki? With his status, even if he was a hostage, he had to talk to someone with status. His Highness has no time for you. It's the same if you tell me. I'm the Deputy Pavilion Master of the Huaxia Pavilion. Shi Songtao said. Tch Yao Buki sneered. What Deputy Pavilion Master? You're just a steward. You have no right to talk to me. Yao Buki had seen with his own eyes how this camp was built from nothing. He knew this place better than Meng Bai and the other latecomers. He had personally witnessed how busy Shi Songtao usually was. There were only 2 people in the Huaxia Pavilion. One was the Pavilion Master, the King of the South, and the other. Swish! Yao Buki was still thinking when a fist smashed into his eye. Yao Buki's spiritual essence was sealed, and he was caught off guard. How dare you hit me? Yao Buki was furious. So what if I hit you? Shi Songtao was furious. How dare a hostage speak so rudely? Even General Meng Bai had to be polite to him. A hostage actually dared to mock him? Does he really think that I don't have a temper? I must teach you a lesson today. Although Yao Buki's spiritual essence was sealed, he was still a first-rank demonic beast, and his body was incomparably powerful. Even in the camp, he didn't dare to really hurt Shi Songtao. For a moment, anger rose in his heart. He swung his fist and fought with Shi Songtao. Swish swish swish. The sound of fists hitting flesh kept coming. Mi Ziwen and the others, who rushed over when they heard the commotion, were speechless. They originally wanted to support Shi Songtao, but looking at the scene, it didn't look like a battle at all. It was clearly a street fight. Seeing this, they were no longer worried about Shi Songtao's safety. Instead, they watched the show. The battle between the human and the demon didn't last long. Soon, Shi Songtao and Yao Buki were separated with black eyes. Let me tell you. If my spiritual essence wasn't sealed, I could kill you with one finger. Yao Buki shouted indignantly. Humph, if not for the fact that I still have to keep you mining, I would have long taken out my divine weapon and cut off your dog-like head. Shi Songtao also cursed. I have the demon deer bloodline, not a lowly demon dog bloodline. Yao Buki was furious. Mi Ziwen and the others were speechless. That's enough. Yin Weiyu couldn't take it anymore and snorted. She had rushed over after hearing the commotion. Before revealing herself, she had specially observed the situation. Seeing that Zhou Shu wasn't around, she ran out. Now, she really had no face to see Zhou Shu. It was so embarrassing. Yao Buki, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to rebel? Yin Weiyu glared at Yao Buki angrily. Yao Buki widened his eyes. After seeing Yin Weiyu, he lowered his head. This one could not be provoked. I'm looking for the king of the south. I have something important to report. He started the fight. Yao Buki pointed at Shi Songtao. Me? Are you still looking for a beating? Shi Songtao said angrily. Yao Buki's eyes widened. I'm not afraid of you. Shut up. Yin Weiyu was furious, and they all shut up. Yin Weiyu pointed at Yao Buki. If you need anything, you can tell me. That's fine. You're the king of the South's woman anyway, Yao Buki said. Before he could finish his sentence, a black shadow whizzed past. Boom. Yao Buki was embedded in a boulder. 2 tears rolled down his cheeks. Who did I offend? Why did she hit me? You can't bully demons like this. After Yin Weiyu kicked Yao Buki away, she turned around to leave with a cold expression. Everyone looked at each other, completely confused by what happened. Why don't you tell me about it? Mi Ziwen said to Yao Buki after hesitation for a moment. Who are you? Yao Buki said helplessly. I'm the sworn brother of the king of the south. He's currently in seclusion forging. If you're in a hurry to report something, you can tell me first. I'll decide if I should tell him immediately. Big brother. Some of the light returned to Yao Buki's eyes as he looked at Mi Ziwen. Mi Ziwen's forehead darkened. Don't call me big brother. I'm not your big brother. The other party was a first-rank demonic beast, while he was only a second-rank martial artist. You sound like a reasonable man. I'll tell you, Yao Buki said through gritted teeth. Tell them all to get out. What I have to say is important. Random people can't know about it. Yao Buki glanced at Shi Songtao. The contempt in his eyes made Shi Songtao furious. Chapter 366, A Fake is Just a Fake, 1. Sir me, what did that bastard Yao Buki say? Shi Songtao, standing outside the door, said indignantly when he saw Mi Ziwen come out. That bastard Yao Buki actually dared to look down on me. I, the deputy pavilion master, am the second, third, alright, maybe the fourth person in charge. In any case, he's just a captive. What right does he have to look down on me? I'll teach him a lesson sooner or later. Let's not talk about that first, Deputy Pavilion Master Shi. Let me ask you. Can we disturb second brother's forging? Mi Ziwen said solemnly. If it's really urgent, yes, Shi Songtao said. Does Yao Buki truly have important information? Yeah. Mi Ziwen nodded. Let's go find second brother together. Mi Ziwen headed to the forging room with Shi Songtao. The Huaxia Pavilion's 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament branch occupied an extremely large area. Especially after several expansions, the area surrounded by the high walls had already reached nearly 6 square kilometers. The forging room had always been the most important place in this camp. No one was allowed to approach it at will. As long as there was no battle, Mei Wushang and the others would stand guard outside the forging room. Mi Ziwen and Shi Songtao walked all the way to the forging room. Shi Songtao first knocked on the door and confirmed that Zhou Shu was not at the critical point of forging before telling him what was going on. Come on in. Zhou Shu's voice sounded. Shi Songtao pushed open the door and invited Mi Ziwen into the forging room. In the forging room, Zhou Shu's hands were red like flames as he constantly smelted forging materials. Mi Ziwen was not ignorant. He had seen forging masters and even grand craftsmen forge weapons. But this scene of forging with bare hands still shocked him. Shi Songtao was used to it. Pavilion Master, Yao Buki suddenly said that he wants to see you. He said that he has something urgent to report. I asked him, but he didn't tell me. Second brother, Mi Ziwen said. Yao Buki's identity is extraordinary. I know that, Zhou Shu said calmly. Yao Buki's identity was definitely not ordinary. Just like Yao Qing and Yao Ji, he was a first-rank demonic beast, but he had a void beast. Moreover, he had captured Yao Buki alive, and people kept coming to save him. No one clamored to avenge any of the other first-rank demonic beasts that had died at Zhou Shu's hands. All the signs showed that Yao Buki was definitely not an ordinary first-rank demonic beast. Mi Zaiwen choked and smiled wryly. Yao Buki said he wants to use a secret in exchange for his freedom. In his dreams, Zhou Shu said. He's a prisoner. What right does he have to name any conditions with us? Exactly. He hasn't figured out his own situation. We've given him too much preferential treatment. Shi Songtao echoed. I know that too. Mi Zaiwen smiled bitterly. But Yao Buki is the son of a demon king of the demon realm. The demon kings of the demon realm are similar to the emperors of the 10 nations. The secrets he can come into contact with are definitely extraordinary. And he said that the secret he has is related to the 10 imperial cauldrons. The imperial cauldrons. Zhou Shu frowned. The 10 imperial cauldrons were closely related to this 10 nations martial arts tournament space and also related to the barrier between the 10 nations continent and the demon realm. Did he say exactly what the secret was? Zhou Shu asked. No, he said he could only tell you, Mi Zaiwen said. But he said that this matter concerns the survival of the 10 nations. I think it's better to believe it to be the truth than not. Mi Zaiwen didn't know much about the imperial cauldrons. He had only just learned of their existence before entering the 10 nations martial arts tournament. But just now, Yao Buki had told him a lot about the imperial cauldrons. This was why he believed in Yao Buki. How could he not believe Yao Buki when he had said so much about the imperial cauldrons, which he himself didn't even know? He really thinks he's somebody, Zhou Shu said angrily. Okay, I'll hear what he has to say. Deputy Pavilion Master, bring Yao Buki over. Shi Songtao nodded and got up to leave. Mi Zaiwen didn't leave. Instead, he sat at the side and watched Zhou Shu forge. Zhou Shu didn't mind and continued with his work. The black Great Destroyer sword was gradually taking shape. In a few days, he should be able to complete it. Shi Songtao was very quick. Before long, he brought Yao Buki over. You have something to tell me? Zhou Shu said without looking up. Yes. King of the South, what I have to say is very confidential. Are you going to dismiss everyone? Yao Buki glanced at Shi Songtao before speaking. Say it if you want. If not, get lost, Zhou Shu said coldly. Yao Buki. This wasn't what he had expected. Didn't this general kick Shi Songtao out before? Yao Buki didn't know why, but he just didn't like Shi Songtao. It might also be because Shi Songtao, an existence that was like an ant in his eyes, actually dared to order him around. You what? Zhou Shu said coldly, if it's nothing important, don't waste my time. Am I being too lenient with you? If you think you have nothing to do, go to the back of the mountain and mine. Chapter 367, A Fake is Just a Fake, 2. Yao Buki finally realized that Zhou Shu was not Mi Zaiwen. Facing Zhou Shu, he had no room for negotiation. The key was that a fellow who could fight a great demon to a draw or even win was indeed qualified to speak to him like this. Very well. Yao Buki swallowed his anger. A wise man submitted to circumstances. He would endure this today. King of the South, do you know that your 10 nations continent is in danger? Yao Buki said solemnly. Zhou Shu looked up at him, his eyes cold. Don't make a fool of yourself with rumors you've heard, Zhou Shu said. You're a demonic beast. Isn't it good to be straightforward? Why do you have to learn from the dregs of the human race? Swish. Shi Songtao laughed. Yao Buki, did you learn your human language from a fortune teller? Yao Buki glared at Shi Songtao. Don't let me get the chance, or I'll bite you to death. I'm giving you one last chance to clear things up in 3 sentences, Zhou Shu said. If your news is of value to me, I'll consider letting you go. Yao Buki wanted to ask, why should I believe you? What if I tell you, and you don't let me go? But he didn't dare. He had been here for some time and knew that Zhou Shu had the final say in this camp. He said he'll give me a chance to say 3 sentences. If I can't make myself clear in 3 sentences, he really might tell me to get the hell out. With his strength, he has the right to be willful. In the end, with his cultivation level that could defeat Yao Lian, even if the demon realm attacked the 10 nations continent, he might not die. I'll say it. Yao Buki said. That counts as one sentence, Shi Songtao said. If looks could kill, Shi Songtao would have been cut into pieces by Yao Buki. In the past, Yao Buki would not even bother to look at a human who was not even a grandmaster. Now, this person actually looked down on him like this. A tiger, no, a deer in the plains is bullied by a dog one. Yao Buki thought hatefully. He didn't even look at Shi Songtao. Your human race's imperial cauldrons are already damaged, and cracks have appeared in the barrier of the 10 nations continent. Yao Buki said. The Demon Realm army has already gathered and is preparing to attack the 10 nations continent. The Demon Realm army that came to this world is only the vanguard. Moreover, Lord Yao Lian is carrying a secret mission. Yao Buki wasn't very proficient in human language to begin with. Now that he was worried that Zhou Shu would interrupt him, he spoke a little faster. After a series of words, he felt a little out of breath. That's it. Zhou Shu was a little disappointed. He thought there was a big secret. He had already known that the imperial cauldrons were damaged for a long time. He had even seen Great Xia's imperial cauldron with his own eyes. It was no secret that the demon realm was going to invade the 10 nations. Why else would they organize the 10 nations martial arts tournament? On the other hand, he was actually interested in the mission Yao Lian had. Yao Buki, you want your freedom in exchange for this information? You think too much of yourself, don't you? Zhou Shu laughed coldly. Deputy Pavilion Master, tell him if this is a secret. Yao Buki, listen up. Our human expert Cao Chenyang returned from the demon realm a few days ago. We already know what you just said. Shi Songtao said proudly, we even know that Great Wei colluded with your demon realm. Yao Buki was stunned. As a captive, he was not qualified to know the news Cao Chenyang brought back. No, Yao Buki struggled and said, you definitely don't know how your imperial cauldrons were damaged. Isn't it just that Great Xia tried to use its imperial cauldron to steal the power of the demon realm and lost control? Shi Songtao said disdainfully. All right, take him out, Zhou Shu said angrily. I'm busy. Mi Ziwen was a little embarrassed. He had been fooled by this demon. Wait a minute. Yao Buki shouted. There's one thing you definitely don't know. Without waiting for Zhou Shu to ask, he broke free from Shi Songtao's grip and continued, Lord Yao Lian has an imperial cauldron. What did you say? Zhou Shu frowned and finally looked up at Yao Buki. The imperial cauldrons were where the veins of the 10 nations were located, and they had always been in the hands of the rulers of the 10 nations. Previously, the emperors had used the 10 imperial cauldrons to open the space of the 10 nations martial arts tournament. If any of the imperial cauldrons were lost, it was impossible to open this battlefield space. How was it possible that Yao Lian had an imperial cauldron? To be precise, it's probably a replica of an imperial cauldron, Yao Buki said. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Lord Yao Lian to come to this world. Although there's a problem with the barrier between the two worlds, experts above the first stage of the martial Dao are still unable to pass through. Lord Yao Lian was able to pass through the barrier and come to this world because of the fake imperial cauldron. Zhou Shu and Mi Ziwen looked at each other. So that was it. No wonder no great demon had come to the battlefield space during the previous 10 nations martial arts tournaments. But this time, a great demon had suddenly descended. Where did the fake imperial cauldron come from? You demons don't have a forger, right? Zhou Shu asked. Why not? Yao Buki said. Yao Qing's father. He stopped mid-sentence. Yao Qing's father was human. You mean Ji Lushan helped forge an imperial cauldron? Zhou Shu frowned. According to what he knew before, Ji Lushan should be on the human's side. Would he help the demon realm forge an imperial cauldron? Besides, did he have the ability? The imperial cauldrons were not ordinary weapons. Even though Zhou Shu had come into contact with one before, he wouldn't be able to replicate it. Although Ji Lushan was a grand craftsman, Zhou Shu didn't think he had the ability to imitate the imperial cauldron. No, Yao Buki shook his head. I don't know where the imperial cauldron came from. My father didn't tell me. Other than allowing Yao Lian to descend into this world in advance, what other use does that fake imperial cauldron have? Zhou Shu asked. It can connect with the power of the mountains and rivers, greatly increasing Lord Yao Lian's strength, Yao Buki said. But that imperial cauldron is an imitation. It can only be used once. After using it, the cauldron will be useless. Do you mean to say that Yao Lian can only unleash his increased power once? Zhou Shu pondered. How much can it increase his strength? Unless Yao Lian's strength increased tenfold, he could still kill him. The strength of the great demon Yao Lian was about 25 times his current strength. Even if it doubled, it was only equivalent to 50 times his current combat strength. But Zhou Shu's strength was still increasing, and so was his divine ability Total Annihilation. The next time he attacked, his strength would definitely be stronger than now. Moreover, the enhancement of Total Annihilation would definitely increase. Zhou Shu didn't believe that a fake imperial cauldron could increase Yao Lian's combat strength tenfold. I'm not too sure how much more exactly, Yao Buqi said. But it must be at least 50%. Only 50%, Zhou Shu said disdainfully. He had thought that it would at least double. A fake was just a fake. Yao Buqi, your secret has no value at all, Zhou Shu said. But you seem to know your place. I'll give you another chance. There's a special type of 5 elements jade in the demon realm. If you can find me tens of thousands of kilograms of 5 elements jade, I'll return your freedom. 5 elements jade? Tens of thousands of kilograms. Yao Buqi's eyes widened. You might as well kill me. Even my life is not worth tens of thousands of kilograms of 5 elements jade. It would be better if you could snatch the replica of the imperial cauldron from Lord Yao Lian. That replica used a lot of 5 elements jade. As soon as Yao Buqi said this, he realized that he had let it slip and quickly covered his mouth. Chapter 368, The Workers Are in Trouble, The Mystery of Great Wei's Soldiers, 1. Didn't you say you don't know how that fake imperial cauldron came about? Zhou Shu said. He even knew that a large amount of 5 elements jade was used to forge the fake imperial cauldron. How could he not know how it was forged? But Zhou Shu didn't pursue this matter. After all, Yao Buqi was a demon. It was impossible for him to explain everything. Does Yao Lian have a void beast? Zhou Shu said. Even if he knew a lot of 5 elements jade was used to forge the fake imperial cauldron, it was useless. The 5 elements jade had already been forged into a weapon. It wouldn't be so easy to extract it. It wasn't that he couldn't do it, but it was too troublesome. Where would he find the time to do such a thing? Void beast. Yao Buqi tensed. Maybe, he does. His heart skipped a beat, afraid that Zhou Shu would make him hand over his void beast. Fortunately, Zhou Shu didn't mention Yao Buqi's void beast. He thought for a moment and then said, "All right, you can go back. Your news may not be helpful this time, but your attitude is good. I can't set you free, but your treatment will be better. Deputy Pavilion Master, give him more meat for every meal in the future." With that, Zhou Shu chased Yao Buqi out. Yao Buqi wanted to say something else, but Shi Songtao had already dragged him out. "Yao Buqi, you'd better stop thinking about all that nonsense," Shi Songtao said. "Be the leader of your miners obediently, and you might survive. Do you think you can fool our Pavilion Master? You heard what the Pavilion Master said. Unless you take out tens of thousands of kilograms of 5 elements jade to redeem yourself, stay here obediently." A furious expression appeared on Yao Buqi's face. 10,000 kilograms of 5 elements jade, do you think it's that easy to obtain? Although the demons of the demon realm were not proficient in forging, there were many unique forging materials in the demon realm. 5 elements jade was one of them. Shi Songtao actually didn't know what the 5 elements jade was for, but he thought it was a good forging material. Otherwise, the king wouldn't have asked for it. Speaking of which, Deputy Pavilion Master Shi really didn't think much of forging materials that weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. He felt that the king wanted too little. What he didn't know was that 5 elements jade was extremely precious even in the demon realm. Just like owning a void beast, wearing a piece of 5 elements jade was a symbol of status in the demon realm. Ordinary demons were not even qualified to come into contact with 5 elements jade. In the entire demon realm, only a few thousand kilograms of 5 elements jade were produced in a year. Tens of thousands of kilograms? The entire demon realm didn't even have that much 5 elements jade. "I can't be bothered to talk to you." Yao Buqi rolled his eyes and walked toward his cell without looking at Shi. Shi Songtao also rolled his eyes? How can a captive be so unreasonable? Although Yao Buqi's information was useless, it still provided Zhou Shu with a warning. He had a trump card. As a great demon, Yao Lian might have a trump card. He couldn't be careless. Before he made a move next time, he had to reach perfection in his divine ability Total Annihilation. With 100 times more combat power, even if Yao Lian really had a trump card, he wouldn't be afraid. If I have 5 elements Jade, I can consider upgrading the Great Destroyer Sword to Earth Grade after I perfect Total Annihilation. The Black Grade Great Destroyer Sword had more than 100 kills, and the conditions for upgrading it had been unlocked. 5 elements Jade was among the materials needed to upgrade the Great Destroyer Sword to Earth Grade. If there's a chance, I have to snatch that imitation Imperial Cauldron. Zhou Shu pondered. Although he wasn't in a hurry to upgrade the Black Grade Great Destroyer Sword to Earth Grade, 5 elements Jade was something that could only be chanced upon by luck. It was true that there was no time to break down the imitation Imperial Cauldron into forging materials on the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament battlefield. But when the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament was over and he returned to the 10 Nations continent, he would have plenty of time to extract the 5 elements Jade from it. The demon realm is full of good people. Not only do they become miners for me, but they also give me materials. In the end, they even use their lives to earn rewards for me. Zhou Shu thought for a moment and began to forge the Black Grade Great Destroyer Sword again. No matter what, the most important thing now was to forge the Black Grade Great Destroyer Sword first and then raise the realm of his divine ability Total Annihilation to perfection. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed. The Huaxia Pavilion's 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament branch was like the eye of a storm. The wind and rain raged outside, but it was calm inside. As Zhou Shu had expected, the Demon Realm army never attacked. The great demon Yao Lian never appeared either. But in the Demon Realm's camp 100 kilometers away, the number of Demon Realm soldiers was constantly increasing. At the same time, the people Meng Bai had sent began to send back good news. After persistent searching, they finally found some scattered Great Xia soldiers. And they had come into contact with other nations' surviving armies. But because of the distance, most of the survivors had yet to arrive at the camp, so there were still only so many people in the camp. These days, Meng Bai and the others had not been idle. As they reinforced the walls of the camp, they were also training their troops. War had never been a matter of one person. Zhou Shu was in charge of the great demon Yao Lian. As for the other demonic beasts, they had to bear the responsibility. They absolutely couldn't push everything to Zhou Shu alone. During this period, Yao Qing had also secretly come a few times. He had brought all the ore he had excavated with the cosmic bangle. On the last trip, Zhou Shu met him and transferred part of the heavenly saber art to him. Chapter 369, The Workers Are in Trouble, The Mystery of Great Wei's Soldiers, 2. Everything was going according to plan, like the calm before the storm. Even Meng Bai and the others had an illusion. In the past, the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament had never been like this. In the previous 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournaments, they had spent almost all 3 years fighting. This 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament was clearly dangerous, but they had actually spent such a peaceful period here. If not for the sudden rescue, the peace in the Huaxia Pavilion's 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament branch might have lasted for another half a month. Pooh! Wang Xin opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He grabbed Meng Bai's arm tightly, the joints on the back of his hand clearly visible. Great General Meng, let me see the side-by-side king. I beg you. Even when Wang Xin was surrounded by the Demon Realm army with Meng Bai, he had never begged for mercy. But now, if not for his weak body, he would have knelt down to Meng Bai. General Wang, it's not that I don't allow you to see the King of the South, but he's in seclusion forging. Meng Bai supported Wang Xin and injected spiritual essence into his body. Tell me what happened first? Didn't you go to find the main force of the Great Qin army? How did you end up like this? Meng Bai asked in confusion. Previously, Wang Xin and Meng Bai had been surrounded by the Demon Realm army. Later, when the Demon Realm army retreated, Wang Xin also parted ways with the Great Xia army. When they separated, Wang Xin's cultivation had already broken through to the 3rd rank of the Martial Dao, the Grand Master realm. Moreover, at the time, he had more than 1,000 elite soldiers under him. The Demon Realm army's attention was on Zhou Shu. Meng Bai thought that he would be able to find Great Qin's main army successfully. He hadn't expected him to suddenly come to the camp alone and be seriously injured. We were ambushed by a human army. All my brothers died in battle except me. Wang Xian's eyes were red and swollen, and 2 streams of blood tears flowed down. He gritted his teeth and said hatefully, "Our great Qin soldiers can die in the hands of demonic beasts, but we shouldn't die under the blades of traitors. We shouldn't. They are all great men." "Traitors?" Meng Bai frowned. "Who attacked you?" "Great Wei soldiers." Wang Xian gritted his teeth. "Great Wei?" Meng Bai's frown deepened. "That's impossible. Someone saw with their own eyes that the Great Wei army was completely wiped out." "I'm certain," Wang Xian said. "Even if they turn to ashes, I'll recognize them. I thought that in the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament, all the grudges in the outside world could be temporarily put aside. Unfortunately, I was too naive and trusted those Great Wei soldiers wrongly." Wang Xian raised his hand and slapped himself twice. "I deserve to die." Meng Bai stopped Wang Xian from hurting himself and said solemnly, "There's something fishy about this. Someone saw that the Great Wei army was completely wiped out, but you encountered the Great Wei soldiers." Meng Bai pondered. "General Wang, how many Great Wei soldiers did you encounter?" The armies of the various nations in the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament had been scattered by the Demon Realm army. In theory, it wasn't impossible for a remnant Great Wei army to survive. But it was just a small possibility. Meng Bai didn't have enough information to determine what had gone wrong. 2,000. Wang Xian said. "I had 1,000 elite soldiers under me. Their numbers were exactly twice mine. Great Qin's elite soldiers were unparalleled." It was also because Wang Xian was confident that his people would have no problem fighting 1 to 2 that he didn't take the Great Wei soldiers seriously. He didn't expect that when they encountered a Demon Realm army, the Great Wei soldiers actually launched a sneak attack from behind while they were fighting hard to kill the demonic beasts, causing his people to die. If not for the fact that Wang Xian's cultivation had already broken through to the 3rd rank of the martial Dao, he would probably have died there. 2,000 Great Wei soldiers, Meng Bai pondered for a moment before suddenly raising his head and saying in a deep voice, "Zaiwen, call Sun Gongping over." "Yes." Mi Zaiwen hurried away. A moment later, he returned. "Teacher, Sun Gongping isn't in the camp. 2 days ago, he went out to kill demons and hasn't returned yet." Mi Zaiwen looked uncomfortable. He whispered, "Teacher, is it possible that?" Logically speaking, there shouldn't be such a possibility, but Mi Zaiwen was now suspicious. Meng Bai shook his head and said nothing. "General Wang, take a rest for now. You're seriously injured. Don't get too agitated," Meng Bai said to Wang Xian. "I'm going to see the King of the South now. I'll tell him in detail." Wang Xian still wanted to say something, but Meng Bai exerted force with both hands and pressed him back down. Then with a squeeze of his fingers, Wang Xian fell unconscious. "Have someone keep an eye on him. Zaiwen, get Shi Songtao and come along." Meng Bai's expression was solemn. Mi Zaiwen got someone to take care of Wang Xian and walked with Meng Bai toward the forging room where Zhou Shu was in seclusion. They had just arrived outside the forging room when the door creaked open, and Zhou Shu walked out. "How did you know I was coming out of seclusion?" Zhou Shu was surprised to see Meng Bai and the other two. "Second brother, we have something important to discuss with you," Mi Zaiwen said. "What is it?" Zhou Shu leaned the great destroyer sword against the ground and placed his hands on the hilt. Shi Songtao also looked at Mi Zaiwen and Meng Bai in confusion. He had been summoned by Mi Zaiwen in a hurry and still didn't know what was going on. "King of the South, do you remember when I told you that Great Wei and Great Chen had been completely wiped out?" Meng Bai said with a sunken voice. "I remember," Zhou Shu said. "Another nation was wiped out?" "No." Meng Bai shook his head. "Just now, Great Qin's Wang Xian arrived with serious injuries. 1,000 of the Great Qin's elite soldiers under him died in battle. Is Wang Xian still alive?" Zhou Shu's expression tightened. Wang Xian was the most powerful worker under him. It would be a pity if he died. "He's still alive, but badly injured," Meng Bai said. "As long as he's alive." Zhou Shu heaved a sigh of relief. "Did they encounter the Demon Realm army?" Zhou Shu could tell that something was wrong with Meng Bai and Mi Zaiwen. War had been ongoing in the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament. It was very common for people to die in battle. He didn't understand why Meng Bai and Mi Ziwen had come to tell him this. It's related to the Demon Realm army, but the reason why Wang Xian's soldiers died was because they were ambushed by Great Wei's soldiers. Meng Bai said with a sunken voice. Great Wei's soldiers? The Great Wei army? Zhou Shu was stunned. He finally understood why Meng Bai had asked him if he remembered that Great Wei had been completely wiped out. General, are you saying that Great Wei was not completely wiped out but that they brazenly became traitors? Zhou Shu said curiously. It's hard to say if they did so brazenly. Wang Xin was able to escape alive because he had broken through recently. Otherwise, he would have died on the spot. Then, no one would know that Great Wei's soldiers ambushed them. Meng Bai shook his head. I'm wondering now if the Great Wei soldiers who ambushed Wang Xin and the others are the remaining Great Wei army, or if the news of the Great Wei army being completely wiped out is fake. Fake? How is that possible? Didn't Sun Gongping bring this news back? As soon as Zhou Shu said this, he realized that something was wrong. Great General, do you suspect Sun Gongping? That's impossible. Zhou Shu said firmly. He had known Sun Gongping for a long time. It was absolutely impossible for Sun Gongping to be on the Demon Realm's side, let alone cooperate with Great Wei. I don't think that's possible either, Meng Bai said grimly. I hope I'm wrong. Deputy Pavilion Master Shi, Sun Gongping went out to kill demons 2 days ago. Did he get any weapons from you? Shi Songtao was the Deputy Pavilion Master of the Huaxia Pavilion and also the steward of this camp. He was in charge of all the military supplies. Young Marquis Sun. Shi Songtao realized the seriousness of the problem. He thought for a moment and said, before leaving the camp, he took away 2 cosmic bangles, a number of standard weapons, and a dark cloud armor set. Oh right, there's also the secret medicinal pill that Her Highness gave him. Chapter 370, I'll take you to kill some enemies, 1. Why did you let him take all that stuff? Mi Ziwen said grimly. Shi Songtao also felt a little wronged. Young Marquis Sun is a good friend of the Pavilion Master. Moreover, he said that when he goes out to kill demons, he'll also have to receive other survivors and bring more things. He wanted to be prepared. How could I have thought? Sun Gongping was not an ordinary person. He was more than acquaintances with Zhou Shu, and he was the only son of Marquis Wei Yiwen of Great Xia. For all intents and purposes, Shi Songtao had no reason to doubt him. Mi Ziwen knew this too. Not to mention Shi Songtao, neither he nor Meng Bai doubted Sun Gongping. When Sun Gongping said that he had personally seen the annihilation of Great Wei's army, they believed him without any doubt. It wasn't just them. Even Zhou Shu didn't ask much when he heard that Sun Gongping had brought the news back. None of them believed that there were any problems with what Sun Gongping said. But now, it seemed that the person they all felt was fine might have lied. Things may not be as you think, Zhou Shu said solemnly. It's not suspicious that Sun Gongping took away more military supplies. Moreover, although he said that he saw with his own eyes that the Great Wei army was wiped out, we can't rule out the possibility that some Great Wei soldiers survived. That's certainly possible. Meng Bai nodded. Now, we just have to wait and see if Sun Gongping comes back to the camp. Meng Bai couldn't imagine why Sun Gongping would betray Great Xia. To be honest, it didn't seem to make much sense for him to tell Great Xia that Great Wei had been completely wiped out. As for the military supplies taken, these things were indeed some of Great Xia's secrets, but they were nothing in the 10 Nations martial arts tournament. A few standard weapons and a few essence cleansing pills wouldn't change the overall situation. There's another way, Zhou Shu said in a low voice. Find the Great Wei soldiers who ambushed Wang Xin, and we'll know if the Great Wei army was completely wiped out. Meng Bai and Mi Ziwen looked at each other. Only Zhou Shu could say something like this. The area of the 10 Nations martial arts tournament battlefield space was not small, and there were demon realm armies everywhere. It wouldn't be easy to find them. What about Wang Xin? Zhou Shu asked before Meng Bai and Mi Ziwen could speak. Out front. He's quite badly injured, Meng Bai said. It doesn't matter as long as he's not dead, Zhou Shu said. Big brother, lend me your 100 Wars armored army. Deputy Pavilion Master, inform Mei Wushang and the others to prepare for battle. King of the South, you, Meng Bai was shocked. There was a demon realm army stationed outside the camp. Over the past few days, the number of demon realm soldiers had probably exceeded 100,000. Not to mention how many powerhouses there were within the Demon Realm army. Since the Demon Realm army can attack our human armies, we can do the same, Zhou Shu said indifferently. Yao Lian's injuries won't heal for a month. As long as he hasn't recovered, he won't appear to fight me. Moreover, the Demon Realm army was stationed 100 kilometers away. Zhou Shu only needed to bring a small group of people and wouldn't attract too much attention. Over the past few days, there had been people entering and exiting the camp, but the Demon Realm army didn't take any action. They might not care how many people came to this camp. After all, after the Demon Realm army gathered, no matter how many people there were, they would kill them all. Actually, it would be more convenient for Zhou Shu to move alone. But he could gain rewards by bringing some workers along with him. This time, the people he planned to bring along were all workers equipped with the weapons he had forged himself. Zhou Shu went straight to where Wang Xin was recuperating. Without any hesitation, he stuffed a breakthrough pill into Wang Xin's mouth. Wang Xin was now a third-rank martial artist. It was a waste to take the breakthrough pill, but Zhou Shu didn't have the time to wait for him to recover slowly. Since he was going to farm rewards, this most powerful worker was indispensable. Wang Xin groaned and woke up. He had just opened his eyes when he heard a familiar voice. Wang Xin, if I take you to take revenge, can you still fight? Wang Xin felt a warm current flow through his entire body. He seemed to have seen his dead brothers. With tears in their eyes, Wang Xin roared, yes. That's good. Let's go. I'll take you to kill some enemies. Zhou Shu was already walking out of the camp. Wang Xin looked at Zhou Shu's back, his eyes blurry. He jumped up and staggered after Zhou Shu. At first, he staggered and might fall at any moment. But after a few steps, Wang Xin walked more and more steadily, as if the strength in his body was gradually recovering. When he followed Zhou Shu out of the camp, Wang Xin's back was already straight, and his footsteps had become steady and strong. He no longer looked like he had been seriously injured. Meng Bai and Mi Ziwen looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. What kind of war is this? You don't care about anything? Teacher, what should we do? Zhou Shu was only leading a few hundred people out of the camp. Mi Ziwen didn't know if he should follow. What should we do? Meng Bai rolled his eyes. How would I know? According to the art of war, they shouldn't leave the camp now. But the King of the South was not someone to be reasoned with. Besides, when did the King of the South ever talk about common sense? The impossible became possible when it came to him. Chapter 371, I'll take you to kill some enemies, too. We won't do anything. Meng Bai said. Proceed as planned. Reinforce the camp. No one is to leave the camp without my orders. Before Meng Bai could finish speaking, he saw a group of armed people walking out of the camp. The group was composed of women, and the leader was Lu Wen's Huang. Meng Bai's face darkened. In a flash, he was already in front of Lu Wen's Huang. General Lu, what do you want to do? Meng Bai said coldly. Me. Lu Wen's Huang said calmly. Help the King of the South kill enemies. Nonsense. Get back. Meng Bai shouted. The King of the South has the ability. If you go out, you'll be courting death. Since they can't, how about me? Lu Wen's Huang didn't retort. After all, Meng Bai was the commander-in-chief of the three armies and could be considered her superior. She was a little aloof, but there was nothing wrong with her brain. I'm already a first-rank martial artist. I can help him. A sharp sword chi rose from Lu Wenshuang's body. She was already a first-rank martial artist. I forbid it. Meng Bai felt his chest tighten. It was too difficult to guide this batch of young people. One by one, their cultivation levels rose rapidly as if they had eaten magical pills. Aside from Zhou Shu, Lu Wen's Huang should be the youngest first-rank martial artist now. Stay in the camp obediently. Meng Bai shouted. Guard this camp well. It will help the King of the South. Don't cause trouble for him. Lu Wen's Huang frowned and was silent for a long time before leading her subordinates back. Meng Bai rubbed his glabella. These people's cultivation levels were not lower than his, but they were extremely headstrong. It was really a headache to manage them. He could tell that Lu Wen's Huang might have listened to his orders on the surface but not necessarily behind his back. There were too many ways for a first-rank martial artist to slip out. Meng Bai couldn't keep an eye on her all the time. Let her be. In any case, as a first-rank martial artist, as long as she doesn't encounter Yao Lian and isn't surrounded by the Demon Realm army, her life shouldn't be in danger. Wang Xin, where did you meet the Great Wei soldiers? Zhou Shu led Wang Xin, Mei Wusheng, and the others through the forest. The mountain road was difficult to walk on, but it was nothing to everyone who was a ranked martial artist. After consuming the breakthrough pill, Wang Xin had directly broken through to the second rank of the martial Dao. After being reborn, his injuries were constantly healing. Holding the Overlord spear behind his back, Wang Xin was brimming with killing intent. After the valley ahead and 2 more hills before we reach it. That was where he had been ambushed by the Great Wei soldiers. But they might not still be there, Your Highness. I know. Zhou Shu nodded. Of course, he knew the other party wouldn't stay at the crime scene. But with so many people, there were bound to be some tracks left. The men he'd brought with him were good at tracking. Wusheng, you and General Wang continue on your way. I'll go take a look first. Zhou Shu instructed Mei Wusheng to continue leading the way. With a light step, he suddenly disappeared. Divine ability, unstoppable for 1,000 miles. Even Wang Xin, Mei Wusheng, and the others could no longer capture Zhou Shu with their naked eyes. They only felt a breeze before Zhou Shu disappeared. They all looked at each other, then hurried on. Zhou Shu moved like lightning, instantly crossing hundreds of kilometers. Then he changed directions and flew hundreds of kilometers in another direction. This happened several times, and he had already searched a radius of hundreds of kilometers. When Zhou Shu used his divine ability unstoppable for 1,000 miles, all his strength was converted into speed, and his speed had already reached an unimaginable level. He covered hundreds of kilometers in an instant. Finding someone at such a speed was equivalent to cheating. Mei Wusheng and Wang Xin had only walked a short distance when Zhou Shu suddenly appeared in front of them again. Mei Wusheng, Wang Xin, and the others all had the illusion that Zhou Shu had never left. This way. Zhou Shu pointed. The Great Wei soldiers are hidden in a valley over there. Unlike you mentioned, there are more than 2,000 of them. There are about 5,000 soldiers. Zhou Shu's expression was a little ugly. 5,000 Great Wei soldiers didn't scare him. But with such a large number of Great Wei soldiers, he didn't believe that they were just survivors. It was obvious now that Sun Gongping was lying when he said that the Great Wei army had been completely wiped out. Why would he do that? Zhou Shu really wanted to find Sun Gongping and ask him personally if he had really joined the Demon Realm's side. What did Sun Gongping want to do by helping Great Wei conceal the existence of the Great Wei army? Zhou Shu was a little angry now, so the consequences were serious. These 5,000 Great Wei soldiers were doomed. 5,000? Wang Xin was shocked. Previously, he had 1,000 elite soldiers from Great Qin, but they were ambushed by 2,000 Great Wei soldiers. In the end, all of them died in battle. Now, there were only hundreds of Great Xia soldiers. It was not that Wang Xin looked down on Great Xia but that Great Qin soldiers were the strongest soldiers in the world. If they couldn't do it, could the soldiers of Great Xia do it? Moreover, there were 5,000 Great Wei soldiers. Zhou Shu glanced at Wang Xin. Scared out of your wits? No. Wang Xin raised his head. Isn't it just 5,000 Wei soldiers? I can kill them alone. Wang Xin's injuries had also mostly recovered, and he now felt unprecedentedly powerful. It was just 5,000 Great Wei soldiers. What was there to be afraid of? Even if the Great Xia soldiers fail, I, Wang Xin, can kill them all. Everyone, kill as much as you want later. Whoever kills the most enemies will be rewarded with a cosmic bangle. Zhou Shu said. The 100 War's armored army soldiers were in an uproar. They knew what the cosmic bangle was. It was a divine artifact with its own space. Currently, in the Great Xia army, only Meng Bai, Mi Ziwen, and a few other generals were qualified to have one. Not even Mei Wusheng was qualified to have one. They didn't even dare to think about such a divine artifact. Now, the king actually said that the reward for killing the most enemies was a cosmic bangle. They would give their all. The group of 100 War's armored army soldiers shouted. Cosmic bangles were priceless, and they might not even be able to be bought with money. If they could really obtain one, it could definitely be passed down to their descendants as a family heirloom. Kill! The 100 battle armor-piercing soldiers, whose fighting spirits had been stimulated, rushed into the valley from the hillside like ferocious tigers. Before the 5,000 Great Way soldiers hidden in the valley could react, dozens of them had already been killed. But they reacted quickly and rapidly counterattacked, surrounding the hundreds of 100 War's armored army. Wang Xin, a fully armored Great Way general with a bronze mask on his face, said coldly, "How dare you come back? I came back to kill you." Wang Xin shouted, and the Overlord's spear shot out like a dragon, sending several Great Way soldiers flying. The tip of the spear pointed at the Great Way general. "Today, I will avenge my brothers who died in vain." Wang Xin charged at the Great Way general with his spear. This Great Way general was not an ordinary person. With a cold shout, he slashed at Wang Xin. The Overlord's spear you forged effectively completed a kill. The God of War catalog has improved by 10%. The 100 refinements ring pommel saber you forged effectively completed a kill. The heavenly saber art has improved by 30%. The horse slaying saber you forged effectively completed a kill. Your spiritual essence cultivation has improved by 10%. The spring embroidered saber you forged effectively completed a kill. The visualization of the 5 mountains true form has improved by 10%. The black grade Great Destroyer sword you forged effectively completed a kill. Divine ability total annihilation has improved. A barrage of messages flashed before Zhou Shu's eyes, and waves of power surged in his body. He carried the Great Destroyer sword and strolled through the army. With a casual slash, several Great Way soldiers fell. Among these 5,000 Great Way soldiers, there were no first-rank experts. The strongest was only the general fighting with Wang Xin, a second-rank martial artist. There were not many 100 War's armored army soldiers, but they were all wearing dark cloud armor. The Great Way soldiers couldn't hurt them. Even though there were many of them, they were instantly at a disadvantage. Zhou Shu was overjoyed. He could help Wang Xin take revenge and increase his strength. Why not? A sword beam suddenly descended from the sky and directly minced more than 10 Great Way soldiers into pieces. Zhou Shu's eyes widened, and he shouted furiously. Lu Wen's Huang! Stop! Chapter 372, Call me senior sister, and I'll call you master's wife. 1. Lu Wen's Huang stood there in a daze, her mind blank. I'm here to help. Did I do something wrong? She began to feel apprehensive. Did she kill the wrong man? Stand aside. Zhou Shu's figure flashed, and he was already beside Lu Wen's Huang. He grabbed her collar and threw her out of the battlefield. Oh my god, how many Great Way soldiers did her sword kill? What a waste! Zhou Shu's heart ached. Did Lu Wen's Huang have any weapons he forged? Why was she here to cause trouble? She had killed people, but he didn't get any rewards. When Lu Wen's Huang regained her senses, she had already been thrown onto a hill. There was a flash of grievance in her eyes. I really came to help. In the valley, the fighting continued. The 100 War's armored army soldiers kept falling, but they would immediately get up. The dark cloud armor was indeed like a cheat. Fatal attacks would only cause them light injuries, and weaker attacks would be blocked. But the weapons in their hands could deal fatal damage to the Great Way soldiers. By the time they reached the back, the Great Way soldiers had already begun to collapse. And with Zhou Shu around, they didn't even have a chance to escape. The black grade Great Destroyer sword had sealed off all their escape routes. Die! Wang Xin roared angrily, and his entire body erupted. He was like a god descending to the world. The Overlord's spear transformed into a swimming dragon and nailed the Great Way general to the ground. Wang Xin was indeed the best worker. He had just broken through to the second rank of the martial Dao, but he could actually kill an opponent of the same rank one-on-one. The Great Way general was clearly already a second-rank martial artist, but he was overwhelmed by Wang Xin's aura and ended up dying. Brothers, I have avenged you. Wang Xin raised his head and roared as tears flowed down his cheeks. He waved his arms, and the Overlord's spear began to move through the crowd. What kind of scene was it for a crazy second-rank martial artist to kill wantonly in a crowd? Zhou Shu saw it this time. The Overlord's spear you forged effectively completed a kill. The God of War catalog has improved by 10%. The Overlord's spear you forged effectively completed a kill. The God of War catalog has improved by 20%. The messages in front of Zhou Shu almost formed a line. Zhou Shu could even clearly feel his strength increase. This feeling even made him feel slightly intoxicated. Boom! Zhou Shu slashed out with the black Great Destroyer sword and continued to improve his divine ability Total Annihilation. Then he retreated to the side. He would only attack if someone tried to escape. Otherwise, he would watch Wang Xin, Mei Wusheng, and the others fight in the valley. Lu Wen's Huang, who had been thrown to the hill by Zhou Shu, felt shocked as she watched the battle in the valley. There were only a few hundred people on one side, but there were 5,000 on the other. The gap between them was several times greater, but the side with more people was actually being slaughtered. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Lu Wen's Huang wouldn't even dare to believe it. The dark cloud armor is too abnormal? She thought. The one-sided massacre didn't last long. By the time Zhou Shu reacted and wanted to question someone alive, all the Great Wei soldiers on the field had been killed. Wang Xin alone had slaughtered more than 100 people. The lethality of a crazy second-rank martial artist was simply unimaginable. Moreover, he had hundreds of invulnerable comrades. Seeing Wang Xin kneel and roar, Zhou Shu didn't disturb him. After getting his revenge, Wang Xin really needed to vent. "What are you doing here?" Zhou Shu said without looking back when he heard Lu Wen's Huang come behind him. Plop! Zhou Shu heard a soft sound. He turned around and saw Lu Wen's Huang kneeling on the ground. Zhou Shu looked surprised. "What are you doing?" "Master, please accept my bow." Lu Wen's Huang kowtowed seriously. Zhou Shu could even see her snow-white skin through her collar. Of course, that scene couldn't help appearing in his mind. Despite being slender, her figure was very good. Her waist was narrow, and her skin was as fair as white porcelain. Although she wasn't very big, they were perfectly shaped. Zhou Shu felt his entire body heat up. He quickly shook his head and interrupted his thoughts. "Are you crazy?" Zhou Shu said. The lines on Lu Wenshuang's back were perfect, especially the knot at her waist, making her waist look even more slender. "I'm not crazy." Lu Wen's Huang knelt on the ground and straightened her back. "I learned your God of War catalog. According to the rules, I will acknowledge you as my master." The God of War catalog. Zhou Shu frowned. "You still remember the God of War catalog?" "I recorded the God of War catalog before your divine ability lost its effect. I know this is wrong. If I have to be beaten or punished, I'll accept it." Lu Wenshuang's expression was as cold as usual as she spoke. "From now on, you're my master. I'll do anything you ask." Zhou Shu opened his mouth dry. Logically, he should be angry. But for some reason, he couldn't bring himself to be angry. "She secretly learned my cultivation technique. I must not allow this. I can't spare her." Zhou Shu was furious, and evil rose from his guts. He picked Lu Wen's Huang up and arrived on the other side of the hill in a flash. Chapter 373, Call me senior sister, and I'll call you master's wife, too. Then there seemed to be a faint slapping sound in the air. Mei Wusheng's expression was serious as he looked straight ahead and ordered, "Clean up the battlefield. Tally up the situation." Zhou Shu pressed Lu Wen's Huang against his knee, and his big hand kept falling on her butt. He hit her dozens of times before letting go of her. Lu Wen's Huang stood there and wanted to cover her back with her hands, but she was embarrassed. As aloof as she was, her eyes flashed with embarrassment. For some reason, she didn't feel any hatred at all. Instead, she felt a tingling sensation in her body. It was strange but somehow endearing. "Master." Lu Wen's Huang opened her mouth, her voice unusually soft and gentle. When she heard her tone, even she was shocked. "If you acknowledge me as your master, will your and the Grand Minister's master agree?" Zhou Shu felt comfortable when Lu Wen's Huang called him her master. If he remembered correctly, Lu Wen's Huang and Yan Huiyu came from the same sect lineage, so they should have a master. "My master has passed away," Lu Wen's Huang said. "Even if he was still alive, he wouldn't stop me from choosing another master." "He passed away." Zhou Shu was originally curious about what kind of person could take Yan Huiyu and Lu Wen's Huang as their master. He had been in Great Xia for so long, but he had never seen him before. So, he was dead. "It's a pity I can't meet such a character. What can I do?" Zhou Shu sighed. "There's no problem accepting you as my disciple. Zhou Shu looked at Lu Wen's Huang, a strange feeling remained on his palm. But you're at most an in-name disciple now. If I'm not satisfied, I'll kick you at any time and take back the God of War catalog. Do you understand? In-name disciple. Lu Wen's Huang nodded. Don't worry, master. I won't disappoint you. I'll definitely fulfill all your instructions. Lu Wenshuang's expression was serious. She had never failed in anything since she was young. She believed that she would become a proper disciple sooner or later. Zhou Shu coughed lightly and turned to walk to the other side of the hill. Mei Wushang, Wang Xin, and the others were still there. Lu Wenshuang quickly followed. The spot where she was hit felt a little uncomfortable, which made the way she walked slightly strange. The two of them returned to the battlefield one after another. Lu Wenshuang seemed to have returned to when she was on a diplomatic mission to Great Xia. She stood quietly behind Zhou Shu like a guard or a maid. How are the casualties? Zhou Shu asked in response to Mei Wushang's slightly dark gaze. The brothers all suffered some minor injuries, but they're fine. Mei Wushang said briefly. In fact, some of their injuries were not that minor. The dark cloud armor could withstand attacks, but the impact of the attacks couldn't be completely eliminated. They basically had no external injuries, but the internal injuries were slightly more tricky. Still, it was a miracle that no one had died. Minor internal injuries were nothing on a battlefield like this. In this battle, we killed 4,967 Great Wei soldiers and won a great victory. Mei Wushang said with some excitement. When they returned to Great Xia, all of them would be able to brag about this battle record for the rest of their lives. The difference in numbers was several times greater than theirs. They had completely wiped out the enemy, and none of their soldiers had died. Such an achievement could be said to be a legend. Who killed the most enemies? Zhou Shu nodded, very satisfied. This trip has been rewarding. 5,000 enemies brought his strength up a notch. The people Zhou Shu brought this time were all equipped with weapons he had personally forged. Every time they killed someone, they would bring him benefits from the legendary armament cannon. After the battle, his strength had improved greatly. The heavenly saber art, the visualization of the five mountains' true form, the riding on cloud and wind technique, and the God of War catalog had all improved greatly. In particular, his spiritual essence cultivation had naturally reached the second rank of the martial Dao. No one would believe that Zhou Shu had killed first-rank demonic beasts like cutting melons and vegetables even though his spiritual essence cultivation had only been at the third rank. Even now, his spiritual essence cultivation was still only at the second rank. This was also why Zhou Shu had been somewhat restrained when facing the dozen or so first-rank demonic beasts last time. His main combat strength now was in the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique and the Golden Bell Shield Technique. These two cultivation techniques were both close combat cultivation techniques, and his long-range attacks were limited. At the second rank, my overall strength has increased by at least 30% compared to before, Zhou Shu thought. This 30% must not be underestimated. With his current strength, even if it was just a slight increase, it was already a huge difference. A 30% difference was already comparable to someone breaking through a major realm. If Zhou Shu encountered Yao Lian again, he was confident that he could suppress Yao Lian unscathed. Of course, this was assuming Yao Lian had no other trump cards. But it was clearly impossible. As far as he knew, Yao Lian had a trump card, which was the imitation Imperial Cauldron. The one who killed the most enemies was General Wang Xin, Mei Wushang said. Wang Xin? He doesn't count. Zhou Shu shook his head. Although Wang Xin had once again defended his title as the strongest worker, Zhou Shu had already given him a breakthrough pill before coming, so he could forget about other rewards. I'm more than content to take revenge. Wang Xin knew very well how much he had benefited. Breaking through to the second rank had saved him more than 10 years of effort. How could he dare to think about anything else? Then, it's me. Mei Wushang scratched his head sheepishly. Good job. Zhou Shu laughed and casually threw out a cosmic bangle. This is yours. Mei Wushang was overjoyed and put the cosmic bangle on his wrist lovingly. He was a big muscular man, but he had a bangle on his wrist. Instead of laughing, the others looked envious. It was a cosmic bangle. Everyone has contributed to this battle. Everyone will be heavily rewarded. Zhou Shu raised his voice. I promise that each of you will have a ranked weapon forged especially for you. The crowd fell silent. A moment later, everyone cheered. Most of the 100 Wars armored army had cultivation levels within the lower 3 ranks. Before this, they had yet to possess a ranked weapon of their own. But let me make this clear first. In the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament, the Huaxia Pavilion has limited manpower. You will have to take turns to get your ranked weapon, Zhou Shu added. They didn't care. They didn't mind waiting. This would be faster than saving up to buy a ranked weapon. Seeing everyone cheer, Zhou Shu nodded slightly. What honest workers! I'll slowly equip them with ranked weapons and let them continue working for me. After rewarding everyone with their spoils, they set off on their way back. On the way back, they encountered a few more Demon Realm soldiers, but there weren't many of them. With Wang Xian and Mei Wusheng, 2 fierce generals, Zhou Shu didn't even need to do anything himself. There were several times when Lu Wenzhuang wanted to attack, but Zhou Shu scolded her. She wasn't even a worker. What right did she have to attack? The group successfully returned to the camp. Yin Weiu was waiting nervously on the wall. After learning that Lu Wenzhuang had secretly left the camp to look for Zhou Shu, Yin Weiu couldn't sit still. She was extremely worried. Originally, she was still a little embarrassed to see Zhou Shu. But now, she couldn't care less. If someone beat her to it, it would be too late. Yin Weiu flew to Zhou Shu and Lu Wenzhuang and shouted angrily, "Little senior sister Lu! In the future, you can call me senior sister, and I'll call you master's wife. We'll take this separately," Lu Wenzhuang said calmly. Yin Weiu, who was about to denounce her, was stunned, her mouth wide open. What did you say? He's my master now. If you don't want to be my master's wife, forget it. Lu Wenzhuang pointed at Zhou Shu. Yin Weiu's face turned red. Zhou Shu glanced at Yin Weiu, and the scene from back then naturally appeared in his mind. This wife is very acceptable. Chapter 374, You want benefits just because you call me master? There is no free lunch in the world. 1. Yin Weiu disappeared from the camp with a whoosh, leaving behind only a graceful back view with a slight fragrance. The princess didn't have a strong heart like Lu Wenzhuang. She was so embarrassed that she couldn't face anyone. Until Yin Weiu disappeared, everyone still didn't know what had happened. Senior sister? Master's wife? What was all this? Meng Bai shook his head and looked at Zhou Shu. King of the South, the Great Wei soldiers. Killed, Zhou Shu said. 5,000 Great Wei soldiers, not a single one left. Zhou Shu was brimming with killing intent. They are indeed colluding with the demon realm. Moreover, I feel that there are more than these 5,000 Great Wei soldiers. The scope of his search was not large. Judging from the various clues, there should still be a lot of Great Wei troops left. That's a problem. Meng Bai pondered and said, the other nations don't know about this situation. It's very easy for them to be ambushed like General Wang Xian. In a battle, if their teammates caught them off guard and suddenly stabbed them in the back, most of them would be overturned. Damn it! Anger flashed across everyone's faces. The people of the demon realm were not of the same race, so there was nothing wrong with fighting to the death. However, the people of Great Wei were clearly humans, but they colluded with the demon realm and secretly harmed their own race. They were simply more detestable and hateful than the demon realm. If there's a chance, just kill them all, Zhou Shu said very calmly. In his eyes, the Great Wei army was just leeks waiting to be cut. There was no need to get angry. Everyone looked at Zhou Shu. The king of the south was so violent. But these people did deserve to be killed. General, when I was looking for the whereabouts of the Great Wei soldiers, I saw a few places where the other nations' armies were hiding. Send someone to welcome them, Zhou Shu said. Previously, he had used his divine ability Unstoppable for 1,000 miles to search a radius of hundreds of kilometers. During this period, he had seen some human troops hiding, but he didn't have the patience to pick them up one by one. In any case, Yao Lian's army didn't dare to move easily now, so he left these tasks to Meng Bai. King of the South, give me their location. I'll arrange for someone to meet them. Meng Bai nodded. He hesitated, then asked, Sun Gongping. Zhou Shu shook his head. He didn't see Sun Gongping. He didn't know if he was already out of his search range or if he was hiding well enough. Don't worry about him for now. No matter why Sun Gongping had lied about the information, this matter actually didn't affect the camp much. This matter will come to light sooner or later. What we need to do now is to quickly contact the armies of the various nations and counterattack the Demon Realm army. Zhou Shu spoke matter-of-factly, but Meng Bai and the others were not so optimistic. It was easier said than done to counterattack the Demon Realm army. Even if Zhou Shu could defeat the great demon Yao Lian, the remaining million demonic beasts would be a problem. Their numbers were at least 10 times that of the human armies. Moreover, the individual strength of the Demon Realm army was also above that of the human armies. No matter how strong an individual was, they couldn't fight against a million soldiers alone. Unless all the human troops could wear the dark cloud armor. But how could that be possible? Meng Bai already found it unbelievable that he could gather 1,000 dark cloud armor sets. He absolutely didn't believe that Zhou Shu could forge 100,000 dark cloud armor sets in 3 years. Not to mention 100,000, even 10,000 was impossible. Even now, he didn't believe that the 1,000 sets of dark cloud armor were forged by Zhou Shu at the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament. He had always thought that Zhou Shu had forged them long ago and placed them in cosmic bangles, but he had only taken them out now. He could understand Zhou Shu's concerns. After all, the dark cloud armor was a strategic resource that shouldn't be taken out so easily. Meng Bai himself would have made the same choice. If not for the fact that the situation on the battlefield was too serious, he wouldn't have taken out the dark cloud armor. Zhou Shu instructed them before entering the forging room. Everyone was already used to his hands-off attitude. In any case, there was no shortage of manpower in the camp now. There was Shi Songtao for ordinary matters, Meng Bai and Mi Ziwen for military affairs, and even 7 or 8 first-rank experts. Under normal circumstances, there was indeed no need for Zhou Shu to do anything. As long as he was in the camp, everyone's hearts would be at ease. Pavilion Master, I've finished refining the ore sent by Yao Qing. In the forging room, Shi Songtao reported to Zhou Shu. There are a total of 17 forging masters in the camp, excluding you and me. In addition, there are 2 grand craftsmen. So few. Zhou Shu frowned. There were definitely more than a few forgers from the forging division who came to participate in the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament. It's considered quite a lot. Shi Songtao sighed. Most forgers are not good at fighting. In the previous chaos, it was already a lot for a dozen to survive. This time, the forging division suffered the greatest loss. Although it was not easy to replenish ordinary soldiers who died in battle, it was still much simpler than forgers. Nurturing a forging master was far more difficult than nurturing a ranked martial artist. The men haven't been idle for the past few days. We've done some preliminary work on the ore in the camp. If we want to use it for forging, we can just use it, Shi Songtao said with pride. Chapter 375, You want benefits just because you call me master? There is no free lunch in the world, too. This was the fruit of their hard work these days. When Meng Bai and the others arrived at the camp, not only did they bring more than 10 forging masters, but they also brought forging furnaces and true fire seeds. Now, even without Zhou Shu's iron smelting hands technique, Shi Songtao could still have a forging furnace to carry out forging activities. Not bad. Zhou Shu nodded. It just so happens that we have enough manpower now, so we can start forging. Your Highness, a man with grey hair said. You are? Zhou Shu asked, slightly embarrassed. I am Li Chengliang, an unknown grand craftsman in the forging division. The man cupped his hands. So you're grand craftsman Li? I've heard a lot about you, Zhou Shu said politely. What's the matter, grand craftsman Li? Your Highness. Li Chengliang didn't stand on ceremony and continued, there's no problem with forging, but with the current situation on the battlefield, it seems too late for us to forge now, right? Under normal circumstances, forgers could take months to years to forge a ranked weapon. The higher the grade of the weapon, the longer it would take to forge it. There was even a grand craftsman who had spent decades forging a heaven-grade weapon. Now that war could break out at any moment on the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament battlefield, how could they have the time to forge weapons slowly? If it was just forging some standard weapons, it would be fast, but what was the point? It's not too late. Zhou Shu smiled. I'm not capable enough. I will need everyone to sacrifice yourselves. Under normal circumstances, we naturally take a longer time to forge. But have you ever thought that when we forge, we actually spend most of our time processing forging materials? The forgers nodded. Forging a ranked weapon required at least dozens of forging materials and at most hundreds. Just processing the various forging materials would take more than half the time. Your Highness, do you mean that we should deal with the forging materials separately and then become one and forge together? Li Chengliang pondered. This method had been used before. Within a group of forgers, a grand craftsman usually had many assistants. These assistants ranged from forging apprentices to forging masters. The assistant's job was to do the initial processing of the forging materials. But it was only the initial processing. If they really started smelting all kinds of forging materials, the difference would be huge. Grand craftsmen and forging masters usually wouldn't delegate such jobs to others. This was because only by personally smelting the forging materials would they be able to understand their structure. In this way, the success rate of fixing the star paths would be higher. Exactly. Zhou Shu nodded. It might take months for us to forge a ranked weapon alone, but if the dozen of us work together, we can even shorten this time to a few days. I know what you're worried about, Grand Craftsman Li. Zhou Shu smiled. That's not a problem. As long as everyone does as I ask, they will definitely not fail. Zhou Shu looked confident. Li Chengliang was a little dazed. Strictly speaking, Zhou Shu's forging rank was far inferior to his. He was a grand craftsman, but Zhou Shu was only able to forge black-grade weapons. In the past, Li Chengliang would definitely not take a forging master of this level seriously. However, the king of the south could not be judged by common sense. It was true that he wasn't a grand craftsman, but the weapons he forged had already dominated the yellow-grade armament manual. Even the first place in the black-grade armament manual was the black-grade destroyer sword that he had personally forged. Even Li Chengliang couldn't do this. No one dared to say that their forging techniques were stronger than Zhou Shu's. Besides, his title spoke 1,000 words. The king of the south of Great Xia, the side-by-side king of Great Qin, and the country protector king of Great Liang. Any one of them could crush a grand craftsman. Moreover, this was a branch of the Huaxia pavilion. It was impossible for him not to listen to Zhou Shu's instructions. Countless thoughts flashed through Li Chengliang's mind, but he still nodded in the end. It's worth a try. He nodded. The other grand craftsmen and forging masters had no objection. Li Chengliang was the most experienced and capable person among this group of forgers. Zhou Shu smiled. Okay, then let's start now. Previously, I borrowed Great General Meng's weapon, and it was accidentally destroyed by a demonic beast. Zhou Shu's gaze swept across everyone. Great General Meng is the commander-in-chief of the army and a first-rank expert. On the battlefield, his role is indispensable. Without a weapon, it's impossible for him to lead. So, I want to forge a weapon for Great General Meng. We will definitely cooperate fully. Li Chengliang and the others cupped their hands. They didn't ask about the grade of the weapon. Anyway, no matter what grade it was, the weapon forged by the king of the south would definitely not be bad. Your Highness, please tell us what we need to do. Li Chengliang seemed to have returned to the days when he was learning under his teacher as a forging apprentice. His posture was very straight. So what if he was being treated like a forging apprentice? What right did he have to be proud in front of a forging legend like the king of the south? We have many people. As long as everyone smelts a few forging materials, I can fuse them into one and save a lot of time. Zhou Shu was confident. He had considered this method many times. He distributed the process to Li Chengliang and the others. Everyone was at least a forging master. After Zhou Shu told them all the precautions, they would go and smelt the forging materials. After Zhou Shu assigned the tasks, Lu Wen's Huang, who had been following Zhou Shu, whispered, Master. What is it? Zhou Shu said without looking back. Master, can you forge me a weapon too? Lu Wen's Huang whispered, my original weapon was also destroyed. Zhou Shu looked up with a mocking expression. You wish? I have to forge a weapon for you because you call me master? Dream on. I'm not your father. Why should I spoil you? I'm already being very polite by not charging you fees. You still want benefits? If you can acknowledge me as your master for the sake of the God of War catalog, will you also join the demon realm if they have any divine skills in the future? Zhou Shu smiled faintly. After Sun Gongping's incident, there were few people Zhou Shu could trust. At least Lu Wen's Huang wasn't one of them yet. How is that possible? Lu Wenzhuang was embarrassed and angry. That's because it's you. If it were anyone else, I would never. Lu Wenzhuang, swear to the heavens. She held up her finger. Stop. There's no need to swear, Zhou Shu said. If you want me to trust you, then prove it with your actions. Remember, I'm your master, not your father. I have no reason to raise you. You want me to forge a weapon for you just because you call me master? My weapon isn't so cheap. I'll give you what I want. If I don't give you anything, no one can take it away. Lu Wenzhuang's eyes turned red. She knew that Zhou Shu was trying to warn her about the God of War catalog, but she knew that she was in the wrong, so she couldn't refute him. I understand. I'm glad you understand, Zhou Shu said coldly. Since you've become my disciple and learned my cultivation technique, you can't reap without sowing. As of today, you will help in the forging room. Zhou Shu pointed at the forgers. You're also a first-rank martial artist. Your spiritual essence is rich. If anyone here doesn't have enough spiritual essence to support the true fire, you can help catalyze it. Usually, forgers needed to use their spiritual essence to stimulate the true fire in the forging furnace. This process consumed a lot of spiritual essence. This was also one of the reasons why it was more time-consuming for forgers to forge ranked weapons. After all, their spiritual essence couldn't support them to forge weapons all the time. Also, Zhou Shu paused. I'll teach you the astounding heavenly 18 swords first, and then I'll lend you the Great Destroyer sword for the time being. Every day, you'll go out of the camp to kill demonic beasts to practice. This is my test for you. Lu Wenzhuang bit her lip, and a look of determination flashed across her eyes. She took the Great Destroyer sword and said solemnly, I understand. In the future, I'll help out in the forging room half a day and go out to kill demonic beasts half a day. I definitely won't disappoint you, Master. Chapter 376, Working Together to Forge a Weapon, the Demon Realm Army is Dispatched, 1. Zhou Shu had used this method before when he was forging standard weapons. But this was the first time he was trying this method on a ranked weapon. It was mainly because he had never had so many forging masters under him before, so he had never been able to try. Now, with more than a dozen forging masters and 2 grand craftsmen, he could easily share some of the work that he didn't have to do himself. He only needed to fix the star paths for the weapon. Of course, Zhou Shu had to fully understand the forging process of the weapon. Only then could he scientifically and reasonably separate the forging process. At this point, it had to be said that regardless of whether Sun Gongping had betrayed the human race or not, it was a fact that he had been killing people. He had the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword that Zhou Shu had personally forged. Every time he killed someone, Zhou Shu would obtain more forging materials knowledge from the legendary Armament Canon. Over the past few days, Zhou Shu had mastered tens of thousands of forging materials. He knew almost all the forging materials that existed in the world. This was not just a simple understanding. He had completely mastered all the characteristics of the forging materials, including how they would react with other materials, how they could be used, and so on. In a sense, Zhou Shu's forging skills were definitely first-rate in the world. In terms of material proficiency, Li Chengliang, the Grand Craftsman, and even all the Grand Craftsmen in the world, could not compare to him. It could be said that as long as Zhou Shu had an idea in his mind, he could completely realize it. If not for the fact that he was limited by forging materials, he could forge a heaven-grade weapon at any time. On the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament battlefield, although there were mineral mines everywhere and various forging materials were abundant, there was a limited number of them. Some of the common forging materials necessary for forging weapons became relatively rare here. Zhou Shu racked his brains for a long time. In the end, he realized that the existing forging materials were not enough to forge a heaven-grade weapon, so he settled on forging an earth-grade weapon for Meng Bai first. Although Meng Bai was a first-rank martial artist, he had just broken through and could only be considered average among first-rank martial artists. Moreover, he was the commander-in-chief. There were not many times when he really needed to fight demonic beasts with his life. An earth-grade weapon was enough for him for the time being. At most, he would help him upgrade it when he had the chance in the future. Zhou Shu was wondering if the legendary armament cannon would acknowledge the weapon he had forged through this decomposition process. If it didn't, it would be troublesome. The dozen or so forgers worked feverishly. Each of them needed to fuse a dozen types of forging material into a composite material. In the end, Zhou Shu could directly use these composite materials to cast, saving him the tedious work in the early stages. In a sense, this was also a weapon forged by Zhou Shu. After all, he would be completing the final key steps of the weapon. While the forgers were busy, Lu Wen's Huang was not idle either. Instead, she became the busiest. Whenever a forging master consumed their spiritual essence too much and couldn't support the true fire, Lu Wen's Huang would replace them and help them activate the true fire. When a forging master needed to rest, Lu Wen's Huang didn't rest. Instead, she carried the great destroyer sword that was wider than her waist and went out of the camp to kill demons. Day after day like this, Li Chengliang couldn't bear to watch any more. But after being stopped by Zhou Shu once, he didn't say anything else. After all, it wasn't convenient for an outsider like him to say anything about the matter between master and disciple. Just like that, 4 or 5 days passed. On this day, all the forgers had completed smelting the materials in their hands. A dozen composite materials, done. If this was done alone, it would take at least 2 months. Li Chengliang also nodded slightly. If the king of the south could complete the final step, then another unprecedented thing would take place in the history of forging. But because Zhou Shu hadn't personally smelted these dozen or so composite materials, it was still unknown whether he could perfectly grasp their properties and smelt them together to forge the final weapon. At least, Li Chengliang knew that he couldn't do it. This involved a reaction between hundreds of different forging materials. The slightest mistake could cause the balance between the materials to break down and collapse. This was also one of the reasons why no forgers had ever worked together to forge weapons, even though they knew that working together might save time. All the forgers' gazes landed on Zhou Shu's hands. Regardless of whether they succeeded or not, being able to personally see a rare forging genius like the King of the South was a learning process for them. Zhou Shu activated his iron smelting hands technique. His hands seemed to become 2 balls of burning true fire. Any forging material that came to his touch would instantly turn to liquid. A composite material turned into a ball of liquid and floated in the air as if controlled by an invisible force. Then Zhou Shu grabbed another composite material. All the forgers watched Zhou Shu's actions with interest. Even forgers who didn't specialize in martial arts could control liquid to float in the air. After all, even if forging masters didn't specialize in martial arts, they were still ranked martial artists. Even if they were only 9th grade martial artists, they could barely use their spiritual essence to control objects. Chapter 377, Working Together to Forge a Weapon, the Demon Realm Army is Dispatched, 2. What shocked the forgers was not this cool-looking remote control but Zhou Shu's fusion of various forging materials. They had personally smelted these dozen or so composite materials. They knew all too well that these composite materials had already reached a balance. If they casually added other forging materials, it would directly destroy the original balance. At that time, they would explode with a bang. But they watched Zhou Shu fuse 2 composite materials again, then 3, 4. Various composites were integrated into the mass of liquid, and the color of the floating mass of liquid kept changing, but it remained balanced. It seemed like a large river or a slowly rotating yin-yang fish. Li Chengliang was fascinated by this move. If not for his status, he would have knelt down and become Zhou Shu's disciple to learn this forging technique. The smelting of more than 10 composites didn't take too much time. 2 days later, Zhou Shu completed compounding the composite materials. As his hands continuously moved in the air, the shape of a long sword gradually appeared in front of everyone. Just as the sword was taking shape, everyone seemed to see 5 towering mountains flashing before their eyes. Then they saw Zhou Shu take out a heaven refining stone. His right hand formed a sword finger and waved it through the air. The liquid formed by the heaven refining stone lingered on his sword finger like ink. Zhou Shu used his sword finger as a brush and drew across the air. His movements were fluid and confident. Li Chengliang and the others were dumbfounded. Could a star be fixed on a path like this? If it were them, they would have to be extremely careful with every star position. It had to be known that once the star position was wrong, it couldn't be changed again. It also meant that all their previous efforts would be in vain and the weapon forging would fail. But now, Zhou Shu didn't even think about it. He didn't even look. He fixed a star position and immediately began to point at the next star position. Li Chengliang's eyelids twitched, afraid that the sword body would explode in the next moment. But that didn't happen. Stars appeared on the sword, glowing charmingly. Gradually, starlight enveloped the entire sword. Zhou Shu's expression began to turn solemn, and his movements gradually slowed. Every movement seemed to weigh millions of pounds. The hearts of the other forgers were stirred by his movements, and even their breathing became hushed. While Zhou Shu was wholeheartedly forging, Lu Wenzhuang returned from outside the camp with a tired expression. She held the great destroyer sword upside down. Her dress was stained with blood, and she looked tired, but her eyes were still as bright as stars. Little senior sister Lu, Yin Huiyu looked at Lu Wenzhuang with mixed feelings. She no longer blamed Lu Wenzhuang for secretly learning Zhou Shu's cultivation technique. Why don't I ask Zhou Shu to stop torturing you like this? Yin Huiyu's eyes were red as she spoke. She wasn't as determined as Lu Wenzhuang. Her usual strong-willed appearance was just a front she put up. Master didn't torture me. Lu Wenzhuang shook her head. He's tempering me. In the past few days, I feel that my sword technique has improved again. This is my gain. But you're already a first-rank martial artist. There's no need to work so hard, Yin Huiyu said. Although it wasn't a big deal for a first-rank martial artist not to sleep for a few days, not only did Lu Wenzhuang not sleep, but she was also helping with the forging and killing demonic beasts. Huiyu, do you know why your talent is clearly not inferior to mine, but your cultivation has always been inferior to mine? Lu Wenzhuang looked at Yin Huiyu. Call me master's wife? Yin Huiyu muttered in her heart, but she said, who said I've always been inferior to you? I was the one who broke through to the second rank of the martial Dao first. That's because you took a medicinal pill. Lu Wenzhuang said. You broke through to the first rank because you also took a medicinal pill. Otherwise, you would still be a second-rank martial artist like me, Yin Huiyu said indignantly. Mi Ziwen was speechless. He knew that they were talented. There was no need to emphasize it, right? As if anyone wasn't already a second-rate martial artist. I can't be bothered to argue with you. You have to advance bravely when it comes to the martial Dao. Otherwise, you'll fall back. Lu Wenzhuang said. There are great demons in the demon realm, and their cultivation levels are above the first rank of the martial Dao. Don't you want to see what kind of glory it will be if we can break through to the first rank? Not really. Yin Huiyu wasn't a girl with too much ambition. Otherwise, why would she, a princess, lower herself to be the Grand Minister of the Forging Division? Lu Wenzhuang. Lu Wenzhuang ignored her stubborn junior sister and looked at Meng Bai. Great General, when I returned just now, I saw some movements in the Demon Realm army camp 100 kilometers away. Are they finally going to make a move? Meng Bai's expression changed slightly. Mi Ziwen. Yes. Mi Ziwen cupped his hands solemnly. Send scouts to investigate immediately. Understood. As soon as Meng Bai issued his military order, he felt the ground tremble slightly. Then he saw smoke and dust rising into the sky in the distance. The Demon Realm army was moving. At this point, there was no point in sending scouts. Meng Bai looked into the distance with a grave expression and said solemnly, everyone, prepare for war. Ready any time. Mi Ziwen, Luoling, Mei Wushang, and even outsiders like Wang Xin and Cao Chenyang held their weapons. Boom! A thunderous explosion sounded in the distance. Countless demonic beasts rushed over. The ground shook, and dust flew everywhere. Even from dozens of kilometers away, the commotion was extremely terrifying. But in the Huaxia Pavilion's 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament branch, no one showed any fear. Come on, Demon Realm brats! Weapons were unsheathed, and auras erupted. In the forging room, the forgers watching Zhou Shu forge also heard the commotion outside. Everyone's expressions changed. Zhou Shu's expression was calm, and his hands were as steady as mountains. He was still maintaining his rhythm. His Highness has reached a critical point in his forging. He must not be disturbed, Li Chengliang said in a low voice. Leave a few people here to help His Highness. The rest of you, follow me out to support the army. Once the battle began, it was inevitable that weapons would be damaged. The forgers' mission was to help the soldiers repair their weapons in time and ensure that they didn't lose their combat strength. The forgers didn't hesitate at all and quickly split into 2 groups. One group stayed in the forging room to await Zhou Shu's orders, while the other group was led by Li Chengliang out of the forging room and headed straight for the wall. When they reached the bottom of the wall, the Demon Realm army was already in sight in the distance. The demonic beasts were huge and extremely fast. They didn't take long to travel dozens of kilometers. 100 Wars Armored Army, fight! Meng Bai shouted. Before the Demon Realm army reaches the outer wall, your mission is to slice them open. Understood. Mi Ziwen shouted and jumped down from the top of the wall. Then almost 1,000 armored soldiers in dark cloud armor jumped over the wall and charged at the Demon Realm army. Along with them was Great Xia's Wang Xin. Wang Xin was now a lone commander. He had cooperated well with the 100 Wars Armored Army last time, so he didn't hesitate and began to charge with the 100 Wars Armored Army. Meng Bai didn't stop him. No one could stay out of this battle. General Lu, you and your female soldiers are in charge of the right wing. Meng Bai continued to issue orders. General Mei, you're in charge of the left wing. Understood. Understood. Everyone started moving. A moment later, the 100 Wars Armored Army had already come into contact with the vanguard of the Demon Realm Army. A tragic battle instantly began. Chapter 378, Reinforcements appear, Zhou Shu comes out, 1. Left wing, support. Front line, stand down. Luoling, stand down. Li Tongyang, fill in. Prince Cao, please hold the northeast for 15 minutes. Meng Bai stood on the high wall and issued orders. The Demon Realm army had already charged to a place only 5 kilometers away from the camp. To the demonic beasts, this distance was nothing but a charge. Under the desperate obstruction of the 100 Wars Armored Army and the other Great Xia soldiers, they finally managed to stop the charge of the Demon Realm army. Both armies started fighting outside the camp. But the human defense line was constantly being forced back, and the Demon Realm army was advancing bit by bit. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before they arrived under the high wall. The high wall that had been reinforced several times could indeed resist the demonic beasts for a while. But when they arrive at the city gate, the human army would probably not be far from defeat. The great demon Yao Lian had yet to appear, but there were already more than 20 first-rank experts in the Demon Realm army. On the human side, other than Meng Bai, all the first-rank experts had already entered the battlefield. Even Lu Wen's Huang, holding the Great Destroyer sword, fought with a first-rank demonic beast. Although Yin Wuyu wasn't a first-rank expert, she was still leading the female soldiers under Lu Wen's Huang and fighting on the front line. Under Meng Bai's command, everyone worked like parts on a precise machine. As the army moved, injured soldiers were constantly being replaced. The damaged weapons were quickly brought to Li Chengliang and the other forgers. On the inside of the high wall, although they couldn't see the battle outside, Li Chengliang and the others could imagine how tragic the battlefield was from the sounds and the damaged weapons being brought back. They desperately activated True Fire to repair the damaged weapons as much as possible before returning them to the battlefield. Fortunately, the forging materials in this camp were extremely abundant, and they didn't need to worry about wasting them. Even if a tiny gap appeared on a saber, they would repair it regardless of the cost. At this moment, if a saber was slightly sharper, it might be able to kill another demonic beast. Boom! Great Xia's first-rank expert Li Tongyang fought against 2 demons alone. He was hit in the chest by a first-rank demonic beast and fell from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. Clang! The first-rank demonic beast was about to take the opportunity to pursue and kill Li Tongyang on the spot when 2 soldiers in dark cloud armor rushed over and stopped the first-rank demonic beast. With 2 loud bangs, the 2 soldiers in dark cloud armor were sent flying, the armor on their chests torn apart by the first-rank demonic beast. The dark cloud armor couldn't withstand the attack of a first-rank demonic beast. Li Tongyang spat out blood and roared with a ferocious expression, "All of you, get out of the way. That's my opponent." A violent aura exploded from his body as he pounced forward without caring about his life. Boom! He hugged the first-rank demonic beast and shot up into the air before exploding. After a long while, the demonic beast's thigh fell from the sky. Heavily injured, Li Tongyang self-destructed and took away a first-rank demonic beast. Oldly. On the city wall, the eyes of the first-rank expert Luoling were red. He flew out and made up for the missing number. Such scenes were happening everywhere on the battlefield. There were too few first-rank martial artists in the human race. Even if it was 1 against 2, they could barely stop these first-rank demonic beasts. But demonic beasts were powerful to begin with, and there were not many first-rank experts who could fight against 2 at the same ranks. At this moment, all the first-rank human experts were desperately trying to stop the demonic beasts. If they were seriously injured, they might even choose to die together with the demonic beasts. No matter what, they couldn't let the first-rank demonic beasts continue to take part in the battle. Otherwise, the ordinary soldiers wouldn't be a match for the first-rank demonic beasts. Even though everyone was fighting with their lives on the line, and Meng Bai was commanding them, the difference in strength still caused the human army to retreat continuously. Yet this was the result even though the great demon Yao Lian didn't appear. Swoosh! Suddenly, dozens of kilometers southwest of the battlefield, a flame soared into the sky and exploded in the air. Great Qian's Wang Mu is here. Demonic beasts of the demon realm, die! A powerful aura shot into the sky as a figure charged into the battlefield with a bang. Then thousands of Great Qin soldiers in black armor surged into the battlefield like a flood. The sound of swords piercing flesh resounded. In an instant, a large number of demonic beasts fell, and the pressure on the human army immediately decreased. At a critical moment, they finally received reinforcements from their constant effort to contact the other human armies. The Great Qin army was here. Great Qin's elite soldiers were the strongest army in the 10 nations, and Wang Mu was also a top first-rank martial artist. Their appearance alleviated the danger of the camp being breached. Especially with the addition of first-rank experts like Wang Mu, many first-rank experts in Great Xia had a chance to catch their breath. But soon, more than 10 powerful auras flew out from behind the demon realm army. More than 10 first-rank demonic beasts appeared on the battlefield again. Demons, don't be arrogant. Great Jin's Tang Qinshi is here. At this moment, another cloud-piercing arrow appeared, and a voice resounded on the battlefield. Previously, Meng Bai had sent a large number of people to contact the remaining armies of the various countries. After such a long time, not only had Great Qin's army appeared, but Great Jin's had also rushed over. A 9-foot-tall man rushed into the battlefield with a saber in his hand. Demonic beasts were slashed by him like vegetables being cut. Chapter 379, Reinforcements appear, Zhou Shu comes out, 2. Wang Mu, Great Qin is known as the strongest in the 10 nations. But my Great Jin is not convinced. Let's compete. Let's see which of us kills more demonic beasts. Tang Qinshi shouted. I'm not afraid of you, Wang Mu replied. Great Qin is the best in the world. Kill. His sword beam caused the 2 first-rank demonic beasts to retreat hundreds of feet. Tang Qinshi was in high spirits and soared into the sky. His saber beam was cold as it enveloped the 2 first-rank demonic beasts. Boom! On the battlefield, the sound of energy colliding continuously rang out. Meng Bai didn't relax even though 2 armies had joined in the fighting. The Great Qin and Great Jin armies had less than 10,000 people remaining, and the Demon Realm army gathered here had already exceeded 300,000. With more than 10 times the number, the chances of winning were slim. Still, he wasn't discouraged. Winning and losing couldn't be determined until the very last moment. If they could win by sheer numbers, then there was no need to fight this battle. His only worry now was when the great demon Yao Lian would appear. The front line, retreat. The rear line, fill in. Meng Bai continued to command the flow of the army calmly. With the support of Great Qin and Great Jin, the pressure on the Great Xia army immediately decreased greatly. Meng Bai also had more room to maneuver. Boom! But this didn't last long. As the Demon Realm army continued to throw themselves into the battlefield, the disadvantage of the human army's small number was exposed. The armies of the 3 countries quickly fell into a bitter battle. Wang Mu and Tang Qinshi also began to get injured under the siege of the first-rank demonic beasts. Meng Bai frowned. He saw Luo Ling retreating step by step under the attack of a first-rank demonic beast. He also saw Mi Ziwen and Wang Xian joining forces to block a first-rank demonic beast and being beaten until they vomited blood. With every breath, countless soldiers of Great Xia, Great Qin, and Great Jin fell. Meng Bai took a deep breath, and his spiritual essence surged. He had to make a move. Just as Meng Bai flew up, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder and pressed him back to the ground. King of the South, Meng Bai looked back, his face alight with surprise. Zhou Shu pressed one hand on his shoulder and held a long sword in the other. His gaze landed on the battlefield. I have forged the sword I owe you, great general. Zhou Shu raised his hand and showed the sword to Meng Bai. Meng Bai was about to reach out to take the sword when he heard Zhou Shu continue, lend it to me again. Then Zhou Shu soared into the sky. Zhou Shu casually swung his sword, and the two first-rank demonic beasts surrounding Luo Ling spat out blood and were sent flying. Zhou Shu shouted, "Yao Lian, if you're a man, come out and fight." He didn't chase after the first-rank demonic beasts. To him, as long as he defeated the great demon Yao Lian, the demon realm army would naturally retreat. Otherwise, there was not much point in killing one or two first-rank demonic beasts. Boom! Behind the demon realm army, a powerful aura soared into the sky. Wang Mu, Tang Qinshi and the others' expressions changed slightly. From afar, the aura made them tremble with fear. The powerhouse from the demon realm had appeared. Boom! The earth and mountains shook as if an earthquake had occurred. Yao Lian appeared in the distance. He planted his feet on the ground and walked toward them. The ground rumbled with each step. As he moved, invisible power surged into his ground, causing his already monstrous aura to continue growing. "I've been waiting for you." Yao Lian's voice sounded. "Last time, you were lucky to escape. This time, I will personally tear you into pieces." Yao Lian's voice turned into sound waves. Both the human soldiers and the demon realm army covered their ears in pain. The crowd surged to clear a path. On the originally crowded battlefield, a large empty space appeared between Zhou Shu and Yao Lian. Even the first-rank experts and first-rank demonic beasts tacitly fought farther and farther away from where the two were. Zhou Shu turned his wrist and pointed the sword downward. The tip stabbed into the ground. He placed both hands on the hilt and saw the sword shine brightly. With a rumble, the trembling of the ground subsided. The invisible power that kept surging out of Yao Lian's body seemed to have been cut off. Yao Lian's expression changed slightly, and boundless killing intent shot out from his eyes. "Die!" Yao Lian roared into the sky. A small black hole seemed to have appeared in his mouth, and the spiritual qi of heaven and earth surged into it crazily. Then he exhaled in Zhou Shu's direction. With a seemingly simple puff, the weather changed, and a tornado-like wind wave pushed forward. Everything in its path was ground to dust. Everything was destroyed by the violent wind. Even the mountain rocks were not spared. Everyone on the battlefield turned pale. Meng Bai felt his palms sweat. If this attack landed on the army, who knew how many soldiers would die? One person could destroy an army of 1,000,000 soldiers. He was such an expert. Not only Meng Bai, but Wang Mu and Tang Qinshi were also shocked. If they had faced this attack head-on, they wouldn't be able to withstand it for even a breath. Such a great demon could destroy an entire army by himself. Could Zhou Shu block it? Everyone had this question in their hearts. Even the first-rank demonic beasts in the demon realm had some doubts. Everyone's movements involuntarily slowed down. The battle on the battlefield seemed to stop for a moment. Everyone's movements were slow and harmless, be it humans or demonic beasts. Their attention was all on Zhou Shu and Yao Lian. The battle there directly determined the development of the situation on the battlefield. If Zhou Shu couldn't block Yao Lian's attack, then all the humans here today would die. Yin Weihua gripped the shadow sword tightly, the joints on the back of her hand clearly defined. She was full of worry, and she wished she could rush up and help Zhou Shu block this move. Lu Wenshuang's eyes widened as she stared at Zhou Shu without blinking. She had studied the God of War catalog for many days, but she had gained very little. She was very curious. What kind of power could this God of War catalog unleash in her master's hands? Would he turn into the God of War? Everyone had different thoughts while Zhou Shu sneered. He slowly raised his hand and slowly slashed his sword forward. His movements seemed slow but were actually fast. As he slashed out, it was as if 5 towering mountains had appeared in front of everyone. The mountains carried an aura that could suppress everything. Even the violent wave Yao Lian released seemed to be suppressed. Sword beams shot out of the storm. 1, 2. Thousands of sword beams illuminated the sky. Silence, then a deafening boom resounded as the destructive storm exploded and dissipated into the air with the thousands of sword beams. "Yao Lian, is that all you've got?" Zhou Shu said loudly. His figure suddenly disappeared. The divine ability Total Annihilation had a limited duration. Zhou Shu didn't have much time to waste. Yao Lian's pupils constricted. Arrogant and ignorant. He shouted coldly, and a small cauldron appeared on his chest. The small cauldron spun, and the mountains and rivers trembled again. Yao Lian casually turned around, and a mountain range hundreds of kilometers long was grabbed by him. It turned into a long whip that lashed at Zhou Shu. Suppress! With a loud shout, the sword in Zhou Shu's hand shot out and pierced through the mountain range, nailing it to the ground like a nail. Then Zhou Shu descended from the sky and stepped toward Yao Lian. Yao Lian was furious. A monstrous aura erupted from his body as he punched out, wanting to turn Zhou Shu into minced meat. Swish! With a dull thud, the ground shook and dust flew. A moment later, the dust gradually settled. Everyone and the demonic beast's eyes widened. The expressions on their faces were identical. Chapter 380, This punch contains 100 times my strength. Who are you to block it? 1. On the battlefield, the armies of Great Xia, Great Qin, and Great Jin, as well as the hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts, all had the same shocked expression on their faces. Some of the demonic beasts kept blinking, seemingly unable to believe what they were seeing. In the distance, there was a gigantic pit in the ground. At the bottom of the pit, Zhou Shu stood proudly. As for the great demon Yao Lian, the arrogant great demon Yao Lian was lying on the ground. And Zhou Shu was stepping on his face. Yao Lian's eyes were also full of disbelief. He couldn't figure out why this happened. Ever since he was old enough, he'd never been stepped on. He was a rare genius in the demon realm. Along the way, he had crushed all his opponents. He had never lost to anyone of the same rank. But now, he was being stepped on by a human? This was intolerable. After regaining his senses, Yao Lian was furious. His spiritual essence exploded. But at the same time, a surging force crashed into his body and shattered his spiritual essence. Swish swish swish! Zhou Shu raised his foot and kicked Yao Lian's head. This series of actions stunned Yao Lian. The entire battlefield went silent except for the thumping blows echoing in the air. How dare you be so arrogant with so little ability? Crack! With a few soft sounds, Yao Lian's limbs were broken by Zhou Shu. But physical pain couldn't compare to mental pain. Yao Lian couldn't even feel any pain now. His mind went blank. How? How could this happen? A month ago, this human's cultivation was only on par with mine. Now that I've used the replica Imperial Cauldron, my cultivation has already increased by 50%. Why can't I even withstand a single move from him? Did you see it? Zhou Shu raised his fist. This punch has 100 times more strength. What made you think you could withstand it? Boom! He punched Yao Lian in the head. Yao Lian's eyes went black, and he fainted. Even someone as powerful as a great demon couldn't withstand Zhou Shu's violent attack. If Zhou Shu hadn't held back, Yao Lian would have been beaten to death. Zhou Shu stepped on the unconscious Yao Lian and raised his head. He looked around and shouted, "Get out of here!" After a moment of silence, all the demonic beasts in the demon realm army revealed terrified expressions. "Retreat!" someone shouted first, and the demon realm army fled into the distance like a tide. The three nations' armies froze for a moment, then let out a deafening cheer. They won! The human army won! Yen Wu's figure flashed and rushed to Zhou Shu's side. She knew that every time Zhou Shu went all out, he would fall into a weakened state. She couldn't care less about being shy because of what had happened before. She rushed to Zhou Shu's side and used herself as a crutch to support him. Zhou Shu placed a hand on Yen Wu's shoulder. Yen Wu's hair even playfully brushed past Zhou Shu's nose, leaving a faint fragrance. Zhou Shu praised her in his heart. As expected of the Grand Minister, well done. The effect of the divine ability Total Annihilation was over. If she hadn't arrived in time, he would have embarrassed himself in public. It had to be said that Total Annihilation was indeed awe-inspiring when used. But the weakened state that affected him after made him very helpless. Over the past few days, although Zhou Shu had been forging weapons, he had handed the black-grade Great Destroyer sword to Lu Wenzhuang and asked her to go out every day to kill demonic beasts. Lu Wenzhuang was quite obedient. She had killed many demonic beasts during these days and was almost comparable to the strongest worker, Wang Xin. Under Lu Wenzhuang's efforts, Zhou Shu's total annihilation had already reached 100 times his physical strength. Zhou Shu was pleasantly surprised that he could reach perfection so quickly. In addition, he had received countless rewards from the battle. On this battlefield, any soldier holding a weapon forged by Zhou Shu would have killed at least 8 demonic beasts. With all of this together, Zhou Shu's strength rose like a rocket. Spiritual Essence Cultivation, First Rank. Visualization of the Five Mountains True Form, Lesser Mastery. Riding on Cloud and Wind Technique, Perfection. Zhuangzhou Butterfly Dream Technique, Lesser Mastery. God of War Catalog, Lesser Mastery. Divine Ability Unstoppable for 1,000 Miles, Greater Mastery. Divine Ability Total Annihilation, Perfection. Breakthrough Pill, Countless. Essence Cleansing Pill, Countless. With such a shocking increase in strength, coupled with the enhancement of his total annihilation, he defeated Yao Lian with one attack even though his cultivation had increased by 50%. It had to be said that total annihilation was simply an unsolvable cheat. If not for the fact that it only lasted for a short time, Zhou Shu felt that he could even kill hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts alone. But after he thought about it, it was unlikely. 100-fold increase in physical strength was a huge burden on his body. If it continued for too long, his body would probably collapse. Should I kill him? Yin Huiyu looked at the unconscious Yao Lian on the ground and felt a little frightened. Keep him for now. If he wanted to kill him, he would have done so just now. But if he killed him, he would have trouble with the million-strong Demon Realm army. If he left Yao Lian alive, he might even be able to use him to threaten the demonic beasts and order them to listen to him. Chapter 381, This punch contains 100 times my strength. Who are you to block it? 2. But Yin Huiyu was a little worried. Now that Zhou Shu had entered a weakened state, no one would be able to subdue him once he woke up. Don't worry. He won't wake up for a while, Zhou Shu said. At this moment, Meng Bai, Wang Mu, and Tang Qinshi of Great Jin had already rushed over. Zhou Shu patted Yin Huiyu's shoulder. Yin Huiyu understood. She wrapped her arms around him and helped him out of the deep pit. The two of them looked very intimate. Those who didn't know better would think that Zhou Shu was holding a beauty in his arms. They wouldn't think that he was weak. After all, he had only used one move to stomp the great demon Yao Lian to the ground and had no chance of being injured. The king of the south of Great Xia and the side-by-side king of Great Qin, you are indeed worthy of your reputation. I, old Tang, am convinced. Tang Qinshi of Great Jin looked at Zhou Shu and Yin Huiyu and laughed. He was talented, had heaven-defying strength, and was young and affectionate. Zhou Shu was truly a winner in life. Tang Qinshi was impressed. Wrong. Before Tang Qinshi could finish speaking, he heard a cold voice. He turned around and saw Cao Chen Yang. You are? Tang Qinshi frowned. You're Cao Chen Yang from Great Liang? You're still alive? Tang Qinshi was surprised. Cao Chen Yang had disappeared for 10 years. He didn't expect to see him here. Tang Qinshi and Cao Chen Yang were of the same generation. The two of them had interacted before and knew each other. Wang Mu also looked at Cao Chen Yang curiously. They were all top existences in various nations and had interacted with each other before. He was also very curious about why Cao Chen Yang was still alive and had appeared in the military camp of Great Xia. Tang Qinshi wasn't angry. He looked at Cao Chen Yang and asked, Prince Cao, what did you say was wrong? King Zhou is not only the king of the south of Great Xia and the side-by-side king of Great Qin, but he's also the country protector king of Great Liang. Don't get this wrong, General Tang, Cao Chen Yang said seriously. He didn't forget to seize the opportunity to publicize the relationship between Zhou Shu and Great Liang. Tang Qinshi was slightly stunned before he reacted. Prince Cao, impressive move. He gave a thumbs up. These people were all experienced and instantly understood Cao Chen Yang's plan. Great Liang was weak, so he had found himself a powerful backer. A peerless expert who could defeat a great demon in one move was a king of Great Liang. In the future, how could the various nations not consider Zhou Shu when dealing with Great Liang? Tang Qinshi looked rough, but he was actually a meticulous person. As he praised Cao Chen Yang, he wondered if he should build a relationship with Zhou Shu. Zhou Shu looked like an affectionate person. He had a few unmarried daughters. Tang Qinshi glanced at Yin Huiyu, who was in Zhou Shu's arms, and sighed in his heart. The combined beauty of his daughters couldn't compare to this woman. On this battlefield, in front of so many people, he couldn't wait to hold this woman in his arms. He didn't avoid arousing suspicion at all. His daughters probably didn't have a chance. Tang Qinshi sighed. Wang Mu, Meng Bai and the others were puzzled. We just defeated the Demon Realm army. Why are you sighing? What a spoil sport! Everyone ignored Tang Qinshi and looked at Yao Lian. Even though they knew that Yao Lian was unconscious, everyone was still shocked. He was a great demon. If they encountered him one-on-one, even first-rank experts like them would definitely die. Now, he was lying there with broken limbs and a swollen face. Is he still alive, Your Highness? Wang Mu said uncertainly. Of course, Zhou Shu said. If he really dies, the Demon Realm army won't retreat so easily. If the commander dies, according to the rules of the Demon Realm, all demonic beasts have to die. This was one of the few pieces of information Zhou Shu had obtained when he entered the Yao Qing dream. If an existence like Yao Lian died and the army was still alive, even if the Demon Realm army could escape back to the Demon Realm, they wouldn't be able to escape death. Actually, there was also this rule in the human army. If the commander-in-chief died, the personal guards of the commander-in-chief wouldn't be able to escape punishment. This was needless to say. Send someone to keep an eye on him, Great General, Zhou Shu said to Meng Bai. As long as he's in our hands, the Demon Realm army won't dare to act rashly. Don't worry. I'll watch him myself. Meng Bai nodded. Oh right, little Lu. Zhou Shu was about to ask Yan Wuyu to help him back to the camp when he suddenly thought of something and called out. Lu Wenshuang's face darkened. Of all things, why does he have to call me little Lu? Who are you calling little? It's all Wuyu's fault? She glared at her junior sister. Yan Wuyu blinked at her and silently opened her mouth twice. From the shape of her mouth, she was mouthing the words little Lu. Master. She came up to Zhou Shu and called out resentfully, not even bowing. Go and bring me that sword. Zhou Shu pointed casually. Previously, Yao Lian had used the mountain range as a whip, but it had been nailed to the ground by Zhou Shu. Zhou Shu had yet to take back the sword. Lu Wenshuang responded and leaped up. A moment later, she returned with the sword. Master, I got it back. Lu Wenshuang held the hilt upside down and reluctantly handed it to Zhou Shu. Her previous sword had been destroyed in the battle, and she still lacked a suitable weapon. Although the Great Destroyer was powerful, it was not suitable for her. She thought this sword was very good, but her master wouldn't give it to her. Her master had forged it specially for Great General Meng. The sword is for you, Great General. Zhou Shu didn't reach out to take it. Instead, he let Lu Wenshuang give the sword to Meng Bai. I destroyed your heaven-grade weapon previously. Now, I'll return the favor. Although this sword is only earth-grade, its might isn't bad. If there's a chance in the future, I'll help you upgrade it to heaven-grade. I won't let you suffer. This sword can restrain the imitation Imperial Cauldron on Yao Lian. If you take it to watch over Yao Lian, there won't be any problems. If Yao Lian does anything unusual, don't hesitate to use this sword to kill him. With that, Zhou Shu patted Yan Wuyu on the shoulder. Yan Wuyu understood and helped Zhou Shu into the air. Restrain Yao Lian. Wang Mu, Tang Qinshi and the others looked at Meng Bai enviously. They had all seen Zhou Shu nail a mountain range with his sword. Yao Lian had grabbed the mountain range and used it as a whip, but this sword had broken it. Even though it was only an earth-grade weapon, the power of this sword was not inferior to ordinary heaven-grade weapons. Were any of the weapons Zhou Shu had personally forged ordinary weapons? How could a weapon that could restrain a great demon be limited by a mere grade? If possible, Wang Mu even wanted to exchange the heaven-grade weapon in his hand for this mountain-suppressing sword. Meng Bai glanced at Wang Mu and Tang Qinshi from the corner of his eye. He took the sword from Lu Wenshuang's hand and casually waved it. Your Highness, you still haven't told me the name of the sword. Wang Mu and Tang Qinshi were not fools. They rolled their eyes. Meng Bai was showing off. Beside him, Mi Ziwen said, Teacher, there seems to be 2 words on the hilt. This. Meng Bai raised the sword to his eye and read. Mountain suppressing. That's right. This is the mountain suppressing sword, Lu Wenshuang, who had yet to leave, said. My master said that once the mountain suppressing sword is unsheathed, the Demon Realm army can forget about crossing our human defense line. Great General Meng, I hope you can live up to the name of the mountain suppressing sword. With that, Lu Wenshuang carried the wide Great Destroyer sword and headed toward the camp. Meng Bai's expression changed slightly. Mountain suppressing sword? General Lu. Meng Bai said solemnly. Please tell the king of the south that with the mountain suppressing sword in my hands, as long as I'm still alive, I will definitely not let the demon realm army take half a step into the 10 nations continent. Chapter 382, Time and Opportunity, A Million Kilograms of Ore, 1. When Zhou Shu appeared in front of everyone again, it was already the next day. On this day, everyone was busy cleaning up the battlefield, so not many people paid attention to what Zhou Shu and Yan Huiyu were doing on the day they disappeared. What are our casualties? In the Huaxia Pavilion's 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament branch, Zhou Shu met Meng Bai, Wang Mu, Tang Qinshi, Cao Chen Yang, and the others. The scene should be considered a 4-nation conference. Meng Bai, Wang Mu, Tang Qinshi, and Cao Chen Yang's expressions didn't look too good. On the surface, Zhou Shu had captured the commander of the Demon Realm Army alive, and the Demon Realm Army had withdrawn. The human army should have won a complete victory. But in truth, things were not as good as they seemed. Apart from capturing the enemy commander alive, the 4-nation alliance army had suffered heavy casualties. The one with the least losses was Great Liang. The main force of Great Liang had long been wiped out. There had been less than 10 survivors, including Cao Chenyang and Han Daji. They had lost another man in this battle. As for Great Xia, Great Qin, and Great Jin, almost 30% of their soldiers had died in the battle. Moreover, all 3 nations had lost first-rank martial artists. Great Xia had even lost 2. Hearing this tragic number, Zhou Shu turned solemn. He was silent for a moment. I came out of seclusion late. This is not your responsibility, King of the South. Meng Bai shook his head. This situation is already better than we imagined. Although we suffered many casualties, so did the army of the demon realm. It's fine as long as their casualties are twice as many as ours. That's right. If not for you, we might have been completely defeated this time, Tang Qinshi said. Before coming here, the Great Jin army had already fought the Demon Realm army many times, but they had never won. Otherwise, Tang Qinshi wouldn't have rushed over after receiving the contact signal from Great Xia. There were only 10,000 people left from Great Jin. If they had continued to fight independently, they would probably have been completely wiped out. Your Highness, now that the great demon Yao Lian is in our hands, do you think we can force the Demon Realm army back to the Demon Realm? Wang Mu asked earnestly. The goal of the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament was to kill the Demon Realm army as much as possible and reduce the strength of the Demon Realm, thereby reducing the pressure on the protective barrier of the 10 Nations continent. But it was too difficult to destroy the Demon Realm army now. Even Wang Mu didn't dare to think about completely destroying the Demon Realm army. He only thought that when this world opened again, it would be considered a success to drive the Demon Realm army back to the Demon Realm and prevent them from invading the 10 Nations continent. Although they had captured Yao Lian, the Demon Realm army still had nearly 1 million soldiers and more than 100 first-rank commanders. Even without Yao Lian, they still had powerful strength that humans couldn't compare to. No matter how strong Zhou Shu was, it was impossible for him to defeat an army of 1 million demonic beasts. Tough. Zhou Shu shook his head. Although the Demon Realm army will take Yao Lian's life into consideration, if they really reach a dead end, they might fight to their death. That would be very troublesome. After a moment of silence, Meng Bai asked. King of the South, you kept Yao Lian because you wanted. The commander-in-chief was indeed important, but it wasn't that easy to make 1 million troops listen to him. The army had its own rules. It was impossible for the entire army to lose its combat strength because of a commander. Great General, what do you think will happen to the Demon Realm army if I really kill Yao Lian? Zhou Shu asked. Meng Bai pondered for a moment before saying, if the commander-in-chief dies in battle, and the main force of the Demon Realm army is still around, they will probably fight to the death. Wang Mu and Tang Qinshi also nodded. At that time, killing Yao Lian might not scare the Demon Realm army. Instead, it would arouse their fighting spirit. Even if it was to avoid punishment, they would fight to the death. And how many demonic beasts could Zhou Shu kill alone? In the end, it would probably be an internecine outcome. It might even be that the 3 armies would be completely wiped out. No matter how strong Zhou Shu was, he was still human. His spiritual essence would be exhausted, and his body would be exhausted. In an army of hundreds of thousands, he might not be safe. If Yao Lian doesn't die, we still have hope to defeat the Demon Realm army, Zhou Shu said. If we keep Yao Lian alive, the Demon Realm army won't dare to act rashly for the time being. There's still a chance for development. When our human army gathers and is ready, we can destroy the Demon Realm army in one go. Of course, this is just my opinion. All the generals are experts at leading armies into battle. If my opinion is wrong, everyone can just say so. Zhou Shu had always believed in leaving professional matters to professionals. He had no experience in waging war in both lifetimes. He had never won a war game in his previous life. Now, he naturally didn't think that he could directly lead tens of thousands of troops and become invincible on the battlefield. If he thought so, he was being naive. To Zhou Shu, his sense of self had always been very clear. He was a forger. Everything else was a sideline. Now, we did buy some time, Meng Bai said grimly. But almost a year has passed in our 3 years here. We won't have reinforcements for the remaining 2 years. Chapter 383, Time and Opportunity, 1,000,000 kilograms of ore, 2. Even if we can gather all the 10 nations' armies in this world, we might not be a match for the Demon Realm army, Wang Mu continued. Great Qin was the strongest of the 10 nations, and its remaining main force only had 7 or 8,000 people left. Even if there were other small surviving units, there wouldn't be many of them. If this was already the case for Great Qin, how much better would the other nations be? Even if they gathered all the armies of the various nations, there would be only tens of thousands of them. How far were they from the million-strong Demon Realm army? Even Wang Mu didn't have much confidence. It had to be known that the Demon Realm's army was not weak. Be it individual strength or overall strength, they were above those of the human armies. If not for Zhou Shu, the Demon Realm army would have already destroyed all the human armies. Whether it works or not, we can't just sit back and do nothing, can we? Zhou Shu said. Are we going to admit defeat just because we have no chance of winning? Of course not, everyone said. In that case, why don't we give it a try? Zhou Shu said. As you can see, it's not like we don't have any advantages. This world is rich in mineral mines, and there are high-grade forging materials everywhere. As long as I'm given a certain amount of time, I can provide the armies with superior weapons and military supplies. So, everyone, we still have hope. Zhou Shu was confident. Meng Bai, Wang Mu, Tang Qinshi and Cao Chenyang looked at each other. So, what should we do now? Tang Qinshi asked. King Zhou, I've seen the dark cloud armor you forged. If you can give Great Jin 3,000 sets of dark cloud armor, Great Jin can kill 100,000 demonic beasts. 3,000? Wang Mu said. Old Tang, you're really bold. Your Highness. Wang Mu looked at Zhou Shu and cupped his hands. Great Qin doesn't need 3,000 sets. I only need 1,000, and I'll dare to lead troops and kill my way through the Demon Realm army. Meng Bai rolled his eyes. Did these two fellows really think that the dark cloud armor was so easy to forge? Asking for 3,000 and 1,000 dark cloud armor sets at once. This was Great Xia's Huaxia pavilion. Even if he had so many dark cloud armor sets, he should equip the Great Xia army first. There will be more dark cloud armor, Zhou Shu said. He had to push Divine Constable Yang. The more enemies he killed, the more dark cloud armor sets there would be. Big brother. Zhou Shu turned to Mi Ziwen. There were many casualties within the 100 Wars armored army in this battle. Select some people to make up for the casualties. I still have some dark cloud armor sets. I'll get Deputy Pavilion Master Shi to bring them to you later. Although the Demon Realm army has temporarily retreated, they definitely won't give up so easily. In the future, our people have to be doubly careful when leaving the camp. It's best if the 100 Wars armored army goes and contact the remaining armies of the various nations. Also, it's best if there's a first-rank martial artist accompanying them. With Zhou Shu in the camp and Yao Lian as a hostage, the Demon Realm army definitely wouldn't dare to launch a large-scale attack for the time being. But if they wanted to find the remaining troops of the various nations, they had to leave the camp, and they had to be wary of the Demon Realm army. Your Highness, Great Qin can also join. Wang Mu's eyes lit up. Zhou Shu had more dark cloud armor sets? Of course he had to fight for some. The same goes for Great Jin. Tang Qinshi said bitterly. Wang Mu glanced at him with contempt in his eyes. Zhou Shu is the side-by-side king of Great Qin. What business does Great Jin have here? Tang Qinshi felt a little guilty. Among the 4 nations present, Zhou Shu was the king of 3 nations. Great Jin was the only one who didn't have any relationship with him. But Tang Qinshi didn't have the right to rope in Zhou Shu. Big brother, you'll be in charge of this matter. If you don't have enough manpower, you can also choose from Great Qin, Zhou Shu said. General Wang, if I send General Wang Xin out to gather the other nations' armies, you won't object, right? Leaving the camp at this time was definitely a very dangerous thing. Of course not. Wang Mu was shocked to see Wang Xin this time. When he entered the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament, Wang Xin was still a 4th-rank martial artist. In less than a year, he broke through 2 major realms in a row and entered the 2nd rank of the martial Dao. At first, Wang Mu thought that he had seen wrongly. Later, he learned that this was all thanks to Zhou Shu. Wang Mu was the leader of the Great Qin Wang family's younger generation. The higher his cultivation level, the more stable the Wang family's status. He had obtained Zhou Shu's help to advance 2 ranks in a row. The Wang family owed Zhou Shu a huge favor. Moreover, even without this matter, Wang Mu wouldn't object to Wang Xin leaving the camp. The Great Qin Wang family had never been afraid of battle. Every man of the Wang family had grown up with a strong will and had a spirit that was not afraid of sacrifice. If Wang Xin died, it could only be said that he was not skilled enough. Zhou Shu's God of War catalog had only reached lesser mastery, so he naturally couldn't let Wang Xin, the strongest worker, idle around. Unfortunately, Chen Ji and Yin Chengshan were nowhere to be found. If not for the fact that the flaming sunset saber and the green dragon crescent blade were still completing kills from time to time, Zhou Shu would have thought that the 2 of them had already died in battle. But he couldn't be sure that they were still alive. After all, even if they were dead, the flaming sunset saber and the green dragon crescent saber could be in the hands of others. If the 2 of them were in the camp now, they could also follow Wang Xin to fight. The progress of the iron smelting hands technique rewarded by the flaming sunset saber had already fallen behind. The progress of the divine ability unparalleled benevolence rewarded by the green dragon crescent blade was also barely satisfactory. Clearly, the owners of these 2 weapons were probably hiding somewhere now. Leave it to me. Mi Ziwen nodded in agreement. This was both a risk and an opportunity. Leaving the camp to gather the remaining troops of the various countries was a huge favor to those struggling in danger. If the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament could end normally, Mi Ziwen would definitely make a great contribution. Mi Ziwen sighed in his heart. Back then, when they became sworn brothers, he originally wanted to take care of this junior brother of his. At the time, he never thought that one day, his junior brother would be the one taking care of him. Mi Ziwen had a clear mind and could naturally see the opportunities. Zhou Shu was only concerned about the opportunity to kill the enemies. As for the details, he left it up to the others. In any case, there were generals like Meng Bai, Wang Mu, and Tang Qinshi now. Mi Ziwen and Wang Xin were also leading generals. They would naturally consider the specific operation. While everyone was discussing, Zhou Shu carried Yao Lian to the place where Yao Buqi was imprisoned. Although Yao Buqi already knew that the Demon Realm army had been defeated, he still fell to the ground when he saw Yao Lian with his own eyes. He thought that Zhou Shu was very strong, but he hadn't expected Zhou Shu to be so strong. Even the great demon Yao Lian was captured alive by him. Yao Buqi was even more glad that he had always been very cooperative with him. Otherwise, the grass on his grave would probably be 3 feet tall now. Thump! Zhou Shu slapped Yao Lian on the head. The impact of his spiritual essence and divine sense made Yao Lian groan and wake up from his coma. His eyes were blank for a moment, then instantly sharp. As expected of a great demon, he was faster to wake up than ordinary demonic beasts. Yao Lian's gaze landed on Zhou Shu, and killing intent appeared. Rings of spiritual energy vortexes appeared on the surface of his body. The moment he woke up, he began to condense his spiritual essence. His fast reaction was not something an ordinary first-rank martial artist could compare to. Unfortunately, the Zhou Shu he was facing was not an ordinary first-rank martial artist. Thump! Zhou Shu interrupted Yao Lian with another attack. You don't have to look at me like that. Zhou Shu looked straight into Yao Lian's eyes. If you lose, you have to have the awareness that you have lost. Who are you? Yao Lian gritted his teeth. It's impossible that there's a first-rank martial artist in the human race. Yao Lian, remember your current situation. You are now my prisoner, so you have no right to ask questions, Zhou Shu said. You're not convinced, are you? I'll give you another chance. Have your army dig out 1,000,000 kilograms of ore for me, and I'll give you another chance to fight me fairly. Chapter 384, Compromise of the Demon Realm, Earth-Grade Great Destroyer Sword, 1. 1,000,000 kilograms of ore. Even Yao Lian, who was full of anger and killing intent, was stunned by what Zhou Shu said. You're talking to me about ore at this moment? Yao Lian's eyes were murderous as he said coldly, what do you mean? You're not a fool, are you? Zhou Shu gave him a sympathetic look. Yao Buqi, you tell him. Zhou Shu couldn't be bothered to explain too much to him. Yao Buqi flinched, but he still carefully explained the situation to Yao Lian. Yao Lian's eyes widened. The killing intent in his eyes seemed to be about to collapse the entire house. If not for the fact that his spiritual essence had been scattered and his limbs had been broken, he would have jumped up and fought Zhou Shu to the death. You want me to be your slave? Yao Lian roared. In your dreams. I, Yao Lian, have been defeated by you today. You can kill or torture me as you please. If I beg for mercy, I'll be your grandson. I don't have a grandson your age. Zhou Shu sneered. Yao Buqi, tell him what will happen if he disobeys. Zhou Shu walked out of the room with his hands behind his back, not worried that Yao Lian would escape. A moment later, roars came from the room. After an hour, Zhou Shu returned to the room. Have you thought it through? In the room, Yao Lian had already sat up cross-legged. Yao Buqi, on the other hand, was squatting in a corner with his neck hunched. Zhou Shu didn't care how Yao Buqi had communicated to Yao Lian. He looked at Yao Lian. The physique of a great demon was indeed incomparably powerful. His limbs had been broken, but he had actually reconnected them so quickly. Zhou Shu didn't pay too much attention to it. So what if his limbs were reconnected? Even if Yao Lian recovered his cultivation, it would only take one punch. If one punch wasn't enough, he would punch him twice. Would he be able to do anything about it? How can I trust you? Yao Lian breathed heavily with shame in his eyes. To think that he, Yao Lian, would one day negotiate with humans. Their existence could barely be compared to ants. Why? How did this happen? Yao Lian couldn't understand. It was clearly impossible for someone above the first rank to appear in the human race. Why did he encounter such a monster? He still hadn't figured out how he'd lost. Logically speaking, there was no reason for him to lose. It's up to you, Zhou Shu said indifferently. I've given you a chance. If you don't want it, that's your business. Since you're not willing to take this opportunity, forget it. Zhou Shu turned to look at Yao Buqi. Yao Buqi, you have quite a status in the demon realm as well. If I let you go, can you control the demon realm army? If you can make the demonic beasts dig 1,000,000 kilograms of ore for me, I can return your freedom. Yao Buqi's eyes lit up, then he looked at Yao Lian timidly. He wanted to say yes, but he didn't dare. Yao Lian was still listening. If he agreed, once Yao Lian returned to the demon realm alive, even his parents wouldn't be able to protect him. Yao Lian was furious. He panted heavily. If eyes could kill, Zhou Shu would have been killed countless times. 1,000,000 kilograms of ore sounded like a lot, but it was actually nothing to the demonic beast army. If each of the 1,000,000-strong demonic beast army dug up a stone, they could easily gather 1,000,000 kilograms of ore. Using 1,000,000 kilograms of ore to exchange for freedom was actually a very good deal. But he just could not take this lying down. He, a great demon, actually had to bow down to a human? And this human wanted to humiliate him. He actually asked this bastard Yao Buqi to deceive the demon realm army in front of him. It was intolerable. I'll give you 1,000,000 kilograms of ore. Yao Lian roared. I will definitely kill you. I swear to God. No, no. Zhou Shu had heard people say all sorts of harsh words. He didn't take them to heart at all. Instead, he shook his head and said, 1,000,000 kilograms of ore was the price just now. Now, the price has increased. He held up a finger. 10,000,000 kilograms of ore. Yao Lian's hair stood on end. Fury overpowered his sanity. He gritted his teeth. Very good. I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. I promise I'll make you taste the worst torture of all time before I kill you. Bang. Yao Lian's voice stopped abruptly. His burly body flew dozens of feet away and crashed into the wall with a bang. Noisy. Zhou Shu said indifferently. Although I'm not afraid of your threat, know your place. You're now my prisoner. You talk too much. I'll teach you how to behave. Yao Buki, pass on Yao Lian's orders. After I see 10 million kilograms of ore, Yao Lian, I will give you another chance to fight. Yao Lian lay on the floor and looked up at the sky, feeling like he had nothing to live for. In Huaxia Pavilion's 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament branch, Yin Weiyu stood beside Zhou Shu and stole glances at him from time to time. Zhou Shu, is it really okay to let Yao Buki leave? Yin Weiyu said as she watched Yao Buki's figure disappear into the distance like lightning. After taking the initiative to help Zhou Shu back to the camp last time, Yin Weiyu seemed to have overcome her previous psychological barrier and was no longer afraid of appearing in front of him. But when she occasionally thought of how she had exposed her body in front of him, her face still turned red. Chapter 385, Compromise of the Demon Realm, Earth-Grade Great Destroyer Sword, 2. No problem. Zhou Shu smiled. Think about it. There are hundreds of thousands of troops from the demon realm in this world. If we don't give them something to do, won't they keep thinking about how to attack us and save Yao Lian? Yao Buki doesn't have the guts. He'll be a good supervisor. Zhou Shu's reason was justifiable. But no matter how Yin Weiyu thought about it, she felt that he simply wanted to gather forging materials. 10 million kilograms of forging materials. Yin Weiyu, the Grand Minister of the Forging Division, felt a little dizzy just thinking about it. Even she found that number astronomical. She was actually feeling confused. Wasn't this the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament? They were clearly enemies, but why did it feel like something was wrong? Yin Weiyu felt a little amused when she thought of the hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts waving their sharp claws and digging open the mineral mines before carrying huge rocks on their backs. She scrunched up her face and wondered if she should laugh. Meng Bai, Wang Mu, Tang Qinqi and Cao Chenyang also had mixed feelings. They were still trying to figure out how to counterattack the Demon Realm army when the King of the South, side-by-side King and Country Protector King had already sent 1 million demonic beasts to help him mine. Even though they were knowledgeable, they felt a strong sense of separation now. Everyone, don't just stand there. Zhou Shu turned to look at Meng Bai and the others. Making them mine is only temporary. It won't last long. Make a killing, Zhou Shu almost blurted out. He coughed lightly. While they're mining, generals, you must gather the remaining troops of the various nations. It's unlikely for this to happen again. The next time, the Demon Realm army might not be so obedient, Zhou Shu said seriously. After all, mining didn't involve the life and death of the Demon Realm army. Therefore, in order to exchange for Yao Lian, they would definitely try anything once. But next time, even if he captured Yao Lian again, it might not be so simple. Meng Bai, Wang Mu and the others came back to their senses and smiled bitterly. It was indeed a good opportunity. The Demon Realm army had already gone to mine. How could they have time to attack the remaining human troops? In the Demon Realm army camp, Yao Buki didn't take a single step back when facing so many first-rank demonic beasts. You want our million-strong army to dig stones for the humans, a first-rank demonic beast said angrily. This is too much. The aura of the first-rank demonic beast exploded, and the limestone under his feet exploded into dust. No. Yao Buki was not afraid at all. I'm also a first-rank martial artist. I'm not afraid of you. Besides, in terms of background, I'm not lower than anyone. It's not to dig stones for the humans, but for the sake of Lord Yao Lian, Yao Buki said eloquently. There's a saying in the human race that it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. I think it makes sense. It's just 10 million kilograms of ore. It's nothing to us. Why not use it to save Lord Yao Lian? Besides, without Lord Yao Lian, who among you would be a match for that human? Yao Buki pointed at the first-rank demonic beasts. Humph. Although he's strong, he might not be stronger than us when we combine forces, a first-rank demonic beast said with an ugly expression. With an army of 1 million, I don't believe he can hold us off. He may not be able to hold us off, but how many of you will survive? Yao Buki sneered. But even if we save Lord Yao Lian, he's already lost, another first-rank demonic beast said. If you have the ability, say that again in front of Lord Yao Lian. Yao Buki sneered. All the first-rank demonic beasts fell silent. After a long while, a first-rank demonic beast slowly said, Lord Yaolian must be saved. But we can't just simply give the humans what they want either. He wants ore, doesn't he? We'll give it to him. But not so readily. With the strength of our Demon Realm army, we can gather 10 million kilograms of ore in a few days. However, we will delay it for a few months before giving it to them. What's the point? Yao Buki frowned. Humph, the lords of the Demon Realm are thinking of a way to crack the barrier of this world. If this drags on for a few months, other lords might descend. A first-rank demonic beast sneered. At that time, no matter how capable the human race is, they can forget about overturning the heavens. Yao Buki glanced at the first-rank demonic beast and sneered in his heart. You're thinking too much, aren't you? You don't know how abnormal that human is. Even if another lord descends, will he be able to defeat that human? If things go wrong, he might end up like Lord Yaolian. I have no objections to stalling for time, Yao Buki said. But it will be hard to explain why it takes a few months to gather the ore. Besides, Lord Yaolian will be the one to suffer. A month. A month at the most. 10 million kilograms of ore must be handed over, or I fear they will abuse Lord Yaolian. All the first-rank demonic beasts frowned, but in the end, they nodded. Everyone, I'll leave the mining to you. I'll go back and deal with that human now. Don't worry. With me around, I definitely won't let Lord Yaolian be bullied. Yao Buki had a self-sacrificial look on his face. It'll be hard on you. All the demonic beasts looked at him in admiration. It wasn't easy to endure such humiliation. In the forging room of the Huaxia Pavilion's 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament branch, everyone was in high spirits. Li Chengliang and the other forgers sat around like primary school students, staring unblinkingly at Zhou Shu in the middle of the room. Only Shi Songtao looked unhappy. This was his privilege as the deputy pavilion master in the past. Now, these people were actually enjoying the same benefits as him. In the middle of the room, Zhou Shu was upgrading his weapon. Upgrading weapons isn't as difficult as you think. Zhou Shu's hands were like fire as he slowly spoke. As long as you have confidence, it's easy to upgrade weapons. The black-grade Great Destroyer sword gradually turned red in his hand, as if it was about to melt. The divine ability Total Annihilation had already reached perfection. If the black-grade Great Destroyer sword completed any more kills, Total Annihilation would no longer improve. At most, it would bring Zhou Shu some spiritual essence feedback. Therefore, Zhou Shu put its upgrade on the agenda. If the Great Destroyer sword could be upgraded to Earth grade, it might be able to support Zhou Shu's usage. Otherwise, with Zhou Shu's current strength, black and yellow grade weapons wouldn't be able to withstand the impact of his strength. Even if it was Earth grade, it would barely be able to withstand it. Although there were many forging materials in the camp now, there were still insufficient types. For the time being, he couldn't forge heaven-grade weapons. The Earth-grade Great Destroyer sword would make do for a while. As the forgers listened to Zhou Shu's explanation, they all felt enlightened. Even Li Chengliang benefited greatly. There were only these 10 or so forgers in the camp now. In the next 2 years, he would have to count on them to support the camp's forging. Zhou Shu alone was unable to supply the weapons needed for tens of thousands of troops. He didn't hold back and explained in detail the characteristics and matching techniques of the various forging materials. Lost in the forging, time flew by. Although the appearance of the Great Destroyer sword in Zhou Shu's hand had not changed, various forging materials had fused into it. In the eyes of the forgers, it had already been reborn. Zhou Shu's hands had never stopped since the beginning. Even when he set the star paths, he did it smoothly. Buzz! The Great Destroyer sword shone brightly, and all the forgers stopped breathing. It was done. Upgrading a black-grade weapon to an earth-grade weapon, the King of the South had created another miracle. Everyone had the same thought. Could it be that in the near future, they would be able to see a yellow-grade weapon upgrade step by step to become a heaven-grade weapon? It's finally earth-grade. It wasn't easy. Zhou Shu stroked the Great Destroyer sword and sighed. Everyone couldn't help rolling their eyes. It wasn't easy. It seemed so easy for you. The Great Destroyer sword is number 1 in the Black Grade Armament Manual. It's now Earth Grade. What do you think its ranking will be now? Li Chengliang whispered. Chapter 386, The Lingering Bloodthirsty Rampant Saber, 1. Zhou Shu didn't care if the Great Destroyer sword was the first in the Earth-grade armament manual. With his current status, he no longer needed the armament manuals to increase his reputation. He didn't even like the armament manuals. Whenever he just forged a weapon, it was already on one of the armament manuals. It made him feel like he was being watched. It was as if his personal information had been stolen while he was playing with his phone in his previous life. Who knew how the Heavenly Mountain Villa did it? After upgrading the Great Destroyer sword, Zhou Shu didn't stay idle. He forged the Abyss Rainbow Sword again. Zhou Shu liked the Great Traversal Sword art rewarded by the Abyss Rainbow Sword very much. He had to find an opportunity to perfect it. Zhou Shu had a little obsessive-compulsive disorder. If he didn't reach perfection in the rewards given by the legendary Armament Canon, he would feel a little lacking and uncomfortable. So far, among the cultivation techniques and divine abilities he had obtained from the legendary Armament Canon, other than the iron smelting hands technique and the divine ability Unparalleled Benevolence, the only thing left was the Great Traversal Sword art. He had yet to reach the lesser mastery stage with it. The iron smelting hands technique was the reward for the Flaming Sunset Saber, and the Flaming Sunset Saber was with Yin Chengshan. The divine ability Unparalleled Benevolence was the reward from the Green Dragon Crescent Blade, which was with Chen Ji. These two people's whereabouts were unknown, and there was nothing Zhou Shu could do about it for the time being. But as long as he forged the Abyss Rainbow Sword again, he could directly obtain its rewards. Having more forgers in the camp was a good thing for Zhou Shu. He had worked hard to train these forgers and had received positive feedback. With the help of these forgers, he only used 3 days to forge the Abyss Rainbow Sword. In the past, this would have been an unimaginable forging speed. Even Li Chengliang and the others were full of praise. But only Zhou Shu could use this method for the time being. Li Chengliang had tried it himself. Even with his skills as a grand craftsman, he was unable to reassemble the composite materials. The requirements for forging techniques were too high. Now, Li Chengliang and the others finally understood the gap between them and Zhou Shu. Although Zhou Shu was not a grand craftsman yet, his forging skills had already left everyone in the dust. After forging the Abyss Rainbow Sword, Zhou Shu was full of energy. He was excitedly preparing to forge the next weapon when he was interrupted by the Deputy Pavilion Master. As the Deputy Pavilion Master of the Huaxia Pavilion, apart from learning forging from Zhou Shu, Shi Songtao also had to deal with all the logistics in the camp. It was not at all wrong to call him the head steward. Although there were more people in the camp now, Shi Songtao didn't hand over his work to others. Things like the management of forging materials and the warehouse of the Huaxia Pavilion, these were the most important things of the Huaxia Pavilion. Pavilion Master, Yao Qing is here. He wants to see you. Shi Songtao called Zhou Shu out of the forging room, avoiding Li Chengliang and the others. Yao Qing? Why does he want to see me? Zhou Shu was puzzled. Are the forging materials he sent enough to learn the next move? Back then, he had let Yao Qing leave so that Yao Qing could help him mine. But now that there was an army of 1,000,000 demonic beasts, he no longer thought much of Yao Qing. It's not enough, Shi Songtao said. He sighed in his heart. Who would have thought that a first-rank demonic beast like Yao Qing would work so hard to mine just to learn a few saber techniques from the king? In fact, the king didn't think much of the saber techniques. In the camp, there were simply too many people who had learned 1 or 2 moves of the heavenly saber art from him. Yao Qing had gotten incorrect information. Since he didn't get enough ore, why would he want to see me? Zhou Shu waved his hand. Send him away. I'm busy forging. Don't bother me with such trivial matters in the future. Shi Songtao grumbled and left in a bad mood. It wasn't long before he was back. Shi Songtao. If you don't give me a reason, I'll show you why the flowers are so red today. It was Zhou Shu's turn to be unhappy. Right now, he had a bellyful of forging inspiration he wanted to unleash. Being interrupted again and again made him furious. Your Highness, take a look at this first. Shi Songtao wiped away his cold sweat and quickly handed something over. What is this? Zhou Shu frowned and took it. It was a broken blade. As soon as he received the blade, his expression changed. Where did you get this? Zhou Shu asked coldly. Yao Qing brought it, Shi Songtao said. He said that when you see this, you will definitely meet him. Shi Songtao had actually seen the blade before. He could tell that it was left behind after a heaven-grade weapon shattered, but he didn't see anything else. Although the fragments of a heaven-grade weapon had some value, they were not worth mentioning to the current Huaxia pavilion. Currently, hundreds of thousands of kilograms of ores were piled up in the warehouse of the Huaxia pavilion. In the near future, it might even be filled with 10 million kilograms of ores. Not to mention the fragments of a heaven-grade weapon, even Shi Songtao felt that a heaven-grade weapon was not worth mentioning. "Bring him to me," Zhou Shu said in a low voice. He held the weapon fragment between his fingertips and crushed it into countless tiny pieces. Seeing Zhou Shu's actions, Shi Songtao knew that things weren't as simple as they seemed. He didn't dare to ask further and hurriedly brought Yao Qing in. Chapter 387, The Lingering Bloodthirsty Rampant Saber, 2. Seeing Yao Qing, Zhou Shu went straight to the point. "Yao Qing, tell me, where did you get this weapon fragment?" "I broke it myself," Yao Qing said in a deep voice. "King of the South, how many moves do you think I can get with this? Are you negotiating with me?" Zhou Shu's eyes turned cold. "Just a fair trade," Yao Qing said seriously. "King of the South, trading ores is a transaction. This information is not in our agreement, so of course we need to renegotiate." Zhou Shu looked at Yao Qing. Although Yao Qing felt a little scared, he still raised his head and looked straight into Zhou Shu's eyes. Suddenly, Zhou Shu laughed. "Yao Qing, oh, Yao Qing. As expected of someone with half a human bloodline, this bargaining ability already has some essence of the human race." Yao Qing's expression darkened. He hated hearing others say that he was half human and half demon. But the person in front of him was a ruthless person who could even capture Lord Yao Lian alive. Yao Qing knew his limits and knew that even if he risked his life, he wouldn't be a match for him. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Yao Qing said in a deep voice, "The King of the South, if you feel that this information is worthless, then forget it. I'll just look for ores again." After learning that Zhou Shu had captured Yao Lian alive, Yao Qing became even more interested in learning Zhou Shu's saber technique. If he could learn saber techniques from such a ruthless person, wouldn't his chances of defeating Yao Wudi in the future be much higher? It was precisely because of this that Yao Qing came to trade with Zhou Shu proactively. As for whether he had betrayed the demon realm, at least Yao Qing didn't think he did. "Bring me the owner of this saber. I will teach you 5 moves of the saber technique." Zhou Shu looked at Yao Qing. "I can't bring him." Yao Qing shook his head. "The saber is shattered. Can he still be alive? I thought that those qualified to have heaven-grade weapons were all human experts, so I used a little more force. Who knew that this person was so weak that he and even his weapon were shattered by me with one move?" Yao Qing said it casually, but he was shocked at the time. Even he didn't dare to be careless against a human expert with a heaven-grade weapon. At the time, he had directly unleashed his full strength. In the end, with just one move, the saber shattered and the person died. "He's dead, and you're trying to negotiate with me with a piece of the blade?" Zhou Shu snorted coldly. "Of course not," Yao Qing said. "The owner of this saber is dead, but there are others alive." Yao Qing pointed at the shattered saber on the floor. This person wasn't alone. He had many accomplices. "I didn't know you had such a mind, Yao Qing." Zhou Shu looked at Yao Qing in a new light. 5 moves of the heavenly saber art. Deal. A moment later, Yao Qing left, satisfied. Shi Songtao was full of doubts. He looked at Zhou Shu curiously. "Pavilion Master, what does Yao Qing mean?" Shi Songtao couldn't help asking. Zhou Shu shook his head. "Go get Great General Meng for me. Also, get the Grand Minister and Lu Wen's Huang." Mi Ziwen had brought the 100 Wars armored army out of the camp. Only Meng Bai and Yen Wuyu were still in the camp. But they were enough. Zhou Shu pondered. After Meng Bai, Yen Wuyu, and the others arrived, Zhou Shu didn't waste any time and said, "Grand General, Grand Minister, I found traces of the Great Wei army." "Great Wei?" Meng Bai's expression changed slightly. "Are you sure?" Zhou Shu understood what Meng Bai meant and nodded. "Yes. The Great Wei army was not completely wiped out. They could confirm this now. Last time, when Zhou Shu led his troops to slaughter the 5,000 Great Wei soldiers, they were already certain that the news of Great Wei being completely wiped out was fake. But now that they had further confirmed it, they sighed in their hearts. Sun Gongping was the one who had brought back the news that Great Wei was completely wiped out. As for Sun Gongping, he was a young Marquis of Great Xia. Your Highness, why did Great Wei deliberately spread the news that they were completely wiped out? Meng Bai frowned. Although he was unwilling to believe that Sun Gongping was colluding with Great Wei, it now seemed that the news of Great Wei's annihilation was very likely deliberately released by Great Wei. But after thinking about it, he couldn't figure out why Great Wei released this news. Bluffing the armies of the various countries and then ambushing them from behind? This didn't seem to require spreading such news. I don't know. Zhou Shu shook his head. But there's something. Zhou Shu pointed at the remnants of the weapon on the floor. Do you know what this is? Meng Bai, Yin Huo and the others looked over. Meng Bai even picked up a fragment and placed it on his palm to observe. The saber remains that Yao Qing had brought were not big to begin with. In addition, in a moment of anger, Zhou Shu crushed them even more. Meng Bai looked at the weapon fragments for a while but couldn't see anything from them. These are fragments of the bloodthirsty rampant saber, Zhou Shu said. Bloodthirsty rampant saber. Meng Bai was stunned. Great Wei's imperial preceptor Xiao Shunzi's bloodthirsty rampant saber. That's right. Zhou Shu nodded. He had fought Xiao Shunzi several times and had even personally killed him twice. He was naturally extremely familiar with the bloodthirsty rampant saber. He didn't expect that bastard Xiao Shunzi to still be around. He had not died completely. If Yao Qing hadn't killed him again, Zhou Shu really wanted to capture Xiao Shunzi and ask him how he had been revived. Isn't Xiao Shunzi already dead? Who has his bloodthirsty rampant saber? Meng Bai asked instinctively. Not in anyone's hands. Xiao Shunzi is alive, again. Zhou Shu shook his head and didn't hide anything. Back in Yu Prefecture, Xiao Shunzi was killed once. Then outside Hang Pass, he was killed by me again with the shadow sword. Counting this time, he must have died 3 times. It's hard to say if he'll show up again. Died 3 times. Meng Bai was shocked. If he didn't know Zhou Shu's character, he would have thought that Zhou Shu was lying to him. Could it be that he didn't die before and was only seriously injured? Meng Bai asked tentatively. No, Zhou Shu shook his head. There's no way someone I killed will still be alive. The legendary armament cannon had already given him the kill reward, so how could he not be dead? I now suspect that Great Wei has some kind of method that can bring people back from the dead. But the cultivation of those who come back from the dead seems to drop. Xiao Shunzi, who attacked the Grand Minister outside Hang Pass, was only a second-rank martial artist. This time, his cultivation was even lower, only a third-rank martial artist. Zhou Shu said. To bring someone back from the dead, how is that possible? Meng Bai gasped. Your Highness, if what you say is true, could it be that Sun Gongping didn't lie? Did he really see Great Wei wiped out, but Great Wei's army came back from the dead? Not likely, Zhou Shu said. Although I don't know how Great Wei did it, there must be a price to pay for this kind of resurrection. I don't think Great Wei can resurrect tens of thousands of people. If Great Wei had this ability, wouldn't it be equivalent to them having tens of thousands of immortal troops? Then, wouldn't they be invincible? Great General, I'm not telling you this to worry you, Zhou Shu said. So what if Great Wei has this method? Xiao Shunzi has died 3 times. If he comes back to life, his cultivation will at most be at the 4th rank. We can easily crush him again. I called you here because I wanted you to take this trip with me. Zhou Shu looked at them. Even if everyone in Great Wei can come back from the dead, we can kill them until they don't dare to come back to life. Just the few of us. Meng Bai and the others had no objections to killing traitors of the human race. But since Great Wei had so many tricks up their sleeves, they had definitely maintained their strength. Now that the 100 Wars armored army was not around, would the few of them be enough? Just the few of us is enough. Zhou Shu patted the Earth-grade Great Destroyer sword. With the Great Destroyer sword and your mountain-suppressing sword, I'm already treating them with enough respect. Chapter 388, The Rewards for the Earth-grade Great Destroyer sword and the mountain-suppressing sword, 1. When Zhou Shu left the camp, he only had a few people with him. There were only 6 of them, Meng Bai, Yin Huo, Lu Wenzhuang, Wang Mu, Tang Qinshi, and Zhou Shu. If not for the fact that the great demon Yao Lian was still in the camp, Zhou Shu might have brought Cao Chenyang along. But although Yao Lian's cultivation had been sealed, it was still not safe to not leave a first-rank martial artist in the camp. Cao Chenyang had been in the demon realm for many years and had a deep understanding of demonic beasts. Leaving him in the camp to watch over Yao Lian could be considered making the best use of him. Apart from Yin Wuo, the 6 of them were all first-rank martial artists. Even the weakest Yin Wuo was a second-rank martial artist. Naturally, they were extremely fast. Zhou Shu didn't use the divine ability Unstoppable for 1,000 miles. Otherwise, he would have been able to reach the place Yao Qing had mentioned in an instant. Zhou Shu's mission this time was not only to deal with Great Wei but also to obtain a wave of rewards. Under such circumstances, there was naturally no lack of workers involved. If not for the fact that the 100 Wars armored army had gone out of the camp to look for the various nations' armies, Zhou Shu would have even dispatched them. Unfortunately, time waited for no one. If he waited for the 100 Wars armored army to return, the Great Wei army might have already moved away. This was why Zhou Shu decided to deal with the Great Wei army with just these few people. 5 first-rank martial artists and 1 second-rank martial artist, with such strength, even if they faced an army of thousands, their chances of winning were extremely high. At the first rank of the martial dao, fighting 100 alone was not impossible. If a first-rank martial artist fell into the siege of thousands of troops, they might naturally die from exhaustion. But if there were 5 of them, they would be able to kill them all without overexerting themselves. Wang Mu and Tang Qinshi were actually not Zhou Shu's workers. Their weapons were not forged by him. Zhou Shu had only brought the 2 of them along for safety reasons. For this reason, he had temporarily lent them 2 cosmic bangles. If he couldn't farm anything else, it would be good to farm some essence cleansing pills. We're almost there. Not long after the group left, Zhou Shu pointed ahead. This Great Wei army is hidden here. They seem to be plotting something. Don't hold back later. Just kill them. Zhou Shu had never had a good impression of Great Wei. Now, there was even concrete evidence that they had colluded with the demon realm. In that case, there was no need to hold back. As for whether there were innocent people in the Great Wei army, Zhou Shu didn't even consider it. On the battlefield, it was taboo to be soft-hearted. Meng Bai, Wang Mu, and Tang Qinshi, who were experienced generals, naturally understood this principle. They all nodded. Grand Minister, follow me later. Don't go too far away, Zhou Shu instructed Yin Wuo. Yin Wuo's cultivation was the weakest, and she was most vulnerable. Zhou Shu naturally had to take care of her. I'll lend you the Abyss Rainbow Sword for the time being. Be careful not to destroy it. Zhou Shu glanced at Lu Wenzhuang and casually threw the Abyss Rainbow Sword to her. Her original sword had been destroyed in the previous battle. Now, she was only carrying an ordinary 8-sided Han sword, which was a little miserable. She didn't have a choice. In the warehouse of the Huaxia Pavilion's 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament branch, there was no stockpile of ranked weapons, only standard weapons. Having an 8-sided Han sword was better than fighting barehanded. After Lu Wenzhuang received the Abyss Rainbow Sword, a look of surprise flashed across her face. After asking for a weapon the previous time, she had never mentioned the same topic to Zhou Shu again. She knew very well that she was in no position to ask too much. She was already satisfied with learning the astounding Heavenly 18 Swords technique and the God of War catalogue. She had indeed thought too much before. As her master had said, she should be filial to her master instead of expecting her master to take care of her. After they were ready, Zhou Shu waved his arm and flew out first. Swish! The moment he saw the Great Wei soldiers, Zhou Shu slashed out with the Earth-grade Great Destroyer sword without hesitation. A sword beam hundreds of feet long directly killed dozens of Great Wei soldiers. The Earth-grade Great Destroyer sword you forged effectively completed a kill. You are rewarded with the divine ability 1 against 10,000. The Earth-grade Great Destroyer sword you forged effectively completed a kill. The divine ability 1 against 10,000 has improved by 10%. In an instant, dozens of messages flashed before Zhou Shu's eyes. Only then did the Great Wei army shout. Enemy attack! Great Wei's soldiers were also among the best in the world. They only panicked for a moment before regrouping and counter-attacking. But Meng Bai and the others had already arrived. Great Xia's Meng Bai is here. Die, traitors! Meng Bai held the mountain-suppressing sword in his hand. His aura was monstrous as he slashed at the enemies. Countless Great Wei soldiers died under his sword. Great Qin's Wang Mu is here to kill the traitors here. Wang Mu was unwilling to fall behind. He held his sword and attacked. Sword chi surrounded his body, and he was insufferably arrogant. The mountain-suppressing sword you forged effectively completed a kill. You are rewarded with the cultivation technique heaven-slaying sword art. The mountain-suppressing sword you forged effectively completed a kill. The heaven-slaying sword art has improved by 30%. The cosmic bangle you forged has aided in completing a kill. You are rewarded with 2 essence cleansing pills. The cosmic bangle you forged has aided in completing a kill. You are rewarded with 3 essence cleansing pills. With the workers at work, countless messages flashed before Zhou Shu's eyes, and the rewards came rolling in. Chapter 389, The Rewards for the Earth-Grade Great Destroyer Sword and the Mountain-Suppressing Sword, 2. Tang Qinshi was slightly slower than the two of them. By the time he arrived, Meng Bai and Wang Mu had already begun to kill enemies. Great Xia Tang Qinshi is here. Who dares to fight me? Tang Qinshi roared, and his aura exploded. At this moment, a first-rank expert flew out from the Great Wei army and slashed at Tang Qinshi. Tang Qinshi's eyes widened as he cursed inwardly, "Damn it, those two started killing first. Why didn't you attack them first?" But he didn't dare to be negligent. He waved his saber and fought with the first-rank expert. The shadow sword you forged effectively completed a kill. The Zhuangzhou butterfly dream technique has advanced by 10%, 5 years added to the dream entry time. The abyss rainbow sword you forged effectively completed a kill. The great traversal sword art has improved by 30%. Yin Wu and Lu Wenzhuang charged into the army back-to-back and approached Zhou Shu. From the corner of his eye, Zhou Shu noticed the two women approaching. He turned his sword and killed a few more Great Wei soldiers. "Little Lu, watch carefully. I'll teach you another set of sword techniques," Zhou Shu said in a clear voice. The Earth-grade Great Destroyer sword's momentum changed, turning from big wide moves to exquisite moves. The Great Traversal sword art, after mastering it, you can dominate the world, and no one can stop you. Zhou Shu roared as sword light crisscrossed. Great Wei soldiers fell one after another silently. Lu Wenzhuang felt refreshed. When she and Yin Wu were young, they had once taken the Great Xia sword sage as their master and learned sword techniques. The sword technique she cultivated was already one of the best in the world, and it was not inferior to the astounding Heavenly 18 Swords technique. But this great traversal sword art made Lu Wenzhuang's heart tremble. It was more powerful than the astounding Heavenly 18 Swords technique and the sword technique she had previously cultivated. Lu Wenzhuang's talent in the sword dao was indeed outstanding. Seeing Zhou Shu demonstrate, she waved the abyss rainbow sword and learned on the spot. Under the sword light, the lethality was stronger than before. Yin Wu was envious, but Zhou Shu didn't say anything. She wouldn't secretly learn it either. She followed a few steps behind Zhou Shu and brandished the shadow sword, silently reaping the lives of the Great Wei soldiers. Yin Wu's cultivation was indeed the lowest among the 6 of them, but no matter what, she was still a second-rank martial artist. She was much stronger than ordinary Great Wei soldiers. Before the first-rank experts in the Great Wei army could react, hundreds of Great Wei soldiers had already fallen to the ground. But there were nearly 10,000 Great Wei soldiers. Although hundreds of them had died, there were still many others in sight. Moreover, the experts in the Great Wei army had already reacted. Now, Meng Bai and Wang Mu had welcomed their opponents. They were both entangled by Great Wei's first-rank martial artists. Not to mention Tang Qinshi, who had been entangled by a first-rank expert without killing a single soldier. On the other hand, no first-rank expert approached Zhou Shu. He brandished his sword and continuously reaped the lives of Great Wei's soldiers. Yin Wu and Lu Wenzhuang followed Zhou Shu from both sides and weren't attacked by Great Wei's first-rank experts either. It was obvious that Great Wei knew Zhou Shu's strength. No first-rank expert rushed over to court death. But the ordinary Great Wei soldiers had no choice but to retreat. Boom! Just as Zhou Shu felt that he had earned a lot of rewards, a powerful aura suddenly soared into the sky. Enough! A cold shout resounded above the battlefield. The shout was like thunder, making everyone's ears ring. "Your Highness!" Wang Mu shouted. Zhou Shu narrowed his eyes. Without Wang Mu's reminder, he also saw a pillar of light suddenly appear in front of him. He had seen this pillar of light before. In the capital of Great Qin, Shen Yu had once used forging as an excuse to activate a mirror. At the time, such a pillar of light appeared. Then a black hole appeared in the sky above Great Xia, and countless demonic beasts rushed out. This event really caused a lot of damage to Great Xia. They didn't expect to see such a pillar of light here again. The pillar of light shot into the sky, as if it had created a huge hole in the sky. The cold shout came from the big hole in the air. With a blinding light, a figure in a flat crown stepped out of the pillar of light. Boom! As soon as the figure walked out, the pillar of light reaching into the sky let out a loud bang and slowly disappeared. "Welcome, Your Majesty!" Countless Great Wei soldiers knelt and shouted at the same time. Their reaction made Zhou Shu and the others freeze in midair. The Great Wei Emperor, Meng Bai, Wang Mu, and Tang Qinshi's opponents also temporarily retreated. The three of them flashed and arrived beside Zhou Shu. Meng Bai warned Zhou Shu in a low voice. The shock on all three faces was barely concealed. The 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament space had been sealed, but Emperor Wei Wu actually managed to enter. He actually got in. Emperor Wei Wu was the current emperor of Great Wei. He was in existence alongside Great Xia's Emperor Yuan Feng and the Great Qin Emperor. Shouldn't this person be holding up an imperial cauldron in the outside world? How could he be here? Emperor Wei Wu. Zhou Shu narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at the man with the flat crown. The man looked to be in his 30s or 40s. His square face was dignified. He indeed had the aura of a king. Compared to Meng Bai and the others, Zhou Shu was slightly surprised. What surprised him was not why Emperor Wei Wu was here. Instead, he was surprised that the aura of Emperor Wei Wu was even stronger than that of the Great Qin Emperor. Wasn't the Great Qin Emperor the #1 expert in the 10 nations? Why did Emperor Wei Wu feel stronger than him? And not just a little stronger. How dare you kill my Great Wei soldiers? Are you courting death? Emperor Wei Wu's expression was cold, and there was no emotion in his eyes. Tang Qinshi raised his long saber and shouted, "Emperor Wei Wu! We should be the ones saying that. You colluded with the demon realm and betrayed the human race. How should we kill you? How should we destroy Great Wei? Who said that Great Wei colluded with the demon realm?" Emperor Wei Wu sneered. In the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament, the 10 nations were besieged by the demon realm army. All the nations were killed or injured, while our Great Wei soldiers turned the tide and ambushed the demon realm army. It was as if he was stating a fact. Meng Bai, Wang Mu, and the others felt a chill run down their spines. If not for the variable Zhou Shu, what Emperor Wei Wu had said might very well have happened. Facing the demon realm army, the armies of the various nations had already suffered heavy casualties. Without knowing what was going on, it wouldn't be surprising if they were completely wiped out by the Great Wei soldiers. Didn't the elite soldiers of Great Qin under Wang Xin disappear just like this? The news that Great Wei had been wiped out was probably to deceive the armies of various nations and secretly let Emperor Wei Wu come. "Great General, this person doesn't look like a good person, does he?" Zhou Shu suddenly turned around and asked Meng Bai, Wang Mu, and the others. Meng Bai and Wang Mu were stunned. The term good person didn't seem like the right one to use to judge an emperor. But Emperor Wei Wu was indeed not a good person. How could he be anything good if he brought Great Wei to rely on the demon realm? Zhou Shu received an affirmative answer and nodded. "Then, it'll be easy to settle." He stepped lightly and flicked his sleeve. "Little Lu, watch carefully." One of the moves of the Great Traversal Sword Art, 100 Steps Flying Sword. Zhou Shu shouted, and the sword beam swept toward Emperor Wei Wu like a dragon. Lu Wenshuang's eyes lit up. As expected of her master, even an ordinary first-rank martial artist wouldn't be able to withstand this move, right? "Your Majesty," the experts of Great Wei exclaimed. Emperor Wei Wu's expression didn't change. He waved his hand and asked the Great Wei experts to retreat. Then he actually took a step forward. "Sword!" Emperor Wei Wu shouted. Light erupted from his body, and a sword appeared in his hand. The long sword slashed forward, and the tip of the sword collided with the tip of the Earth-grade Great Destroyer sword with incomparable accuracy. Boom! With a loud bang, the Earth-grade Great Destroyer sword flew back. Emperor Wei Wu took 3 steps back and stabilized himself. The 100 Steps Flying Sword, which was enough to kill ordinary first-rank experts, was actually blocked by Emperor Wei Wu. Chapter 390, Unexpectedly Powerful, 1. In the battle with the Demon Realm Army, Zhou Shu had once used the 100 Steps Flying Sword. At the time, Zhou Shu had just learned it, and the Abyss Rainbow Sword had not completed many kills. His mastery of the 100 Steps Flying Sword wasn't high, so the outcome was naturally not satisfactory. The strike only injured a first-rank demonic beast without killing him. But Zhou Shu's 100 Steps Flying Sword was no longer the same as before. Just now, Lu Wenzhuang had used the Abyss Rainbow Sword to kill hundreds of demonic beasts. Moreover, Zhou Shu's spiritual essence cultivation was already at the first rank. Under the enhancements, his 100 Steps Flying Sword didn't achieve anything. This surprised Zhou Shu. Logically speaking, ordinary first-rank martial artists might not be able to withstand his sword strike. Even the great Qin Emperor back then might not have been able to withstand it so easily. Emperor Wei Wu was stronger than he had expected. What Zhou Shu didn't know was that Emperor Wei Wu was even more shocked than he was. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Zhou Shu. The king of the south of Great Xia, the side-by-side king of Great Qin, Zhou Shu's name was like thunder to his ears. But to be honest, Emperor Wei Wu had often mocked the Great Qin Emperor in his heart for fighting a junior to a draw. In Emperor Wei Wu's opinion, Zhou Shu was only able to tie with the Great Qin Emperor because he was injured. And he was actually stronger than the Great Qin Emperor, so he naturally didn't take Zhou Shu seriously. But from the strike earlier, Emperor Wei Wu knew that he was wrong. The young man in front of him was very strong and wasn't inferior to him. You must be the strongest of the younger generation, Emperor Wei Wu said coldly. But unfortunately, you've met me. What I enjoy most is to kill geniuses like you. A cracking sound came from Emperor Wei Wu's body, as if his limbs were extending. His body actually rose at a visible speed. Emperor Wei Wu had an ordinary figure and had the height of an average man. But now, he had actually grown to almost 2 meters tall. His aura was even stronger than before. Zhou Shu clicked his tongue in wonder. He had seen similar transformations on humanoid demonic beasts from the demon realm, but this was the first time he had seen it on a human. This Emperor Wei Wu is quite interesting. Boom! The ground under Emperor Wei Wu's feet exploded, and his figure suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in front of Zhou Shu and slashed down. Swish! Zhou Shu swung the Earth-grade Great Destroyer sword horizontally, blocking Emperor Wei Wu's attack. They collided, and invisible energy spread out. With a rumble, Meng Bai, Wang Mu, Tang Qinshi and the others retreated. Even they found it difficult to withstand such a fierce aura. Lu Wenzhuang took a step forward and stood in front of Yan Huiyu. At the critical moment, she still hadn't forgotten her junior sister. Is that all? Zhou Shu shouted. You're still far from being able to kill me. Sword light sword and swept in all directions. Great traversal sword art. For a moment, everyone could only see sword light. Even Zhou Shu's and Emperor Wei's figures had disappeared in the sword light. The sharp sword chi made everyone retreat again and again. Even after retreating for several kilometers, they still felt their faces hurt. Everyone was shocked. To Meng Bai and the others, it was normal that Zhou Shu was very strong. After all, he could even defeat the great demon Yao Lian in one move. But it was very abnormal for Emperor Wei Wu to be so strong. Although Emperor Wei Wu was slightly famous in the 10 nations, they had never heard of him being so powerful. He was actually on par with Zhou Shu. This was simply beyond their imagination. Although Zhou Shu seemed to have the upper hand, he was still amazed. Although he didn't use the divine ability Total Annihilation, he wasn't holding back otherwise. His great traversal sword art and the astounding heavenly 18 swords technique had the enhancement of the God of War catalog. His strength had already surpassed the sword techniques themselves. It could even be said that in terms of sword techniques alone, Zhou Shu was already at the peak. Even Lu Wenzhuang and Yan Huiyu, who were known as disciples of the Great Xia Sword Saint, might not be able to compare to Zhou Shu in terms of sword techniques. But Emperor Wei Wu still managed to block his sword moves. Emperor Wei Wu's sword technique was actually not very outstanding, but his spiritual essence cultivation was incomparably high, and he had a strange strength that was not inferior to Zhou Shu's. It could be said that he was the strongest person Zhou Shu had ever met. Even the great Qin Emperor back then was far inferior to him. Not considering Zhou Shu, Emperor Wei Wu might be the strongest person in the 10 nations. But it was a pity that he had encountered Zhou Shu. Emperor Wei Wu, your cultivation is not bad. Take a move from me again. Clang. Zhou Shu forced Emperor Wei Wu back a few steps, then sheathed the Earth-grade Great Destroyer sword. His right hand gripped the hilt of his sword, and his aura changed. Emperor Wei Wu's pupils constricted. In his eyes, Zhou Shu's figure suddenly disappeared, replaced by a sword. Sword Qi soared into the sky, as if even the sky had been cut open, blinding Emperor Wei Wu. Heaven-slaying sword art. Zhou Shu drew his sword, and an indescribable sword beam suddenly appeared. The space seemed to have been cut into two, and a dark crack appeared under the sword beam. Thunder appeared in the crack, threatening to destroy everything. Emperor Wei Wu roared, and a bronze three-legged cauldron suddenly appeared in front of his chest. The moment the small cauldron appeared, the entire space of the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament shook violently. Chapter 391, Unexpectedly Powerful, 2. A visible aura surged into Emperor Wei Wu's body. This scene had happened to the great demon Yao Lian before, but it was nothing compared to this. Emperor Wei Wu's aura soared again. In a breath, he seemed to have surpassed the limit of a first-rank martial artist. Boom! In front of Emperor Wei Wu, the virtual image of countless mountains appeared. These virtual images kept shattering and collapsing under the sword light, but then more virtual images filled in. Loud rumbling sounds came from all directions. The mountains in the distance seemed to have been slashed, and the rocks kept collapsing. An imperial cauldron. What Emperor Wei Wu used was one of the 10 imperial cauldrons, not like the replica used by Yao Lian. The imperial cauldrons could affect this world. Emperor Wei Wu used the imperial cauldron to transfer Zhou Shu's heaven-slaying sword art to the mountains of this world. In an instant, countless mountains were cut apart. Emperor Wei Wu took a few steps back. Zhou Shu's heaven-slaying sword art had already reached its limit. It stopped a foot from Emperor Wei's chest, and then the sword beam dissipated. They stood apart, facing each other several feet apart. Both Zhou Shu and Emperor Wei Wu had solemn expressions. Both sides now realized that the person opposite them was a formidable opponent. Meng Bai, Wang Mu, Tang Qinji and the others were even more shocked. He blocked the attack again. Emperor Wei Wu actually blocked Zhou Shu's attack again. If it were any of them, they would probably have been killed on the spot. But Emperor Wei Wu actually managed to block it. Didn't this mean that Emperor Wei Wu was stronger than all of them? Is this the true power of the Imperial Cauldron? Zhou Shu's gaze landed on the Imperial Cauldron in front of Emperor Wei Wu. Previously, the Great Qin Emperor had used the Imperial Cauldron, but Great Qin's Imperial Cauldron was already damaged, so it didn't unleash much power. Emperor Wei Wu's Imperial Cauldron was very powerful. In Zhou Shu's opinion, Emperor Wei Wu was no weaker than the great demon Yao Lian. An ordinary first-rank martial artist might even be instantly killed by Emperor Wei Wu. Who the hell are you? Emperor Wei Wu's expression was solemn as he spoke in a deep voice. It's impossible for there to be an expert beyond the first rank of the martial Dao on the 10 Nations continent. You're definitely not human. Who are you? Emperor Wei Wu barked. Why do I feel like you're scolding me? Zhou Shu snorted coldly. I'm not human. You're a beast who colluded with the demon realm. How dare you say that about me? Zhou Shu was a little angry. He looked at Emperor Wei Wu and said, I don't care what you want to do by hiding your strength, but this is the end. Divine ability total annihilation. Zhou Shu's aura exploded. Boom. Emperor Wei Wu was sent flying, and the flat crown on his head fell to the ground. He flew hundreds of meters away. Before he landed, Zhou Shu was above him and stomped down. Swish! Emperor Wei Wu smashed into the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Zhou Shu descended from the sky and stomped down on Emperor Wei Wu's head. If Zhou Shu managed to land, Emperor Wei Wu's would probably become a huge watermelon. Boom! Zhou Shu's foot landed on nothing. Emperor Wei Wu disappeared without warning. The next moment, he appeared on a mountain peak 100 kilometers away. Retreat! Emperor Wei Wu shouted. A dense yellow light suddenly enveloped all the Great Wei soldiers. Then the figures of the Great Wei soldiers began to fade. Zhou Shu raised his eyebrows and roared. He slashed out with the Earth-grade Great Destroyer sword, and a shocking sword beam swept through the Great Wei army. Swish! With a single sword strike, countless Great Wei soldiers died on the spot, but most of them still disappeared with the yellow light. In the distance, Emperor Wei Wu's figure also disappeared into the air like a bubble. If not for the corpses littering the ground, everyone would have thought it was their imagination. How did he do it? Wang Mu frowned. Emperor Wei Wu had directly taken away thousands of troops. This move was too terrifying. This was even more unbelievable than him being able to fight Zhou Shu to a standstill. Zhou Shu's expression was ugly. He hadn't expected that Emperor Wei Wu would still be able to escape after he used the divine ability Total Annihilation. In terms of absolute combat strength, Emperor Wei Wu was still inferior to the great demon Yao Lian. But his methods were strange, and even Zhou Shu was unable to stop him. There was also the ability to bring thousands of troops away at the same time. Yao Lian definitely couldn't do this. Zhou Shu couldn't do it either. Emperor Wei Wu had something on him. Zhou Shu pondered as the strength in his body began to recede like a tide. Yin Wuyu had already obediently come to his side and reached out to hug his waist, becoming his walking stick again. No matter how he did it, I'm afraid it won't be so easy to find traces of the Great Wei army again. Zhou Shu pondered. Don't worry about him for now. I don't think they will dare to come out again in the short term. It won't be too late to deal with them after we deal with the Demon Realm army. Meng Bai, Wang Mu and Tang Qinshi nodded. This was all they could do. I really didn't expect Emperor Wei Wu, who has never had much of a reputation, to be so powerful. Tang Qinshi sighed. His horizons had been broadened today. He had thought that Zhou Shu was already strong enough, but Emperor Wei Wu was actually not inferior to him. Great Jin was originally on par with Great Wei. Now, it seemed that Great Jin should have fallen another rank among the 10 nations. Tang Qinshi glanced at Zhou Shu. Should I think of a way to get close to King Zhou? Zhou Shu naturally didn't care about Tang Qinshi's thoughts. He put his hand around Yin Wuyu's shoulder and quietly put away a strand of hair. He had taken it from Emperor Wei Wu during the battle. With this strand of hair, he could use the Zhuangzhou butterfly dream technique and enter a dream as Emperor Wei Wu. At that time, he would know what secrets Great Wei had. But Zhou Shu had always had some concerns about the Zhuangzhou butterfly dream technique. Now, the level of his Zhuangzhou butterfly dream technique was not low. Especially since Yin Wuyu had also killed a lot of people today, he could already go back up to 10 years using the Zhuangzhou butterfly dream technique. Transforming into a person in a dream for 10 years was longer than Zhou Shu had transmigrated to this world. Zhou Shu was really worried that this would affect his personality. Although this possibility was not very high, after all, his visualization of the 5 mountains' true form had already reached the lesser mastery stage. His divine sense was condensed, and his mind was powerful. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be lost in a dream. Let's go back first. After this battle, Great Wei will at least lie low for a while. We don't have to worry about them for the time being, Zhou Shu said solemnly. Also, find a way to find Sun Gongping. He might know something. For some reason, Zhou Shu felt a little uneasy. Logically speaking, even if Emperor Wei Wu had some secrets, Zhou Shu could easily suppress him with his current strength. Who cared about any schemes? He could just push them over. Where did this uneasiness come from? Zhou Shu made up his mind that even if he felt a little uncomfortable, he would use the Zhuangzhou butterfly dream technique after returning to the camp. Why did Emperor Wei Wu descend to this place? Why was he so powerful? Why did Great Wei collude with the demon realm? Why could the imperial preceptor of Great Wei revive several times? He had to get to the bottom of things. Otherwise, hidden dangers might erupt at any moment. This uncontrollable situation was what Zhou Shu hated the most. Sun Gongping. Meng Bai nodded. I'll send some men to look for him. The 100 Wars armored army has been keeping an eye out for him as well. If it's Sun Gongping, I might be able to find him, Yin Wuyu suddenly said in Zhou Shu's arms. Can you find him? If Sun Gongping knew these secrets, he wouldn't have to enter a dream, becoming Emperor Wei Wu, and suffer the painful process of experiencing a split personality. Chapter 392, Is it too brutal? 1. The Zhuangzhou butterfly dream technique was abnormally magical. Experiencing the life experiences of others in a dream was actually a very magical thing. Moreover, one could obtain extraordinary gains. But unless absolutely necessary, Zhou Shu didn't really want to use the Zhuangzhou butterfly dream technique. After all, it would be fine if the life experiences of the dream target were all beautiful. But what if there were some unsightly experiences? Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Now, Yin Wuyu said that she had a way to find Sun Gongping. If she could find him, he might not need to enter the Emperor Wei Wu dream anymore. Sun Gongping had previously spread false news. It was very likely that he knew something. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done this for no reason. What way do you have to find Sun Gongping? Zhou Shu looked at Yin Wuo. The first time he saw Yin Wuo was through Sun Gongping. At the time, he was only an ordinary forging apprentice. It was Sun Gongping who had called Yin Wuo over to support him. Yin Wuo had indeed known Sun Gongping since they were young. I just found this on the battlefield. Yin Wuo flipped her wrist, and something appeared in her palm. This is... Zhou Shu looked at Yin Wuo's palm. Her hand was very beautiful. Her fingers were slender and long, and her skin was as smooth as jade. Now, on her palm lay a grey stone the size of a baby's palm with some ugly lines carved into it. Sun Gongping left this behind. Zhou Shu was deep in thought. Yes, Yin Wuo said. When we were young, Sun Gongping liked to mess around the most. He invented a method to send messages and taught it to some friends who played with him back then. Actually, it was just a game played by some children of officials in the capital of Great Xia. What do these lines mean? Zhou Shu asked. He says there's something hidden 30 kilometers north of here. When they were young, they liked to play hide and seek the most. You mean it's possible to find him through what he left? Zhou Shu said, then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Zhou Shu had just used the divine ability Total Annihilation and was now in a weakened state. He could only lean on Yin Wuo and let her lead him. Wang Mu and Tang Qinshi thought that it was an intimate act between young lovers, so they didn't mind. Yin Wuo was a second-rank martial artist after all, so her flying speed wasn't slow. 30 kilometers was nothing to them. 30 kilometers away, Yin Wuo looked around for a moment and pointed at a place. Little senior sister Lu, dig 2 feet down from here. She still had to support Zhou Shu and couldn't do it herself. She looked around and saw that Lu Wenzhuang was the only one she could command. Lu Wenzhuang didn't think much of it. She walked over and slashed out a sword light, causing a 2-foot-deep pit to explode on the ground. Yin Wuo. She wanted to say don't destroy what's inside. But it was clearly too late. She helped Zhou Shu over and saw a cosmic bangle lying at the bottom of the pit. This guy. Zhou Shu smiled. What had been a little uncomfortable inside him now felt like a weight had been lifted. Although Sun Gongping was a little unreliable, he was the first friend Zhou Shu had made in this world. Although Zhou Shu had never said it, Sun Gongping's fake news about the Great Wei army had always been a thorn in his heart. Seeing the cosmic bangle, Zhou Shu had already guessed that Sun Gongping hadn't betrayed Great Xia or him. Let's go back to camp first. Zhou Shu asked Lu Wenzhuang to pick up the cosmic bangle. He didn't immediately check its contents. Sun Gongping had clearly returned to the camp previously, but he didn't say anything at the time. Now, he used this method to hide the cosmic bangle. He was most probably worried that the news would leak. Logically speaking, it should have been relatively safe in the Huaxia Pavilion's 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament branch. What was he worried about? Therefore, Zhou Shu didn't immediately see what was inside the cosmic bangle. He would wait until he passed his weakened state. Although Meng Bai, Wang Mu, and Tang Qinshi were curious, since Zhou Shu had said so, they didn't object. The current Zhou Shu already had the authority to make decisions. If it wasn't something too important, no one would refute him. After returning to the Huaxia Pavilion's 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament branch, Zhou Shu and Yin Wuo entered a stone house. Meng Bai's eyelids twitched. It's a good thing His Majesty isn't here. He would have gone mad. Speaking of which, young people really don't know how to control themselves. A day passed in a flash. In the room, Zhou Shu felt his strength return. He glanced at Yin Wuo, who was sleeping soundly by the bed. He didn't wake her up but quietly took the cosmic bangle. Inside the cosmic bangle was a white cloth that seemed to have been torn from a piece of clothing. The white cloth was covered with messy handwriting written in charcoal. Be careful. Zhou Shu's gaze landed on the white cloth. It began with 2 large words. There are traitors among us. Zhou Shu continued reading and frowned. Us? Who is Sun Gongping referring to? Is it people from the Huaxia Pavilion's 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament branch? Zhou Shu recalled the people in the camp when Sun Gongping returned. Chapter 393, Is it too brutal? 2. I don't know who the traitors are, but they definitely exist. It could be one person or a group. Sun Gongping seemed to have written in a hurry. Zhou Shu spent some time trying to decipher what he had written. The traitors colluded with Great Wei and the demon realm to kill the armies of the various nations. I found some clues and am following up now. Tell Zhou Shu not to trust anyone. Remember, this place is dangerous. Sun Gongping's message ended here. Seeing this, Zhou Shu became even more puzzled. Not to trust anyone? What did Sun Gongping discover? From what he said, everyone in the Great Xia camp is a suspect. Zhou Shu couldn't figure out why Sun Gongping had these suspicions. It's been confirmed that Great Wei colluded with the demon realm? Zhou Shu pondered. Why did Emperor Wei Wu come into this world? Could it be that Great Wei thought that it was inevitable for the demon realm to invade the 10 nations continent, so they joined the demon realm in advance to survive? That doesn't seem impossible. Great Qian's imperial cauldron was damaged, and the barrier of the 10 nations was no longer safe. The demon realm could attack the 10 nations continent at any time. In a sense, the chances of the 10 nations winning were indeed not high. If Great Wei wanted to survive, it was indeed possible for them to join the demon realm in advance. But there was also a big problem. If Great Wei had completely sided with the demon realm, the barrier to the 10 nations continent should have been opened. Emperor Wei Wu had an imperial cauldron. He could completely open a gap in the barrier of the 10 nations. But now, it seemed he hadn't done this. Sun Gongping says there's a traitor among us. Does that include Meng Bai, Mi Ziwen, Cao Chen Yang, and the others? Sun Gongping, you have too little trust in me. Zhou Shu shook his head helplessly. So what if there's a traitor? What's the big deal? Zhou Shu was not afraid of any schemes or conspiracies at all. There was nothing compared to absolute strength. Looks like Sun Gongping didn't discover Great Wei's secret. Traitor? Humph, I'll wait for them to show themselves. Zhou Shu snorted coldly. Initially, he had been counting on the clues left behind by Sun Gongping to figure out the secrets of Emperor Wei Wu. Now, it seemed that Sun Gongping's message was not what he was concerned about. With a flip of his wrist, he took out Emperor Wei Wu's hair from the cosmic bangle and sighed. In the end, he still had to use the Zhuangzhou butterfly dream technique. Looking at the sleeping Yin Wu beside him, Zhou Shu didn't hesitate anymore. A light flashed in his eyes, and then the strand of hair in his palm turned into a white light that shot into the space between his eyebrows. Then Zhou Shu's body glowed with a faint white light, and his breathing became long and deep. Yin Wu seemed to sense something and looked up at Zhou Shu. Seeing that Zhou Shu was fine, she leaned against him and fell asleep contently. Another day passed quickly. Yin Wu had long woken up. She sat there with her chin in her hands, staring at Zhou Shu with her big eyes. Zhou Shu's white light dissipated, and his eyelids twitched. Yin Wu retracted her gaze in a panic and blushed. Suddenly, a pair of big hands reached out and pulled Yin Wu over. Yin Wu's face turned red when she felt herself fall into a familiar embrace. Zhou Shu, Yin Wu stammered. This is too fast. I'm not ready yet. Don't talk. Zhou Shu's voice was slightly hoarse. Yin Wu didn't understand. She hesitated for a moment before reaching out to hug Zhou Shu's waist and pressing her face against his chest. Zhou Shu's breathing was heavy, and his heart was beating violently. Yin Wu inexplicably recalled the picture of the God of War catalogue that Lu Wenzhuang had taught her previously. The scene of a man and a woman entangled together. Does Zhou Shu want it? What should I do? Should I refuse or not? Yin Wu was flustered. But Zhou Shu only held Yin Wu in his arms and didn't move. His hands on Yin Wu's waist didn't move down. After some time, Yin Wu felt Zhou Shu's heartbeat gradually calm down, and his breathing was no longer as heavy as before. She had mixed feelings. She didn't know if she was happy or disappointed. After a long while, Zhou Shu said, I'm okay now. Okay? Yin Wu's mind was full of question marks. Is that all? She was still puzzled when Zhou Shu placed her on the bed and stood up. Seeing Zhou Shu walking around, Yin Wu asked, Zhou Shu, are you all right? It's nothing. Zhou Shu shook his head. I'm fine. The 10 nations, no, the 9 nations are probably in big trouble. Zhou Shu paced back and forth and sighed. The 9 nations? Big trouble. Yin Wu looked puzzled. Let me think about it first. Zhou Shu shook his head. In his mind, he was still recalling the information that he had just come into contact with. The information shocked him greatly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost his composure and hugged Yin Huiyu when he just woke up. As for whether he had any intention of taking advantage of her, no, definitely not. In the dream, Zhou Shu traced Emperor Wei Wu's experiences over the past 10 years. It was equivalent to him living in a dream for 10 years as Emperor Wei Wu. Everything that Emperor Wei Wu had experienced in the past 10 years was presented to him. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Zhou Shu now knew Emperor Wei Wu's concubines like the back of his hand. Of course, this wasn't Zhou Shu's focus. So what if there were 3,000 beauties in his palace? How could they compare to the Grand Minister? Most importantly, Zhou Shu finally understood what Emperor Wei Wu was plotting. This was why he said the 9 nations were in trouble. What he was debating now was whether he should do something about it. In fact, to Zhou Shu, no matter what Emperor Wei Wu was plotting, or even if the Demon Realm army completely occupied the 10 nations continent, it wouldn't affect him. To put it bluntly, even if the Demon Realm completely occupied the 10 nations continent, Zhou Shu could still come and go as he pleased. Now, there were not many forces that could threaten his life. Even if he went to the Demon Realm now, he could still live freely. But he would feel unhappy watching Emperor Wei Wu succeed. Unhappy. This was the big problem. Emperor Wei Wu, you have your own goals and want to become stronger, which is understandable. But you have to sacrifice others in the process. This is not something I can stand. If he and the Demon Realm succeeded, Zhou Shu would shudder at the thought of being surrounded by groups of demonic beasts when he opened his eyes. How could demonic beasts be more pleasing to the eye than humans? A world filled with demonic beasts, just the thought of it made him unhappy. Grand Minister, do you think it would be a little brutal if we killed the million-strong Demon Realm army and tens of thousands of people from Great Wei? Zhou Shu stopped and rubbed his chin. Hi! Yin Huiyu blinked her big eyes in confusion. Kill the million-strong army of the Demon Realm? Is it possible? As for the people from Great Wei, Yin Huiyu didn't really care about them. However, with the million-strong army of the Demon Realm, they didn't seem to be able to defeat them with their current strength. Yin Huiyu knew Zhou Shu very well. When he unleashed his powerful combat strength, there would be repercussions. It was impossible for him to kill so many demonic beasts. So be it if it's brutal. I'm not a very nice person to begin with, Zhou Shu thought. Before that, I'll talk to Emperor Wei Wu. Zhou Shu looked up in a certain direction. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if he really goes to the Demon Realm. While I'm at it, I'll take back Great Wei's Imperial Cauldron. I want to see what tricks they can play without the Imperial Cauldron. After killing the Demon Realm army here, I should be able to break through the first rank of the Martial Dao, right? At that time, if the brats of the Demon Realm dare to come out again, I'll capture them and make them mine for me. Chapter 394, Do One Thing Under Cover of Another, 1. Zhou Shu's greatest gain from entering the Emperor Wei Wu dream was still the secrets of Great Wei. As for matters that happened between the imperial concubines and Emperor Wei Wu, Zhou Shu forced himself to forget about them after waking up. When he read novels in his previous life, he often saw that top-notch killers had the habit of going to brothels to vent after killing people. For Zhou Shu, he had hugged Yin Huiyu after entering the dream and returning to reality, which should be his way of venting. Is there something wrong with me? Yin Huiyu found that Zhou Shu was staring at her, and she looked up and down her body with a red face. Grand Minister, have you ever heard a saying? Zhou Shu's lips curled up slightly into a smile. What saying? Yin Huiyu was puzzled. A woman who looks down and doesn't see her toes is a peerless beauty. Zhou Shu smiled. Grand Minister, you are a peerless beauty. Before she could say anything, he laughed and left. Yin Huiyu was stunned for a long time before she realized what Zhou Shu meant. Her face was so red that it looked like blood was about to drip out. She hugged her knees and buried her face in them as she muttered softly, "Pervert." Zhou Shu left the house and found Meng Bai. "Your Highness, you're here." Meng Bai greeted him with a slightly strange expression. Young people can really cause trouble. He only left the room after 2 days? This was only because their cultivation levels were high. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand not eating or drinking for 2 days. Then again, I wonder how His Majesty will think about this. Great General, I've already understood Great Wei's plan. Zhou Shu didn't waste any time. Did Sun Gongping really deliberately join Great Wei to investigate their plans? Meng Bai was surprised. Meng Bai hadn't seen the contents of the cosmic bangle that they had brought back previously. Now that Zhou Shu suddenly mentioned this, he naturally thought that Zhou Shu had learned of this information through the letter Sun Gongping had left. Otherwise, he hadn't been out of camp or seen anyone for the past 2 days. How could he find out? That's right, Zhou Shu said vaguely. Sun Gongping might indeed have planned this, but it was obvious that he couldn't find anything yet. If not for the Zhuangzhou butterfly dream technique, no matter how many spies they sent out, they might not have been able to discover Great Wei's plan. Great Wei is doing one thing under the cover of another, Zhou Shu said. A look of confusion flashed across Meng Bai's face. Doing one thing under the cover of another. There were no 36 stratagems in the 10 nations, and Meng Bai had naturally never heard of this. It's not important. Zhou Shu couldn't be bothered to explain too much. It's just that Great Wei is doing one thing in the open and another behind the scenes. Great General, the news of Great Wei's annihilation was not only to deceive us but also to deceive the Demon Realm army. Great Wei didn't collude with the Demon Realm. Meng Bai frowned. They did. Zhou Shu shook his head. It's just that their goal of colluding is not to attack the other 9 nations' armies in this world. Great General, the Demon Realm army should have already arrived on the 10 nations continent. What? Meng Bai shot to his feet, looking shocked. How is that possible? Meng Bai said in disbelief, if the Demon Realm army wants to invade the 10 nations continent, don't they have to pass through this world? This place is still intact. How can they invade the 10 nations continent? You forgot about Great Wei, Zhou Shu said. Let's put it this way. There's a barrier between the Demon Realm and the 10 nations. This is the entrance and exit of the barrier, just like the city gate. It's naturally faster to enter the city through the city gate, but that doesn't mean there aren't other places to enter, such as over the city wall. If someone inside the city lowers a ladder to bring in those outside the city, they can do it without the walls. Great Wei played the role of a ladder. At this point, Zhou Shu sighed. The only good news was that perhaps only a limited number of people could get through the ladder. The 9 nations outside should be able to resist for a while. You're saying that while the Demon Realm sent people to this world, they colluded with Great Wei and sent another army to attack the 10 nations continent? Meng Bai felt a chill run down his spine. The elite troops of the various countries had all come to participate in the 10 nations martial arts tournament. Although there were still troops outside, facing the Demon Realm army. That's right. Zhou Shu nodded. Why is Great Wei doing this? Meng Bai seethed with anger and gritted his teeth. Simple. It's because Emperor Wei Wu doesn't want to die, Zhou Shu said. The emperors of the 10 nations were all first-rank martial artists. However, their first-rank cultivation had all come with the help of the imperial cauldrons. They were considered fake first-rank martial artists. Ordinary first-rank martial artists lived between 300 and 500 years, while emperors of various countries usually lived for 100 years. There were gains and losses. Emperor Wei Wu was the oldest among the current emperors of the 10 nations. He had been on the throne for 60 years. Normally, he only had about 10 years left to live. He didn't want to die, so he wanted to break through that limit. Zhou Shu saw that Emperor Wei had been searching for a way to break through the first rank of the martial Dao in the dream. But in the history of the 10 nations continent, no one had ever broken through the first rank of the martial Dao. When martial artists reached the first rank, there was no path ahead. Chapter 395, Do One Thing Under Cover of Another, 2. Emperor Wei Wu was indignant. This was why he cooperated with the Demon Realm. Above the first rank of the martial Dao in the Demon Realm was the Great Demon Realm. The purpose of Emperor Wei Wu and the Demon Realm working together was to figure out the secret of the Great Demon Realm. After hearing Zhou Shu's story, Meng Bai didn't realize why Zhou Shu knew so much in detail. Only one word flashed through his mind. Insane. In order to survive, Emperor Wei Wu had actually allowed a wolf into his house and put the 10 nations continent in danger. This behavior was simply insane. Emperor Wei Wu is asking a tiger for its skin. Isn't he afraid that the Demon Realm will destroy him too? Meng Bai trembled with anger. He really isn't afraid. Zhou Shu shook his head. On the surface, Emperor Wei Wu was cooperating with the Demon Realm to lure the Demon Realm into the 10 nations continent in exchange for the secret of breaking through the first rank of the martial Dao. In fact, Emperor Wei Wu did have a backup plan. His backup plan was in this world. This was the space of the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament. In Emperor Wei Wu's plan, this was his backup space. The Demon Realm would occupy the 10 Nations continent, and Emperor Wei Wu would occupy the space in the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament. This place would become Great Wei, and he would also have the capital to rule across the river from the Demon Realm. Emperor Wei Wu wants to turn this place into the territory of Great Wei? What right does he have? Meng Bai said. There were still a million-strong Demon Realm army and the elites of the 9 nations here. Even if Emperor Wei Wu had the means to move all the citizens of Great Wei to this world, it was impossible for him to defeat the million-strong Demon Realm army and the remaining elites of the 9 nations. Great General, you will never know how hard others work behind the scenes. Zhou Shu sighed. Emperor Wei Wu spared no effort in order to survive. After entering the dream, Zhou Shu had personally experienced the efforts of Emperor Wei Wu for the past 10 years. He even thought about how good it would have been if Emperor Wei Wu had worked so hard earlier in his life and focused on cultivating the martial Dao instead of becoming an emperor. In that case, wouldn't it be good if he could break through to the first rank of the martial Dao and live for 300 to 500 years? Of course, for someone like Emperor Wei Wu, he might not be satisfied with living for 300 to 500 years. Emperor Wei Wu did many things in order to achieve his goals. Zhou Shu couldn't explain everything to Meng Bai. Great General Meng, all you need to know is that Emperor Wei Wu has a way to let him completely control this world. Complete control of this world? What does that mean? Meng Bai asked in confusion. Zhou Shu sighed. His novel friends in his previous life would definitely understand. Although Meng Bai was Great Xia's god of war, in terms of experience, he was still inferior to his cute book friends in his previous life. Simply put, he can become the owner of the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament space, Zhou Shu said. Here, he would be the ultimate ruler. Ultimate ruler? But you clearly defeated him, Your Highness. Meng Bai understood this time, but he was still puzzled. That's because he's just come to this world and has yet to get the situation. Zhou Shu shook his head. If he really completely controls this place, I might not be his match. I understand, Meng Bai said solemnly. Your Highness, you mean that we have to find him and stop him before he completely controls this world? That's right. Zhou Shu nodded. After all, Meng Bai was a smart person. The other armies of the Demon Realm have already invaded the 10 nations, Zhou Shu continued. Even if we can return to the 10 nations continent now, with our current strength, we won't be able to resolve the 10 nations crisis. In my opinion, the best way is for us to stop Emperor Wei Wu first and then take control of this world. With this world as our base, we will accumulate our strength. Once the 3 years are up, we will raid the Demon Realm and besiege Wei to save Zhao 1. Besiege Wei to save Zhao. Meng Bai was stunned. Isn't Great Wei here? Is there a need to surround them? Zhou Shu slapped his forehead and looked helpless. I take my words back. Meng Bai is not a smart person. It's too hard to communicate. Understand the meaning within, Zhou Shu said helplessly. If we raid the Demon Realm and force them to withdraw their troops from the 10 nations, the danger to the 10 nations will naturally be resolved. A year here was only a day outside. When the 3 years were up, only 3 days would have passed in the outside world. Even if the Demon Realm army had already begun to attack the 10 nations continent, they shouldn't be able to cause much damage in 3 days. Can we really raid the Demon Realm? Meng Bai hesitated. Not to mention attacking the Demon Realm, they might not even be able to deal with the million-strong Demon Realm army in this world. Get rid of your doubts, Zhou Shu said. We still have more than 2 years. We have enough time to prepare. You don't know this place, Great General. If you did, you wouldn't have any doubts. Zhou Shu raised his head. Great General, don't let anyone else know about this, lest it affects the morale of the army. I understand, Meng Bai said with a bitter smile. If the soldiers knew that the Demon Realm army had crossed over and invaded the 10 nations continent, what would be the point of them fighting here? Meng Bai was naturally an expert in how to maintain the morale of the army. I didn't say all this to make you worry, Great General. I want you to make some targeted preparations. I don't understand anything about training soldiers, so I won't interfere, Zhou Shu continued. Don't overthink matters. Integrate the army and prepare for battle. Leave the rest to me. Zhou Shu walked out. I'll go talk to Emperor Wei Wu first. If I can completely control this world, the million-strong Demon Realm army will only be superior minors and nothing to worry about. Zhou Shu laughed and soared into the sky. Meng Bai pondered for a long time and finally sighed. There was determination in his eyes. Meng Bai had fought countless bitter battles in his life. This time, it was just a little tougher. What was there to be afraid of? Mountain suppressing sword, let us fight together. I, Meng Bai, will not let you down. Meng Bai touched the mountain suppressing sword in his hand. In the sky above the 10 Nations martial arts tournament, there seemed to be a flash of light that was difficult to see with the naked eye. It was Zhou Shu. Zhou Shu was using the divine ability Unstoppable for 1,000 miles. The speed he had exchanged with his full strength had already reached an extreme. It was definitely not just empty words. In order to find Emperor Wei Wu, Zhou Shu searched the entire 10 Nations martial arts tournament space. This was also the first time he had a comprehensive understanding of the 10 Nations martial arts tournament space. The 10 Nations martial arts tournament space was neither big nor small. It was almost the size of 3 large provinces in his previous life. 1 million people wouldn't stand out here at all. In his previous life, the population of a large province easily exceeded 100 million. It was no wonder that Emperor Wei Wu wanted to turn this place into Great Wei. This space could fit everyone in Great Wei. There might not even be 100 million people in Great Wei. Zhou Shu swept across the entire space. He also saw many small-scale battles between the remaining armies of the various nations and the scattered armies of the Demon Realm. Zhou Shu had only killed a few first-rank demonic beasts in passing. He didn't interfere in most of the battles. He didn't have time to care so much. Finding Emperor Wei Wu was the most important thing. In the depths of a mountain range in the 10 Nations martial arts tournament space, tens of thousands of Wei soldiers were quietly guarding in all directions. Emperor Wei Wu was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the army, holding a small cauldron in his hand. The small cauldron emitted a dazzling light. The light penetrated into the ground, as if it wanted to string the mountains and rivers together. Emperor Wei Wu also emitted a dazzling light. Behind his head, a mirror floated. In the mirror, a red light flowed out and poured into the small cauldron through Emperor Wei Wu's body. The red light was as bright as blood. Found you! Suddenly, a light shout came from the air. Then Zhou Shu descended from the sky. Chapter 396, What I admire the most is your shameless self-confidence. 1. Stop him! Emperor Wei Wu shouted as his expression changed slightly. Dozens of figures flew out from among the Great Wei soldiers. They were all experts above the 3rd rank of the martial Dao. Boom! The dozens of experts didn't hesitate at all. They immediately took out their weapons and attacked Zhou Shu with all their might. The sword lights and shadows almost drowned Zhou Shu. Zhou Shu let out a long cry, and his body flickered with golden light. Golden Bell Shield, fully activated. Boom! As the dozens of sword lights landed on Zhou Shu, he unsheathed the Earth-grade Great Destroyer and slashed down. With a loud bang, dozens of figures fell from the sky and crashed heavily on the ground, stirring up waves of dust. Zhou Shu was also sent flying by the huge force. He somersaulted a few times in the air and was even farther away from Emperor Wei Wu. Without using the divine ability Total Annihilation, Zhou Shu's current strength was still within the scope of a first-rank martial artist. Although he was considered an expert among first-rank martial artists, Zhou Shu didn't have much of an advantage against dozens of enemies above the 3rd rank. If not for the Golden Bell Shield, he might have already been injured. Zhou Shu narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Emperor Wei Wu in the crowd. Now, tens of thousands of Great Wei soldiers were already taking action, guarding Emperor Wei Wu. Anyone who wanted to attack Emperor Wei Wu would have to pass through these tens of thousands of troops. Zhou Shu saw that the Great Wei's imperial cauldron in front of Emperor Wei Wu had already begun to turn red. Almost half of the imperial cauldron had already turned as red as blood. According to the information Zhou Shu had obtained when he entered the dream, when the imperial cauldron turned completely red, it would be completely cut off from the 10 Nations continent and become the imperial cauldron of the 10 Nations martial arts tournament battlefield. At that time, Emperor Wei Wu would be able to completely connect the mountains and rivers of this world through the imperial cauldron and become the master of this world. On the other hand, the 10 Nations continent would no longer be able to resist the invasion of the Demon Realm army because the barrier would be wide open due to the lack of one imperial cauldron. Most importantly, once Emperor Wei Wu became the ruler of this world, Zhou Shu might not be his match here. At that time, Zhou Shu couldn't determine how powerful Emperor Wei Wu would be. All he knew was that he couldn't let Emperor Wei Wu succeed. Emperor Wei Wu, what kind of man are you? Zhou Shu suddenly shouted. You're already a cuckold, yet you can still tolerate it. How dare you call yourself an emperor? Zhou Shu's voice was very loud, and it clearly reached the ears of every Great Wei soldier present. Everyone looked at each other. Is this man here to cause trouble? Why did he start swearing like he's on the street? No one attacked Zhou Shu again. Emperor Wei Wu, you're really something. Your concubine slept with another man. You heard it clearly outside the door, but you didn't dare to push the door open. You can even tolerate such a thing. You're a coward. This coward's aura is really admirable. Emperor Wei Wu's body swayed, and his face turned red. The mirror above his head shook violently a few times, and he almost fell off. He was breathing heavily. How does this bastard know this? No outsider should know about this. Emperor Wei Wu, you used your women as a sacrificial offering to demonic beasts in order to succeed. If I were you, I would kill myself with a piece of tofu. Zhou Shu continued. He spoke vividly, and the group of Great Wei soldiers felt as if they had heard a storyteller telling a story. The scene became very strange. What should have been a murderous scene turned into a storytelling session. They listened with relish. The only one who was getting angrier was Emperor Wei Wu. He didn't know how the King of the South could know such a private matter so clearly. He had always treated this embarrassing matter carefully. Every time, he would chase everyone in the palace away, afraid that others would know. Even if there were Great Xia spies in the palace, it was impossible for them to know about this. How the hell did Zhou Shu know? He was the only one who knew these details. The expressions of the soldiers of Great Wei kept changing. Some of them even stole a glance at Emperor Wei Wu. The emperor had always been a wise and powerful existence in their hearts. Even though they colluded with the demon realm, they would only be using the demon realm. Now that Zhou Shu said that the emperor even sent his concubines to the demonic beasts for his own selfish desires, what about them? Does that mean they could also be abandoned at any time? Emperor Wei Wu, you're really ruthless. Zhou Shu's voice continued. Your women are ravaged by demonic beasts, and your subjects are all your tools. In order to refine this imperial cauldron, you used this mirror of retribution to collect the essence blood of countless people, right? Poor Xiao Shunzi and those bastards, they thought that they could be revived by the mirror. But they didn't know that when they left their blood essence in the mirror, they had already become food for the mirror. They were just livestock waiting to be slaughtered. Emperor Wei Wu finally couldn't take it anymore. The surging blood-colored light on his body froze, and he roared, how do you know about the mirror of retribution? I know more than that. Chapter 397, What I admire the most is your shameless self-confidence, too. Zhou Shu laughed out loud. I know your consort Hua has a red mole under her right breast. Also, you, Emperor Wei Wu, can only last for 30 breaths in bed. I know all these. Swish. The Great Wei soldiers below couldn't help letting out an uproar. No man in any world could stand such an insult. Emperor Wei Wu's face flushed red as his spiritual essence reversed. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The mirror of retribution behind his head turned into a ray of light and entered the back of his head. The Great Wei's imperial cauldron also fell to the ground with a bang. Emperor Wei Wu's reaction made the Great Wei soldiers even more puzzled. His Majesty was actually provoked by such crude remarks? Could it be? What the Great Xia's King of the South said was true. All of you are just tools of Emperor Wei Wu. Do you really think that after he succeeds, you can sit back and enjoy riches? Zhou Shu pointed at the Great Wei soldiers. If the mirror of retribution wants to infect the imperial cauldron, it needs boundless blood energy. Where do you think this blood energy comes from? Other than Emperor Wei Wu asking you to kill your compatriots to obtain blood energy, all of you are just backup blood energy. All the Great Wei soldiers took a step back and involuntarily moved farther away from Emperor Wei Wu. Seeing this, Emperor Wei Wu was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. Don't listen to his nonsense. Don't you know what kind of person I am? Emperor Wei Wu roared. I did all this to make Great Wei last forever. I'm afraid it's to make yourself immortal. Zhou Shu sneered. You really do everything for longevity. Women, power, people, what do you care about? Wei Wu, so what if you can live forever? Aren't you still alone? I am the destined one. Ever since I ascended the throne, I have been alone. Emperor Wei Wu said angrily. Zhou Shu, you're disrupting my army's morale. I will kill you today. A red aura rose from his body, and the scent of blood spread for 100 kilometers. At this point, the Great Wei soldiers could already tell that Emperor Wei Wu was not in the right. Great Wei soldiers, kill him! Emperor Wei Wu shouted. The Great Wei soldiers hesitated. Everyone looked at each other, unsure whether to attack. Emperor Wei Wu was furious. He could tell that the Great Wei soldiers were already suspicious of him. Damn it! Why does Zhou Shu know so much? Why does he know so much about the Mirror of Retribution? It's impossible. He even knows about the mole on Imperial Consort Hua's body and my. Could it be that when I was in bed with Imperial Consort Hua, he was peeping from the side? Wei Wu, a just cause enjoys abundant support, while an unjust cause finds little support. Even the Great Wei soldiers can't stand it anymore. Why don't you die? Zhou Shu said loudly. If I were you, I'd be too ashamed to live. I'll be merciful and lend you my sword. Kill yourself. Zhou Shu flicked his sleeve, and the Earth-grade Great Destroyer sword turned into a beam of light that shot forward. 100 steps flying sword. In the Great Wei army, dozens of experts hesitated, but none of them made a move. What Zhou Shu just said made them relook at their own situation. They were horrified to discover that what Zhou Shu said might really be the truth. The Emperor might really sacrifice them to the Mirror of Retribution. At the thought of this, they were shocked and furious. They didn't have the courage to question Emperor Wei Wu for the time being, but they still dared to watch. This world was not like the dynasties in Zhou Shu's previous life. The status of officials was not that low. Seeing this scene, Emperor Wei Wu's eyes had already turned red. At first glance, he was not much different from a humanoid demonic beast. With a roar, he slashed out and hit the tip of the Earth-grade Great Destroyer sword. With a loud rumble, the Earth-grade Great Destroyer sword flew backward. Traitors, since you listen to rumors, then all of you can die. Emperor Wei Wu roared. His body slowly floated up, and the Mirror of Retribution appeared above his head again. On the mirror, a blood-colored light shone. Whoosh! The blood-colored pillar of light landed on a Great Wei expert. In a breath, the expert's face revealed a look of fear. His entire body was like a balloon deflating. In an instant, only a layer of human skin was left. Emperor Wei Wu's aura actually became stronger. This strange scene stunned everyone. Only Zhou Shu, who had seen this scene before, sighed in his heart. Emperor Wei Wu is really crazy to use such heretical methods. Whoosh! The blood-colored pillar of light emitted by the Mirror of Retribution kept sweeping across the Great Wei army. Large swaths of Great Wei soldiers turned into human skin, and the air was full of the smell of blood, making people nauseous. No matter how stupid the Great Wei soldiers were, they now knew that what Zhou Shu said was true. They were all just tools for Emperor Wei Wu. Wei Wu, enough! A shout sounded, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of the red pillar of light. Who else could it be but Zhou Shu? Courting death! Emperor Wei Wu shouted. The Mirror of Retribution shone brightly, as if it wanted to devour Zhou Shu as well. Heaven-slaying sword art! Zhou Shu let out a clear shout. The Earth-grade Great Destroyer sword returned to its sheath and unsheathed. An extremely dazzling sword beam cut through the red pillar of light with a whoosh and slashed at the Mirror of Retribution along the blood-colored pillar. Clank! The sword beam touched the Mirror of Retribution and made a crisp sound. The Mirror of Retribution was not damaged at all and fell back into Emperor Wei Wu's hand. However, the blood-colored pillar of light also disappeared. Why don't you get out of here? Are you waiting to die? Zhou Shu turned around and shouted coldly at the first-rank expert he saved. The first-rank expert of Great Wei had a complicated expression on his face. Emperor Wei Wu wanted to kill him, but the Great Xia's king of the south, who should be the enemy, saved him. He gritted his teeth, cupped his hands at Zhou Shu, and retreated. As soon as he retreated, the soldiers of Great Wei began to retreat. The remaining Great Wei soldiers surged out like a tide. Soon, only Zhou Shu and Emperor Wei Wu were left within a radius of several kilometers. But after the Great Wei soldiers retreated several kilometers, they stopped and stayed there to watch the battle between Zhou Shu and Emperor Wei. You think you can win this way? Emperor Wei Wu stared at Zhou Shu, the killing intent in his eyes almost piercing a hole in the sky. Once I kill you, everything will be back on track. Wei Wu, do you know what I admire most about you? Zhou Shu's lips curled up slightly. In his anger, Emperor Wei Wu subconsciously blurted out, what? It's that shameless confident look of yours. Zhou Shu clicked his tongue. Just like how you ask Imperial Consort Hua if you're good. You deserve to die. As soon as Emperor Wei Wu heard Zhou Shu say this again, he was overwhelmed by anger. I must kill you. Ah! One's strength is not measured by the volume of their voice, Zhou Shu said. Even Emperor Wei Wu's roar could not cover his casual voice. You're far from capable of killing me. Zhou Shu straightened his back slightly, and a towering aura erupted from his body. Even if you are the heavens, you will still be cut apart by my sword. Zhou Shu's voice echoed in the air. What right do you have to block me? Heaven-slaying sword art. A sword beam filled the sky, and the sky seemed to have been cut in half. The soldiers of Great Wei, who were several kilometers away, were all trembling in fear. Even they felt that their souls would be destroyed by this sword, let alone Emperor Wei Wu, who was the first to bear the brunt. A scream shook the sky and earth. Where the sword beam dissipated, Emperor Wei Wu's body split in the middle and blood and organs flowed to the ground. The insufferably arrogant Emperor Wei Wu was dead. Chapter 398, Sinners of Great Wei, Come and Mine, 1. There were tens of thousands of Great Wei soldiers, but there was only the sound of breathing. No one dared to make a sound. The Emperor, who was extremely powerful in their eyes, was actually killed with a single sword strike. This man was so powerful that it made people tremble. How formidable was this man who killed him? Everyone's gaze fell on the figure standing in the distance with a sword. There were clearly tens of thousands of them, but everyone felt a chill in their hearts. No one wanted to avenge Emperor Wei Wu, nor did anyone want to resist. They stood there quietly, seemingly waiting for Zhou Shu to deal with them. Zhou Shu ignored the Great Wei soldiers. He looked at Emperor Wei Wu's corpse and frowned slightly. Just as he was about to kill Emperor Wei Wu, the mirror of retribution had actually escaped with the remnant soul of Emperor Wei Wu. He had already made a move to stop it, but the mirror of retribution was extremely strange. It actually withstood his sword strike and fled into the void. On the surface, Emperor Wei Wu was dead, but Zhou Shu was already certain that he wasn't completely dead. The Earth-grade Great Destroyer sword you forged effectively completed a kill. Divine ability 1 against 10,000 has improved by 100%. A message flashed before Zhou Shu's eyes. After killing Emperor Wei Wu, his divine ability 1 against 10,000 improved by 100%. Emperor Wei Wu was indeed the strongest person he had ever killed. It's good you didn't completely die. Next time, I'll kill you again with a different weapon. Zhou Shu felt the divine ability 1 against 10,000 was slightly useless. 1 against 10,000. This divine ability was a defensive one. Zhou Shu had the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique and the Golden Bell Shield Technique protecting him. Ordinary attacks could no longer break through his defense. At least among the experts Zhou Shu had encountered, only first-rank martial artists could barely break through his defense. If they really wanted to injure him, they had to have strength on the level of a great demon. Therefore, Zhou Shu basically had no use for this divine ability. The Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique and Golden Bell Shield Technique were enough. Of course, the more divine abilities there were, the better. The stronger, the better. Zhou Shu's gaze landed on the small cauldron beside Emperor Wei Wu's corpse. Although a wisp of Emperor Wei Wu's soul managed to escape, he was unable to take away the Great Wei's Imperial Cauldron. Without the Imperial Cauldron, he could forget about completely controlling the 10 nations martial arts tournament space. This way, he had nothing to worry about. Zhou Shu looked back at the soldiers of Great Wei, then reached out and crooked his finger. A figure flew out from the Great Wei army and landed on the ground a few steps away. The man cupped his hands at Zhou Shu with a complicated expression. What are your orders, Your Highness? Not long ago, they were still enemies. But now, he really couldn't bring himself to make Zhou Shu his enemy. Having been betrayed by their emperor, they were all very confused now, not knowing what to do. Zhou Shu was their savior. If Zhou Shu really had any instructions, he would treat it as repayment for saving his life. The man contemplated. What is your name? Zhou Shu glanced at the man. This man was a first-rank martial artist. Zhou Shu's expression was calm, but he was a little nervous. He had just used his divine ability Total Annihilation to kill Emperor Wu Wei. Now that he had fallen into a weakened state, not to mention a first-rank martial artist, he wasn't even an ordinary Great Wei soldier's match. If this person attacked him now, he might be able to achieve a monstrous battle record. But now, it looked like the man didn't have the guts. Xiao Jianghe, the man answered in a low voice. Your surname is Xiao. Zhou Shu glanced at him. What is your relationship with Xiao Shunzi? We are not related, Xiao Jianghe explained. Xiao is the surname of Great Wei. My surname is Xiao, but I don't belong to the same family as Imperial Preceptor Xiao's. Zhou Shu nodded. Xiao Jianghe, bring me that cauldron. Xiao Jianghe was already prepared to listen to Zhou Shu's instructions to repay his life-saving grace. Naturally, he wouldn't refuse such a small matter. He took a few steps and picked up the Great Wei's imperial cauldron beside Emperor Wei Wu's corpse with mixed feelings. The Great Wei's imperial cauldron looked like a small cauldron the size of a fist, but it was more than 5,000 kilograms. If Xiao Jianghe wasn't a first-rank expert, he might not have been able to lift it. Xiao Jianghe circulated his spiritual essence and carried the Great Wei's imperial cauldron to Zhou Shu. Put it down. Zhou Shu didn't reach out to take it. He was weak now. If he really took it, he would expose himself. Xiao Jianghe, let me ask you, what are your plans now? Zhou Shu looked at Xiao Jianghe. Continue being a lackey of the demon realm and attack our compatriots. A look of shame and anger flashed across Xiao Jianghe's face. Is he scolding me to my face? King of the South, we're not what you think. Xiao Jianghe said solemnly. My Great Wei is not a lackey of the demon realm. We just wanted to find a way out for the human race. What you think is none of my business. Zhou Shu shook his head. I'm only asking you what your tens of thousands of Great Wei soldiers are planning to do now. Are you preparing to attack the 9 nations' armies, or are you going to help the 9 nations' armies deal with the demon realm's army? Zhou Shu looked straight at Xiao Jianghe. If you're prepared to become enemies with the 9 nations, then attack me now. If you kill me, the 9 nations' armies will naturally fall apart. Chapter 399, Sinners of Great Wei, Come and Mine, 2. Zhou Shu calmly placed his hands on the hilt of the Earth-grade Great Destroyer sword, his posture straight. Xiao Jianghe's heart trembled. He had clearly seen Zhou Shu kill Emperor Wei Wu. Even 10 of him would have died in that strike. Besides, he already knew that the Emperor had lied to them. How could he still have the thought of continuing to be enemies with the 9 nations? King of the South, before I answer you, may I ask you a question? Xiao Jianghe's expression was solemn as he cupped his hands. Ask away, Zhou Shu said calmly. How will the 9 nations treat Great Wei? Xiao Jianghe asked nervously. Emperor Wei Wu was already dead. All his previous plans had now been verified. It was all for his own selfish reasons. Great Wei was in the wrong. With what Great Wei did, you shouldn't have continued to exist, Zhou Shu said. According to his discussion with Meng Bai, he had planned to destroy Great Wei. Now, though, his thoughts had changed. Xiao Jianghe and the others were only accomplices. Although they were in the wrong, they could still be given another chance. Xiao Jianghe was stunned for a moment before saying in a deep voice, we won't sit around and do nothing. Even ants try to survive. If you had said that you were prepared to die, I would have looked down on you. Zhou Shu nodded. However, although Great Wei is at fault, the responsibility lies with Emperor Wei Wu. You are only accomplices. You don't deserve to die. If you can repent, I can guarantee that I will give Great Wei a chance. Xiao Jianghe looked at the calm Zhou Shu. Of course. If you don't trust me, then let's fight. Xiao Jianghe smiled bitterly. King of the South, do we still have a choice? At the thought of Zhou Shu's shocking sword, Xiao Jianghe couldn't even think of resisting. Moreover, Emperor Wei Wu was already dead. All of Great Wei's schemes had been proven to be a mistake. If they continued with the mistake, they would only ruin Great Wei's 1,000-year foundation. What was the point? King of the South, we know that we have sinned and don't dare to ask for too much, Xiao Jianghe said in a deep voice. Your Highness, as long as you can protect Great Wei, I, Xiao Jianghe, and all the Great Wei soldiers in this world will use our lives to make up for our sins. From now on, we will listen to your orders, King of the South. As Xiao Jianghe spoke, he slowly knelt on one knee. Emperor Wei Wu is already dead. But the imperial family of Great Wei still has the bloodline. As long as Great Wei is still around, we will fight to the death. Zhou Shu looked at Xiao Jianghe for a long time before slowly saying, "Okay." Xiao Jianghe lowered his head, and 2 streams of tears fell. "From now on, we have no face to be called soldiers of Great Wei." Xiao Jianghe said in a deep voice, "The general of the criminal army, Xiao Jianghe, hereby swears that from now on, we will listen to the orders of the Great Xia's king of the south. We will never go back on our word no matter what." "Get up," Zhou Shu said indifferently. "A fault confessed is half redressed. I believe that one day, you will be able to restore the glory of the Great Wei soldiers." Zhou Shu looked at Xiao Jianghe with satisfaction. It was an unexpected surprise. Xiao Jianghe was a first-rank expert. Other than him, there were still 2 first-rank experts in this army. There were also more than 10 second-rank experts and more than 20 third-rank experts. In addition, there were nearly 30,000 Great Wei soldiers. Strictly speaking, this force was even stronger than the Great Xia's army in the Huaxia Pavilion's 10 nations martial arts tournament branch. It had to be known that in the other 9 nations, there were only about 10,000 people in the army. Only Great Wei still retained such strength. Moreover, the Great Wei soldiers were also famous elite soldiers in the world. Only the Great Qian's elite soldiers could defeat them. The 3 armies of Great Xia were slightly inferior to the Great Wei soldiers. With these 30,000 Great Wei soldiers, the strength of the Huaxia Pavilion's 10 nations martial arts tournament branch would increase greatly. "Xiao Jianghe, let me ask you, are there any more Great Wei people in this world?" Zhou Shu asked. "No, we are all here." Xiao Jianghe shook his head. "Back then, we were the elites among the elites. Even Great Wei only gathered 50,000 people. Some of them died in battle previously. Now, there are only 30,000 left." Sadness flashed across Xiao Jianghe's eyes. More than 1,000 people had died at the hands of Emperor Wei Wu just now. This was the emperor to whom they had always been loyal. "Have you ever met someone called Sun Gongping?" Zhou Shu asked. Previously, he had searched the space of the 10 nations martial arts tournament, but he had only searched briefly. He had only seen the location of the armies who were in groups. It was hard to spot one person. And in the Great Wei army, he didn't see Sun Gongping. Logically speaking, shouldn't Sun Gongping be in the Great Wei army? Sun Gongping. Xiao Jianghe thought for a moment. Is he the son of Marquis Wei Yiwen of Great Xia, Demon Executing Lieutenant Sun Gongping? Yes. Zhou Shu nodded. Sun Gongping had jumped ship from the Divine Constable Bureau to the Demon Executing Army and even had the title of a Demon Executing Lieutenant. He was sent by His Majesty. Xiao Jianghe smiled bitterly and continued, "To the Demon Realm." Sent to the Demon Realm. Zhou Shu raised his eyebrows. When he entered Emperor Wei Wu's dream, he hadn't seen Sun Gongping. This matter should have been recent. This was a little troublesome. The reason why Emperor Wei Wu could come into this world was not purely because of the Imperial Cauldron and the Mirror of Retribution. It was also because of this that he could send Sun Gongping to the Demon Realm, and Zhou Shu couldn't go to the Demon Realm now. I hope Sun Gongping is lucky enough to survive, Zhou Shu thought. Xiao Jianghe stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Zhou Shu didn't say anything, so he also stood there like a wooden stake. Xiao Jianghe. Zhou Shu pondered for a moment before speaking. Yes, Xiao Jianghe replied in a deep voice. Here. Zhou Shu pointed to the ground. Take your men and start digging from here. Dig out this yellow sand. Xiao Jianghe was slightly stunned. Turmeric crystals. Zhou Shu looked at Xiao Jianghe in surprise. You know about it. I was a forging master before, Xiao Jianghe said with some embarrassment. It's just that my aptitude is limited. I thought that it would be difficult to have a future in the path of forging, so I switched to the martial Dao. A talent. Zhou Shu's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Xiao Jianghe to be a forging master. This guy is a real humble brag. Being able to become a forging master already showed his aptitude. Many people might not be able to become forging masters in their entire lives. Xiao Jianghe had already become a forging master, yet he still said that his aptitude wasn't enough. In the end, he switched to the martial Dao and even became a first-rank expert. How many people would be able to achieve what he did? That's right. Turmeric crystals. Zhou Shu smiled. He had just killed Emperor Wei Wu with one strike, and the aftershock of the sword beam had cut open the ground, revealing the turmeric crystal mine underground. Turmeric crystals were extremely hard ores that could be used to increase the hardness of weapons. Although it wasn't too precious in the 10 nations, it was still a good forging material. Since he had seen it, he naturally wouldn't let it go. Moreover, he was still in a weakened state and couldn't immediately set off for the camp. There should be a mine of turmeric crystals here. Take your men and dig it out, Zhou Shu said. Xiao Jianghe. I am an elite among elites and am qualified to compete for the title of the strongest soldier in the world. Although I am now a criminal, you want me to mine? What? Are you indignant? Zhou Shu looked at Xiao Jianghe with a faint smile. If you don't want to, I won't force you. Just leave. I'll dig. Xiao Jianghe gritted his teeth. Did he have a choice? Without the protection of Great Xia's king of the south, Zhou Shu, Great Wei would probably be eaten alive by the other 9 nations. Isn't it just mining? What's the big deal? I mined when I was a forging master. Chapter 400, The Strongest Worker Candidate, The Camp's Shock, 1. Zhou Shu sat on the hill, playing with Great Wei's imperial cauldron. The small cauldron was half bronze and half blood red. This made the imperial cauldron look demonic. Zhou Shu could vaguely smell blood as he played with it. As a forging master, he could feel that Great Wei's imperial cauldron had been polluted by blood and had lost its original characteristics. It wasn't too accurate to say that it had lost its original characteristics. If he had to describe it, it should be like a person who had gone crazy. It couldn't be considered an imperial cauldron anymore. It might be more appropriate to call it a calamity cauldron. Emperor Wei Wu is really not worthy of being human. An imperial cauldron was actually polluted to such an extent. He must be mad. In Zhou Shu's eyes, Great Wei's imperial cauldron was half crippled. Unless he was willing to continue infecting it with blood energy, which meant he would be walking the same path as Emperor Wei Wu, he would have to remove the blood energy from the imperial cauldron. Neither method was easy to achieve. Zhou Shu couldn't be bothered to spend too much time and energy on it. If he had the time, he might as well forge a few more weapons. Emperor Wei Wu needed to use unorthodox methods to increase his strength. Did Zhou Shu need to do so? There was no need. After plotting for so long, Emperor Wei Wu was still easily defeated by him. With the legendary armament cannon, Zhou Shu didn't need to do much. He just needed to forge obediently. This was why he was so obsessed with miners. Looking at the nearly 30,000 former Great Wei soldiers in the valley, Zhou Shu felt that there was hope. Xiao Jianghe. Zhou Shu raised his voice. Be careful when digging. See if there are any other mines nearby. Understood. Xiao Jianghe said with a cold expression. This Xiao Jianghe looked ordinary, but his cultivation was not bad. Most importantly, he was a forging master. To be honest, Great Wei had a lot of talented people. Before Xiao Jianghe, out of the people Zhou Shu had met, the forgers with the highest martial Dao cultivation were Great Wei's imperial preceptor Xiao Shunzi and Great Qin Su Shi. Xiao Jianghe was the third first-rank forger he had seen. There were really many talents in Great Wei. The more Zhou Shu looked at Xiao Jianghe, the more he liked him. In his heart, Xiao Jianghe had even replaced Wang Xin as the candidate for the strongest worker. Zhou Shu needed a talent who could mine and kill enemies to earn rewards the most. For the demonic beast miners, he still had to get people to sort the ore they mined. But he wouldn't have this problem with this criminal army. Xiao Jianghe was a forging master himself. He was an expert in digging up and processing forging materials. Even the forging materials that had already been processed, he sorted them into groups in an orderly manner. Zhou Shu was already planning. When he returned to the camp, he had to forge a weapon for Xiao Jianghe personally. He couldn't waste this talent. And since they didn't want to call themselves Great Wei soldiers, Zhou Shu didn't care if they wanted to be known as the criminal army. But since they had become Zhou Shu's subordinates, Zhou Shu would definitely change their weapons. These criminal soldiers were all elite soldiers. In the future, they would definitely go into battle to kill demonic beasts. As workers, they naturally had to be treated like workers. All 30,000 of them were ranked martial artists. Zhou Shu even suspected that Emperor Wei Wu had brought all the ranked soldiers of Great Wei. With such strength, they had already dug up the entire valley in just 2 days. Xiao Jianghe came to Zhou Shu's side and cupped his hands. Your Highness, we've dug the turmeric crystal mine clean. There is a total of 93,400 kilograms of turmeric crystal ore. In addition, there's also 670 kilograms of ink gold. Xiao Jianghe's report was clear. He had even calculated the weights. Zhou Shu nodded in satisfaction. Well done. This is your reward. Zhou Shu casually threw out something. Xiao Jianghe subconsciously reached out and grabbed it. He opened his hand and saw that it was a black bangle with dragon patterns engraved on it. It looked very exquisite. Except he was a man. Your Highness, what? Xiao Jianghe hesitated for a moment. He was really not used to wearing such accessories. You don't want it? Zhou Shu gave a faint smile. Aren't you a forging master? Has it been too long since you forged something? Can you not see clearly anymore? Xiao Jianghe was stunned as his gaze landed on the bangle. Raising his eyebrows, he tentatively sent out a stream of spiritual essence. Buzz! With a soft sound, a 5-foot square translucent space appeared in front of Xiao Jianghe. His eyes went wide with disbelief and shock. This, Xiao Jianghe's voice was trembling, and he couldn't speak. This is a cosmic bangle. Other than storing things, it has no other purpose, Zhou Shu said casually. There's not much space. I'll think of a way to improve it later. Make do with it for now. Xiao Jianghe. Make do with such a divine artifact? Xiao Jianghe put the cosmic bangle on his wrist immediately. Unless his hand was cut off, no one could snatch it away. Thank you, Your Highness. Xiao Jianghe had mixed feelings. He had volunteered to serve under Zhou Shu in order to atone for Great Wei and allow Great Wei to continue existing.